Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere.
Okay, good morning everybody. वेलकम बैक अगेन. आई होप आप सब लोग होमवर्क करके आए हो जो कल दिया था. नहीं किया? Okay, no problem. So first of all, I would thank you all for a very interactive and engaging session yesterday. I saw so many people taking notes and making points and asking pertinent questions, of course. And I'm sure that once after the workshop, when Ashish will share you the presentations, I'm sure you will be able to relate in an even more better way and probably in better depth with respect to that. So we'll begin the day 2 session. So first of all, just briefly, I would like to have a recap of the day 1. So basically, yesterday we covered key modules, and please be informed that whatever modules were segregatedly given to you earlier, sometimes it happens they are overlapping and sometimes we resequence this, because due to question and answers, sometimes what basically happens is, like we have already taken up part of that topic yesterday. So whatever was left over yesterday will be taken up today and everything will be covered by the end of the day. And today we will be covering the rest of the modules scheduled for today. And of course, we will also be having 2 guest sessions today as well. So yesterday we had focused on various cross functions applicable, where human error strategy needs to be seen how it will be applicable. It will be different for different departments, different companies, and the types of problems. And as we deliberated yesterday, it is more of basically dealing with human attitude and mentality. That also plays a big role in deciding your strategies and implementing them. And then how successful they are, that also depends on the quality culture and the soft skill trainings at your workplace. So basically we had yesterday cited, I think, numerous exemplary case studies also with some real life examples and on the shop floor. And this was with respect to, of course, APIs and formulations. So again, once again, really appreciate the interactive participation and knowledge sharing amongst all of you. Some of you also cited certain examples and case studies from your point of view also, which you witnessed at your workplace. So again, today we'll be going through mainly modules 5 to 8, and two speaker sessions we have. One is by Dr. Srinivasu. He's a senior general manager from Natco Pharma, and he's going to specifically focus on the human errors on the quality control front, the laboratory, focusing on examples and cases and concerns with respect to the QC laboratory. And the second presentation is going to be by Dr. Gopi Reddy, who's actually head corporate quality in Syngene Limited. And again, here also, we will be doing things. So yesterday I had given you a small warm-up quiz. So it will be good if you have not done, no problem. You can go and give thought to all these points highlighted, because these will help you yourself understand and probably convince your team leader or your management with respect to what exactly are the precursors of making a supposedly successful strategy for handling and mitigating human errors. So we had discussed yesterday mainly, and we need to keep that in mind again. We need to focus on the real cause of the problem. So whether it's a training issue or whether it's a lack of systems, skilled manpower, inadequate infrastructure, culture, or automation and digitalization issue, mindset, overall stress and fatigue, job security, and most important, integrity issues. People integrity is a big factor not only here for human errors, but frankly speaking, it is one great issue which has been ignored and which has not been taken care of while talking about big things like data integrity, while claiming that the company is complying to data integrity expectations. So as individuals, as teams, as organizations, we really need to lay stress on this, and please note that these things need to be somewhere a part of your strategies or SOPs or protocols which you will be exercising at your workplace. So yesterday, of course, we focused, I'm going to repeat a couple of slides, maybe elaborate a little more, or just that needs to be kept in the background for today's sessions also. So this is with respect to contributors to human error incidents. Now, as we discussed yesterday, is there some lacking in due diligence with respect to some new additional risks with respect to particularly COVID-19 aftermath and control thereof? Lack of SOP system, if they are not existing, they are lacking, or even if they are existing, probably they need some sort of upgradation. Inadequate training, this is a very serious and I would say relevant problem with the companies, and this has been repeatedly pointed out. If you have the time whenever and you go through the types of 483s which have been received, particularly in the past 5 years, as I said yesterday, you can see there are so many 483s pointing towards inadequate training or inadequate training records, inadequate identification of the learning and development needs also. Once you don't identify as a company, what sort of competent manpower I have in different cross functions, And then the L&D team, I mean, and most of the companies, the bigger companies have a separate L&D, department who interacts with the cross-functional team heads to identify the learning and development needs. Accordingly, they chalk out a training calendar, and this involves training both internal through the experts already available or the experienced senior people available, and of course it also involves external training a couple of days or so, maybe at your own sites, their corporate offices, or at a common gathering like this. So accordingly, the topics of the training are worked out. Unless this is done, we can keep on talking endlessly. Okay, you should have a strategy of controlling human errors. You should have soft skills. You should focus on your behavior also on the professional front, because sometimes, as you must have seen, we also keep on sharing on WhatsApp very commonly that most of the time it's not the content or what you're talking, it's your tone which pisses off the person on the other hand. And this particularly happens when you are not face to face and talking on the phone, or probably interacting virtually. So sometimes the communication is not as what it should be, or probably the guy at the other end is not able to receive it in a proper way. So many of the time, these are again small things, and somebody would say, okay, so what? I mean, these are hypothetical things, ideal things. But please remember, these go a long way, particularly when talking about human error incidents. And again, we keep on hearing our own organizations, they would be receiving comments or concerns raised by the regulatory inspectors, and of course, many of the customer complaints also. Customer complaints can be small or big. For example, a simple customer complaint when you supply material, even for the say development stage or after your agreement is signed off, the purchase agreement, what happens mostly is that sometimes the customer comes back, array, you had sent me the material but the packaging was open. Example, just a very small example. Now for you, you will think it's not a big technical issue, right? But it is an issue. When you are receiving things from these online sites, do read the instructions on the package. Do not open if the seal is tampered with or not properly packed. So why can't we ensure this thing when we are sending out material, and that too life-saving trucks to our customers? So these things need to be remembered and ensured. If we don't learn from the customer complaints, and then they can be some technical complaints also. For example, they can be like, okay, we had the certificate of analysis, the matter was compliant with the established specifications and our requirements, but when we tested that material as per the spec and STP at their end, there were some conflicting results, in fact, even some out of specification things. So then that is a sort of a serious technical, question on the quality claim, okay, and on our processes. Same thing applies to the comments raised by the regulatory inspections, because they talk about doubts, they talk about concerns, they talk about non-compliance of personnel with respect to already existing SOPs, and no supervisor taking care of that, because of which something resulted or some observation has come up. And of course, not so good protocols and reports at development, scale up and commercial scale. We briefly discussed yesterday. Now I would just like to add on to that point with respect to manufacture of APIs, scaling up, technology transfer, and ultimately making the batches at the production scale. If I am not highlighting critical operating parameters or critical processing steps, which are a part of the quality by design also to ensure API quality, if I am not writing it down appropriately, if I am not capturing the critical points to be considered by somebody who is going to execute that manufacturing process at their level, right? So what's going to happen? Maybe some non-conformance happens, or suppose the yield is not as it is being claimed, or there is some issue with the quality or appearance of the product. Then why do we have to go back to the post-mortem and inquire? And then all of you have, I'm sure, an understanding that there are certain things, which parameters, which are actually not changes, but they have to be done because of scale-up issues, like something which you do at the lab scale and at the plant scale. So Ideally speaking, the research, when we used to write long back the development reports, when I was in the chemical research division, my supervisor, my boss told me that you have to write the technology transfer document and the procedures, the stepwise procedures, particularly for APIs, in such a way that if you have to execute that batch at the production scale, you should have all information which is required to execute that. Suppose if there is something that you have to add one reagent slowly. Now what is slowly? Everybody would have a different slowly speed, right? So probably you have to mention that it should be not be added immediately or just, just not poured like that. And because otherwise what is going to happen? At the static point where immediately the the reagent is dropping, sometimes impurities form at that stage. So for some reason it is said that please maintain proper stirring, please maintain temperature and add slowly. So when you say add slowly, at least define some range. Maybe for a 100-gram batch, if it is 2 to 3 minutes, surely it will not be 2 to 3 minutes for a 100 kg batch. So those things have to be clearly specified. So when you transfer the technology, then automatic questions of these types are raised by the persons who are going to execute this at the manufacturing level. Okay, sir, you say I have to add it in 3 minutes, but at such a large scale in the plant, it's not possible in 3 minutes. So can you please let me know what is the safe range? And this is what we were talking yesterday of design space. Design space has to take care of the range within which you can safely operate and get the right quality product, right? So these things are extremely important. And normally what happens is, in various companies, what we have been exercising, when we send the development report and the technology transfer document to the production level, we give them time that please go through it, let your operators and your scientists go through it, and if they have some specific queries with respect to such issues, come back to us, and it has to be in the form of a document, an email. And then we respond to that. We ensure that we have satisfied the production guy so that he is comfortable in charging the batch. And because of that, if I have to add some additional control or I have to maybe change something which I had given, then I issue an addendum to the original development report or technology transfer document. It is signed off as per the protocol, sent back to the manufacturing level, and once they are convinced, it is only after that that they sign off the protocol for executing the batch. So please note that these things are extremely important, and mind it, if you are a formulator and if these things have not been taken care of in the API, it's not necessary that if you are getting the right COS of the API, you may get the right formulation. Because of these kinds of things, maybe something ends up which is carried forward to your formulation. So please, keep in mind these kinds of things. Of course, you don't have to take care of everything. There are teams and there is work delegation, but you should know, okay, I just want to ensure a couple of things. Nobody stops you from asking questions from, particularly if I'm at the receiving end. See, what are regulators? Regulators are the persons who receive the dossier of the technical know-how from my company. They are the receiving end. They are not sitting here in the company. They are not conversant with what you are making. They are not the process owners. They have the document in front of them, and then they are going to ask you 20,000 questions because they want to confirm certain things which you as a team respond to them and confirm to them. And it is only much later when the drug master file is accessed with respect to some ANDA review that they come for the inspection. Basically, they don't come for inspecting what you have written down in the dossier. That they will just see as a reference. Mainly they come to see the facilities, the GMP status of the facilities which you are claiming. And then some of them link it with what information you have given in the DMF. For example, yesterday we were talking that we have a habit of hiding things or keeping it under the carpet. For example, whatever vendors or outsourced facilities which you have used, whether it is analytical services, whether it is manufacturing of a couple of steps or certain other things, maybe spectroscopic analysis, maybe mass spectrum or something, because not every company would have all the infrastructure with respect to analysis. So you have to mention all those laboratories used with their complete addresses, their contact numbers, etc. And if available, the certificate, from any authority, that can be local authority or from external, developed country authority, which certifies that yes, this site is a GMP compliant site, and it will be acceptable for use for products which are filed in the regulated market. Okay, so these things are there. So if we have not given that vendor, and then we suddenly change the vendor or something, it creates a total mess, and the entire process collapses. And please mind it, we don't have to wait till something happens to do this. Can't we be, now we are aware, we all know. So let us be a little more cautious from our own individual ends. Stop control. You cannot go further till you comply to what is needed to be complied. And again, that cannot be defined because that will depend on the kind of product you are dealing, the kind of manufacturing process, and the capabilities and the questions raised by your cross-functional teams. Skilled manpower, again we discussed yesterday, and again coming back again to the contributors to human error incidents further. Infrastructure, quality management system in itself, like yesterday, we were discussing, if you have the protocols or say, standard operating procedures existing for not only human error, but for other various interconnected and overlap zones like incidents, deviation management, change controls, etc. So are they really upgraded with respect to the most current GMP and regulatory norms? If not, they have to be revised or upgraded, and all this is a part of the quality management system. And quality culture is most important, as we had discussed yesterday, how you are interacting with your supervisor. Are you so scared that you are not going to inform some blunder or error which has occurred inadvertently because he's going to shout or he's going to reprimand you or something? Or once you inform him, did he take care of that? Okay, so this is the quality culture. Or the culture is like this, ki, come what may, I have told you this batch has to go out of the company today, it has to be dispatched, I don't know how do you do it. So, okay, this quality culture and quality oversight is nothing but the management involvement in a quantitative way, not in a qualitative way. Not in once in 6 months jab appraisal time hai ya something hai. It has to be periodic. In bigger companies where I have worked, at least once a month, the overall, management, the CEOs, COOs, even if they are not stationed here, they're overseas, we used to connect by video conference, and a meticulous agenda used to be worked out. What are the issues faced in products at which plants and how to handle them? Because if suppose there are some errors, not necessarily human errors, maybe some system errors or process errors also, or some failures because of causes other than human errors, then if the marketing and the senior people know about it, they can handle customers better, they can convince them. They may not tell them the real reason, because if you say, oh, some error occurred or some non-conformance occurred, then the customer will start having doubts on your processes and the robustness of your techniques. So they handle it in a diplomatic way, saying, okay, maybe the supplies will be delayed, say by another 15 days or something, so that by that time we are able to investigate, take the corrective action and resolve the problem. So this is important with respect to the quality oversight, which is interaction and communication with the highest management, because they are the ones who are taking decisions. Yes, you are conveying what needs to be done. You are also in a position to convince the impact, detrimental impact those things may have if they are not executed, because most of the time they involve investments, maybe with respect to some more higher sophisticated and sensitive instrument, totally automated and linked to your computer systems and electronic systems. Like yesterday, we had a session by Sanjeev where he was telling that multiple sites. So are we connected electronically? I mean, is data migration or data connectivity there itself or not? Otherwise, you cannot have two separate standards for one site and just leave the other side. Ideal situation expected is that there has to be a synchronization with respect to SOPs and systems on all of the sites of the company, so that it can be easily governed and supervised and watched over by the centralized body, which is the management. And this is what is all quality oversight is about. Again, integrity issues, needless to say, you can keep on going on and on, examples and examples, but then these are extremely important. automation we have already discussed. Coming back to the slide yesterday which we discussed on back to basics, we had thought yesterday that we are going to have today. Can we frame one such small, you can put 1 or 2 points also, do's and don'ts. You can, from everybody's angle, you can jot it down on your notebooks, just 1 or 2 points which you think can be written as do's and don'ts with respect to avoiding these kinds of errors. And it is by that only that we can attempt drafting an SOP, It's not for me, or it's actually for your own this thing and for your own organizations. Maybe we can exchange ideas and tips on how best to do it. And then whatever is feasible at your organization, at least something can be worked out if not already existing. Again, talking about deviation management, because it's all because of the deviations that we are seeing all these aspects. Business decisions are taken, as we said, at gunpoint sometimes. I don't know, you have to do it. Okay. Outsourcing issues, the more the number of cooks involved, the more the chances of spoiling the broth. It's as plain as that, because not everybody will follow the same protocols. Short-term solutions, because of short-term solutions, do we ever get back and come back to that problem again? No, we leave that and move forward. Then there would be several non-conformance issues that are open. I have seen in many companies where I have audited them, that they have logged and documented the non-conformance pretty well. And they have, the first thing which they have done is they have listed out the departments and individuals responsible for that. And then there is a tussle, and that non-conformance still remains non-remedied and it remains open. Again, root cause not identified, because it's more focusing on the blame game rather than seeing why actually it happened. Inadequate investigation of market complaints, as we discussed. And of course, automation and remote working issues, cybersecurity concerns. How do we avoid the data which is stored in the electronic format, that is safe in the sense that unauthorized people are not having access to tamper with that data or manipulate that data or delete that data sometimes. And when we talked about QBG approach in human behavior, what was that basically? It was applicable not only to pharma processes and procedures, but also to humans, because as we have been stressing, and we all know that in fact, that even this, a human is also only telling you that this is how it has to be done or it should be done. And as humans, you are saying, okay, can it be done this way, or how can it be done if we are not doing? And then you will be going back to your workplaces, and some human will only implement that, and only a human will supervise that. I'll give you an extremely practical example here. This was when probably my first appraisal was to be done after I joined. I started working. So naturally, when you join, there is a probation period, and you are not confirmed or something. Okay, then you are confirmed, and then the issue comes in the company in which I was working, the first company. Normally, the promotion or that thing comes. It used to happen every 2 years. So in the second year, when that appraisal form was being filled, my boss told me, okay, you fill in and then bring this to me and we will discuss and we will see. So all of you are aware, there are 2 columns, right? One is the column of strength and one is the column of weaknesses, which you have to list out. अभी अपना strength तो सबको लगता है कि space बहुत कम है इसको लिखने के लिए, additional page तो लगाते हैं. लेकिन जो weaknesses है, हमें याद ही नहीं आता कि हमको क्या लिखना है अपने बारे में, हमको कुछ weakness दिखाई नहीं देता. And the most funny part was that there is another clause there where the boss is supposed to tick ready for promotion or those things. So what I did, I wrote my strengths. I wrote, I think, 10 strengths, and I wrote 1 weakness, and then I ticked that column automatically, ready for promotion. And then I submitted it to my boss. So he called me in the evening, let's discuss this. And he was going through the form, and the first thing which he told me was, अरे भाई जो मुझे भरना है वो मेरे लिए तो छोड़ दो. तुम ही ने भर दिया कि तुमको promotion, you're capable of being promoted and all those things. So what happens is when this happens, humans ही सब जगह involved है. I can also say probably if the boss is biased towards certain of my team members, and I always feel that I deserve the promotion and the other guy does not deserve the promotion, right? So it's humans everywhere. So automation came later, but that input for it in terms of fields, as we said yesterday, Because if I want to get a system for my company, I'm going to sit with Tandrasoft people and I'll tell them this is what I require, these are the fields which I required, and you have to do certain add-on things. I need a cloud-based technology from your end or something to do that. And of course, online monitoring is equally important. How many of you have electronic learning management system in your companies right now? Okay, majority of them have. In fact, in Hyderabad companies, mostly it's already in place, wherein you are not only executing the training via the electronic mode, but you are also generating the results, reports, the evaluations, assessment, and the schedules through this thing, and probably certificates are also being issued electronically saying you have completed so-and-so training. Okay, so online monitoring and digitalization is all about that because it helps the concerned leaders to assess if I have to do something more here or if something has to be added here with respect to training, with respect to, see, you might be having certain new products which you were not having when the learning and development needs were identified. So you may need to add on to something. And of course, the cyber security SOP, particularly this became much, much more important when Corona struck. And even the companies which hardly were doing anything, through online mode, there was no option, but we had to resort to that. So it was, connectivity with multiple sites, and then the IT team had to sort of, see with respect to their servers or something, they had to see, they had to give access to people, through laptops because they were working from different localities, different homes. Now, along with that came the issue of cyber security because the data is now, somebody can try to, even sell that data to somebody because it's having access to it. So the cyber security SOP is a must to avoid hijacking, hacking of electronic data, the technical know-how, and to avoid, most important, unauthorized access to data, and to ensure that data is not misused or manipulated for vested interest, short-term interests. Once again, just to appreciate the number of aspects, and again, this is not exhaustive. You can keep on adding so many more to it with respect to your experience for delivering safe and efficient drugs, and that too in a timely manner to the end users, that is the patients. What's most important is, other than with these aspects, there can be some other aspects also where you need to have absolutely adequate SOPs and protocols, monitoring systems, alarm raising systems if somebody is trying to operate or deviate from the SOP. Nobody can deviate from SOP on his own terms or conveniences. So these are so many things, but majority of these things, if these aspects have been taken care of while trying to work out a strategy to control human errors, then this is most of the time enough. But then depending on if some additional cases or some concerns which have been received by authority or by the customers, you might need to add on certain things here on this platform. But the problem is, the point is this, that you can clearly see human and human errors, they are not in silos, they are connected, there are overlap zones with so many other aspects of the pharma activity and so many other cross functions and expectations. So deviation management, again, this is the precursor for risk assessment. How do you assess the risk? I am again repeating this slide and I am going to elaborate this little bit more, and then this will be followed in today's sessions with respect to, as I said yesterday, various examples of what sorts of concerns have been raised by the authorities with respect to different sections of CFR 21 pertaining to manufacturing facilities, which clearly point out, at least in 70% cases, things are happening because of inadvertent or deliberate, intentional, shortcut type human errors. So we will go through those examples in detail, maybe post lunch today. But at the same time, the Code of Federal Regulations clearly talks about written procedures, and I have already been stressing about good documentation practices. In fact, other than industry, I am also associated with various academic institutes, the pharma institutes who are actually, taking B.Pharm, M.Pharm, PhD, D.Pharm, Pharma D courses for the upcoming pharmacists. Now the problem is this with the education system, that the kind of courses and modules which are approved as of now by the PCI for academic institutions, for churning out pharmacists and pharma scientists, they have been probably written 25 years back. Nobody is aiming to upgrade them. There is no mention of regulatory also in that. I mean, just a few guidelines, few words or something like that. No examples. See, if I have to translate the regulatory understanding and guidelines, I have to do it through SOPs. For that, first I need to understand what the regulation says, and then I need to transmit it down further, the importance of that and the impact of not following that. And that's how our team members will learn, appreciate and implement it in totality. So when I am talking to those people, I always lay stress on good documentation practices with respect to various documents which we had seen yesterday. And document is just not a COA or something. There are so many documents which are precursors to ANDAs or DMFs before you really present your application to the regulatory body. And during inspections, they do nothing. They have the ANDA and drug master file in front of them, and they ask you, okay, where is the development report? Where is the technology transfer document? I want to see the lab notebooks of your analyst when he was conducting the analytical procedure validation. I want to make sure what all did he do. What all he did he really capture it in the validation report, or the validation report is hypothetically, sometimes nowadays what is happening, and it's very sad to see that. The method validation report is copied from some company, and then you just change the company name and everything is ready-made. I mean, I'm sure you are aware of this, and you can easily detect it also. I have worked in 10 companies, so if I'm sitting in a company and if I receive an analytical method validation report for review, I can immediately tell you that this company ki validation report hai. The way of writing, the way of putting it up things. So basically what happens is, it needs to be told to the people who are yet to join the industry, or even to those who are already in the industry, ki boss, this is a criminal offense. First of all, you cannot copy paste something, because you have to do your company's know-how. You are actually stealing data from a company. You are stealing their technical know-how, and then you're not even seeing whether it is as per what you are doing or not. I have come across validation reports where the validation report was titled lisinopril and it had valsartan inside it. Lisinopril ka method validation mein valsartan ka samples use kiya. I mean, I'm not joking, this is a fact actually. And in fact, another funny thing I'll tell you, which I witnessed from don't think regulatory authority, ye log bhi kya hai? They are also humans only, na? So I received a deficiency from the European agency through a DCP procedure for one of the products. So okay, they say na, okay, so marketing application number so and so, and with reference to EDMF number so and so. So these are the concerns raised. So they give it in 3 or 4 heads. The chemistry, manufacturing and control head, packaging, labeling, so there is a segregation, 3, 4 things, and they summarize the points of concern within those heads or pointers. Okay, so I thought, oh my God, this is a 6-page report. How come? That means there are too many queries, So okay, so after having tea, coffee, etc., I said, just let's sit down. First, let's calmly read what all is written. Can you believe the marketing application number was of another product? And the queries had been sent to me by the European authority. I immediately wrote back to them that there seems to be some error here. So but only thing is this, कि अगर अभी वही हम करते थे, तो our boss would have, okay यार चलो, कल से आने का ज़रूरत नहीं है, तुम्हारा full and final घर पे पहुंच जाएगा, ठीक है? Because I mean, like, you have put us in such an embarrassing situation. क्या कर रहे हो, देखते भी नहीं हो, and all those kinds of things. But अभी यही चीज़ मेरे को उसको बोलने का मन हो रहा था, but I cannot say. Then they wrote an apology letter to me, which I have framed and put in my workplace at home. Ki we are sorry for the inconvenience, and believe me, when the actual queries came, they were only 2 pages instead of 6. अभी छोटा मोटा होता ना तो अभी हार्ट अटैक किसी को हो जाता था कि यार इतना लंबा क्वेरी, अप्रेजल टाइम, तो बॉस सबसे पहले ये बोलेगा क्या किया तुम, क्या भेजा है, So these things keep on happening. So documentation. When I'm sending an email, I will tell you, being at the receiving end in regulatory, naturally I have a bad habit. I would say bad habit. No, people say bad habit, but it's actually my job. I do a lot of follow-ups. Hey, you didn't send this here. I have to put it in the response, and based on your response, I have to see the other questions which have come. So can you please do this? Can you please do this? Can you please do this? So because of this, what happens is sometimes the other person gets irritated and जल्दीबाजी में थोड़ा erroneous. तो उसका document को review करना भी मेरा काम है. And I go back to him, अरे यार क्या भेज दिया? I had asked for this and all those kinds of things, So this avoids प्रॉब्लम्स फॉर हिम, बट मेरे ऊपर काम का प्रेशर बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है. मैं अपना देखूं या उनका भी देखूं. ओके, सो अकॉर्डिंगली आई यूज्ड टू डेलीगेट द वर्क्स इन माय टीम एंड देयर वर स्ट्रॉन्ग इंस्ट्रक्शंस. They might have missed out something, it might not have been deliberate, but if you miss out something and you don't correct it before sending the response to the authority, then you lose your job. So it was थोड़ा सा fear factor भी था कि यार हमारे end से तो कुछ, तो they become extra cautious. Naturally, when at the end of the day I discovered that I was supposed to receive data from 3 departments to complete my response, which is pending, and it has not been received even after committing that I will give it by the end of the day today. So I used to sit down on my email, and I used to draft a very, very, what should I say, not so friendly. पहले होता है ना friendly reminder, फिर होता है not so friendly reminder, then not at all friendly reminder, then next reminder, then last reminder. Okay, so I used to keep on framing, but I never used to shoot those mails. उसको ड्राफ्ट करके रख लो, अगले दिन मॉर्निंग में आके थोड़ा उसको आराम से पढ़ो कामली, टोन डाउन द ईमेल, डू दोस थिंग्स बिफोर सेंडिंग, चेक थाउजेंड्स ऑफ टाइम कि कभी कभी गलती से कुछ अटैचमेंट भी गलत हो जाता है अपने से. So before shooting or sending the response, please be very careful. This all comes under good documentation practices, and this practices has to come when you are a student from that state. Slowly, because बहुत बड़ा impact होता है ये सब चीज़ का. So this is one thing which needs to be taken care of, and of course, written procedures. That is why there is a whole section 211.100, which talks written procedures and deviations. Deviation from written procedures. Do you know what the FDA says for these things? That means you are not doing what you are saying, or what you are saying you are doing but you are not documenting. If you are not documenting, that means you are not doing. They have written it down in their expectations while reviewing the sites or the dossiers. Now, there is in a very light mood, I mean, no political intentions here. There was a very nice funny sort of a joke which was going on WhatsApp, that Modi ji says that मैं जो कहता हूँ वही करता हूँ, ठीक है. देन अमित शाह सेज मैं जो नहीं कहता हूँ मैं वो भी कर देता हूँ. एंड राहुल गांधी सेज मुझे खुद ही नहीं पता मैं क्या कहता हूँ और मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ. सो प्लीज बी अवेयर ऑफ व्हाट यू आर क्लेमिंग टू योर कस्टमर्स, टू द अथॉरिटीज, टू द इंस्पेक्टर्स, एंड देन मेक श्योर that you have documented it appropriately. अच्छा, वो उस डॉक्यूमेंट में भी 50 गलती निकालेगा, because that is his job and he has to justify his salary. तो जो नहीं भी होगा आपको बोलेगा यार वो, क्योंकि उसका बॉस उसको पूछेगा ना अथॉरिटी में, भाई तुमको इतना पैसा दे रहा है, क्या रिव्यू किया, इसमें तो कुछ भी गलती नहीं निकला. और ये जो 0483 का हम बात कर रहे थे ना, देयर इज नथिंग लाइक 0483. या बट ऑफ कोर्स इवन टुडे suppose I have done consultation for a company, and अगर उसको 0483 बोलते तो I'll be the first person to put it on all social media. Oh, this inspection completed without any observations from the. I don't know what were the actual. Sometimes what happens, some observations are conveyed, but they are not necessarily translated into 483s or warning letters unless it is a big concern. But अगर छोटा भी कोई observation करता है ना, that really means something is lacking somewhere. So why don't we try to bridge that and tie the tie the loose ends. देखो हम लोग, it's a very simple thing in life also. What we do, we are at our homes comfortable, what do we say, I mean relaxing, everything. But suppose some relative is visiting, particularly from your in-laws side, you'll have to tie so many loose ends ना, ये ठीक कर दो, वो ठीक कर दो, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, comment नहीं चाहिए. So that same thing happens when somebody is coming for inspection, and normally otherwise you wouldn't bother that much. Now I will tell you one example. I was that was my first company, and BBC was making a small documentary, on the research facilities of that company. So we were very happy. Okay, हम लोग ना BBC में आएगा, they will come. And so I was in the chemical research division at that time. So naturally, when you are, many of you are in APIs, right? So you know that whoever works in APIs, there is a lot of mess in the laboratory, lot of smell of reagents और ये सब. आपका magnetic stirrer भी बहुत साफ चमकता हुआ नहीं रहेगा. You know, it will have something or the other, and then you know there will be a lot of fumes and everything. Of course, hoods are there, but all those kinds of things. So it's a mess. It's a messy place. Unlike the formulation facilities, जहाँ सब कुछ neat and clean दिखता है, because you are not involving any chemical reactions or many reagents there. So my boss said, अरे ये क्या, ये ना ये magnetic stirrer के ऊपर इतना वो लगा हुआ है, grease, इसको साफ करो, you know, and clean everything, clean the shelves. I said, tell me one thing. If I am working, how can it be clean? When you are cooking in the kitchen, do you know why most of the time people don't, particularly the ones who are staying, you know, as a nuclear family or alone, they don't cook. Cooking का issue नहीं है, everybody knows how to cook. बिकॉज खाना उसी को है. प्रॉब्लम यह है कि उसके बाद जो वो मेस क्लीन करना पड़ता है ना, दैट्स अ बिग हेडेक, राइट? सो इफ यू कुक द मेस विल बी देयर, इफ यू डोंट कुक द किचन विल बी नीट एंड क्लीन. सो आई सेड कि डोंट यू थिंक दोस गाइज विल थिंक कि हम तो कुछ काम ही नहीं करते. वो कहता कि नहीं, फ्लास्क में रिएजेंट मत डालो बिकॉज स्मेल आएगा, तो उसमें पानी लेके उसमें मैग्नेट घुमाते रहो फॉर द फोटो शूट, फॉर द BBC शूट. सो आई वेंट थ्रू दैट ऑल्सो. But then okay, for half a second जो हम लोग BBC पर आया, it was worth it. That was long back. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of that because that was long back in 1994 at one of the research facilities. So anyway, so written down procedures, documenting it, being honest, acknowledging what is missing, accepting अगर कुछ गलती हो गया, and issuing an errata or addendum is something which the auditor as well as the dossier reviewer appreciates. फिर क्या होता है, वो थोड़ा सा उसका ना attitude थोड़ा soft हो जाता है when he is reviewing the dossiers and when he is reviewing the facilities of your company. It does make an impact. Why? After all, that person is also a human. And when I talk about submitting dossiers to the regulatory authorities, or for that matter, any type of response to anybody, you know, who has asked me something, the document has to be reviewer friendly. What does it mean? He's an outsider having a look at your dossier, so he should be able to navigate through the dossier in a comfortable way. He should be able to correlate, you know, the sections, subsections, कहाँ किसके बारे में बात किया है. And that is what we use when we are doing the electronic filing. We are talking about linking and hyperlinking. There are hyperlinks there. You have described the reference standard, put the hyperlink because it is going to be mentioned at different sections of the CTD of your dossier. So a reviewer-friendly dossier. The language which is written, English is the first official language, and most of the time in many authorities, French is the other language in which you can submit your dossiers. And in some you know, countries like China, Japan, you have to they translate the entire thing into their own local language. But the idea is this, that you have to write a scientifically sound document, putting the facts as per science, okay, as per your knowledge, justifying the logic of whatever you are doing, maneuvering and, you know, circumventing certain guidelines, and you have to justify. As long as you are able to justify and convince, there is no problem at all. Now, how do you convince? Scientific justification, your own logic, the practical things which you did at your company to prove whatever you are saying, and last but not the least, putting down all evidential data, analytical data, results of that data actually done at your site using your own methods to prove the claims which you are giving under those sections. It's just as plain as that, nothing more than that. And when will that happen? When there is complete engagement and involvement of humans there. There is a feeling that, okay, I will not do it like this, ये तो regulatory का headache होगा ना, अगर queries आएगा, वो queries regulatory का headache नहीं है, company का headache हो जाता है, and all of us are involved into it. If everything gets approved, then you don't give any special incentive to regulatory. So if something is lacking, then why everybody starts blaming? If the analytical department or if the, you know, the stability department had done, and right now here I'm talking about documenting the things in the right way. For example, one example which I discussed yesterday, the SOP of reporting analytical data is up to 2 decimal points. But when the actual stability sheets come to you, it is only, in some cases it is up to 1 point or in some 2 points. Now, who is responsible for that? The person who is actually making the data sheet, because you have prepared by, reviewed by, or checked by and approved by. So are those people really doing what they need to do as a reviewer or as an approver. That's important. That's where people integrity comes in the picture, and that's where human advantage comes in the picture. That's important. And then, as we have been talking, okay, so the guidelines are there, the directions are there, then why are we still struggling? Why are we still having problems? We have probably not been able to translate it into a doable procedure at our company. So for translating that, I need to first sort out which all guidances I am going to refer to while writing my quality management system. Depending on the kind of activities into which my company is engaging itself with, the kind of markets I am into, and the kind of business mission, vision and goals which the company is aiming at. So I have to translate that into implementable SOPs, protocols, checklists, control points, control strategies, risk assessment, etc., etc. And again, I am repeating this slide. What needs to be done is in the directives. Please go to the directives of US and European guidelines. It's available black and white on the internet. Choose which of the directives are applicable to your kind of activity. How to do is how the guidance would be there. See, if I am telling you how to walk on a road, I can only guide you. You can take cue, but ultimately you will be walking the road. So you have to see, if I have told something and you think that there is a better way of doing it, you just convince me that, okay, this is why I'm doing it. And that is, if you see the footnote in all the guidelines, they always say, these are not imposable, guidelines I'm talking. Whereas directives, code of federal regulations and laws are enforceable. You cannot deviate from that. But surely you can circumvent guidelines because you understood what is the guideline, you understood the logic behind that guideline, and then you say, I am going to follow this way and I am convinced this is not going to have any adverse impact, rather it is going to supplement my efforts. Then based on the guidelines, what is to be done, how it is to be done, we write standard operating procedures. Standard operating procedures may be a tendency hai. If somebody is joining, experienced person joins from one company to another company, so the easiest way is carry down all the SOP master SOP list here, come in the other company, just tell them change the company name, header, footer, baki sab to wahi rehna hai karke. Okay. That also has been, I had caught one or two things because because I have a habit of reading each and every line of the SOP. So somewhere the company is, the SOP is of the company of Chennai, and I was reading it in a company sitting it in Ahmedabad. Because cut paste करते वक्त वो control F लगा के वो भूल गया कि मेरे को यहाँ भी change करना है. Now if this thing is coming into the notice of the auditor, imagine what impression they will have of your company. And then what happens, they start scrutinizing your other documents with respect to this aspect. कि यार मेरे को doubt आ गया, I don't trust. उसमें क्या होता है कि normal circumstances में if something was not coming into the notice of inspectors, it is going to come, and you must have seen how many of you are reading at least few of the 483s, etc., which are commonly available. You must have seen there are such basic things. Like stability protocol has not been followed for doing the stability testing, right? These kinds of things. And then of course the ICH Q9 is the base guideline, but then there are connected guidelines 8, 9, 10, 11 and now 12 also, which mainly talk about the risk-based approach to implement risk. Again I said, I have done the registration process for telmisartan in 3 companies. API is same. The specification of the monograph is same, applicable, common. But the route of synthesis, the manufacturing sites, the procedures used for manufacturing them, depending on the patent implications, are different for the same API, for the same market. So what happens is the risks involved in each and every stage of manufacturing are different for different companies. So the risk assessment document which is written down for the same API for the same markets would be different. It would be as per the company processes and this thing. So those risk-based thinking is the first thing. Why I want to control so many things? Why do I have a specification? Because there is a risk if any of the factors or if any of the specification parameter is not within the established acceptance criteria. If SA happens to be less than what is stated there, it is detrimental to human health. If residual solvents or related impurities limits are outside of what is allowed by the toxicity levels and the class of those impurities, then it is detrimental to human health. So there is a risk to humans. So I have to do the risk assessment. Now, as I discussed briefly yesterday, I will give one example. This is of 2004. Now, before 2004, the ICH Q3C, the guideline for residual solvents, which talks about the class and the acceptance criteria of residual solvents, various residual solvents, tetrahydrofuran was at that time in class 3, long back. It was kept in class 3 category. So naturally, the acceptance criteria was as per what is allowed by class 3 category of solvents. So the manufacturing processes were okay in delivering the product as per that. 2004, the guideline was revised, and based on some toxicity data which would have been gathered by the competent authorities, it was decided that tetrahydrofuran needs to be put into category 2. That means it is more risky, which automatically means that acceptance criteria which was there, now it is more tightened. So I think it came to 820 ppm from 3000 ppm. Sorry? 720, whatever, yeah. I mean, there was a drastic reduction in the acceptance criteria. Now, the existing dossiers which had been filed for various products which were using tetrahydrofuran in that company at that point of time had all manufacturing processes capable of giving you the API with residual content of THF somewhere around 1500 or 1000 plus. So it was well within the class 3 acceptance criteria, but now that would not be acceptable with effect from the date when this revised guideline is going to be implemented. Not only that, it would be applicable from the day of implementation for the products and new products, but what about the products earlier which were having the residual content of THF up to say 1500, okay. So immediately the authorities wrote back to us, because obviously it was being used in a couple of products out there for the dossiers which were already reviewed or were under approval. They said, please let us know. We have 3 COAs or 5 COAs of yours which say that the range of residual THF is say 1500, between 1000 to 1500 ppm. But this is not this thing, so you will have to provide the material now with respect to the current requirement. Now the manufacturing process capability was not there to comply to the new requirement. So what has to be done? There some fine tuning or some tweaking of the manufacturing process has to be done to ensure that. Once you do that, it has to be documented properly through a change control procedure, the necessary attaching documents. I'm telling you why human errors occur, because of a lack of putting all these things in a sequential manner. And then you do the risk, then you say, yes, I have mitigated the risk of more THF content as per the new guideline. I have done the risk assessment. My process was not capable, so I have revised or fine-tuned my process, and now I am complying to the latest requirements of the ICH Q3C, and so there is no risk involved in my product with respect to the new requirement. So this is these are the various examples, and ICH talks about so many of tools, FEMA, etc., and more so, of how to assess the risk. So please study that and try to translate it into the way you would like to do at your workplace. You don't have to use all of those tools. You can use other tools also. You can use manual tool also. But you should be able to convince, I did this, so this happened. And this is the result. And I don't see any problem. There have been no market complaints. There have been no issues raised by other authorities. I have put this dossier there also, and that is they get convinced, okay? And of course, records and reports are the most important. This we have already seen yesterday. So this is just to explain how risk is assessed. you have to extrapolate it to the processes which you are using. Naturally, you are not driving a car in the, in your workplace, but definitely you are doing various things, and you need to assess it keeping this base model in mind. And we also went through the relationship between risk analysis and other risk management activities. So there has to be a total document with respect to risk. There is, in fact, there is a latest guideline also. Latest means maybe a couple of years back, FDA came up with risk REMS, risk evaluation and management system. It is mandatory to have this document during your development stage itself. It talks about risk analysis, risk evaluation, the risk reduction controls, risk monitoring, and of course, how the entire processes are related. And when we talk here, we are talking about both external environment with respect to monitoring and the review of the risk management experience. Yes, we wrote down a good document. We wrote down the monitoring measures, but we have to evaluate, are they really working? Now, this is the same as when we say we have trained the employees, but when you do the evaluation of the success of the training, so that the purpose of the training is not defeated, somewhere there is a lack there. It doesn't mean if you get 9 out of 10 or 7 out of 10, it's fine. It's not just getting the marks in MCQs or certain quizzes following the training. It is when you're actually implementing that SOP on the shop floor, and despite the training and despite claiming that the training is successful, you are still witnessing certain human errors connected with that particular SOP or training. That's where the monitoring and review of risk management experience, and you have to write down examples if there have been such cases. Because when you write down the things honestly, the reviewer and the inspector, they are impressed that this guy is honest, there is integrity in the company, and the company works on ethics. Mind it, these things play a very big role while speeding up the review process at authorities also. I will give you an example. I am filing a CEP or maybe a drug master file for a particular product from a company. Now the authority is having thousands of, there are so many competitors, so it's having thousands of dossiers of the same API from different companies all over the globe. So what they will say, okay, if they, and how many of are into CEPs making, dossier or something, or are aware of the CEP, Certificate of Suitability for Europe? Okay, if not, the point is this, on their EDQ, the EDQM is the authority which takes care of the CEPs. It is exclusively for APIs, irrespective of formulations. Now here what happens is that their site, like the FDA site, it is much, much more comprehensive, much, much more elaborate, and probably every third day some addition is being done there, some revision. They have several subjects in on their site, wherein one of the subjects is approval, the list of CEPs which is approved. Then they also have a list of CEPs which were approved, but because of some non-compliances, they have been suspended. Or following an inspection, the CEP was good, the dossier was good, the answers were fine. But on reviewing the facilities, we came to know that what is written is not being followed. So they have a list of suspended or revoked CEPs also there. So whenever a formulator is outsourcing any API from any company, other vendor, and when they say we have a CEP, they may try to hide, please first go on the EDQM site and check what is the status of that CEP. It has happened in one of the companies in which I was working that they had taken the CEP because they said, okay, CEP is granted, that means the API information has been reviewed to 80%, 90% extent already by the most strict authority, EDQM. So I'm fine. And when you say my CEP is approved, the vendor is charging you money as per the grade of that, the CP grade material, okay. And after 6 months, when I joined there, they said, okay, we just have 2 CEPs and this thing going on, and we are using it in our formulations, fine. So the first thing I said, I went on the site and I told them, look here, boss, this API which you have used for your formulation, that CEP has been suspended because of issues. It might have happened later. At that point when you acquired this material, maybe you were not aware, or maybe it was suspended later on, but it's there black and white on the site. So please also upgrade your procurement and purchase department to discuss with you, the relevant cross-functional heads with respect to these aspects also. They are extremely important. And this is all connected with risk, because if I am using an API which has not been manufactured as per GMP, then what is the guarantee of my formulation? So there is a risk, na? I'm making a product which has the risk of harming the patients rather than curing them. So this is all about risk management, an extremely important factor for human error, or for that matter quality by design approach. Responsibilities and accountabilities of the management and quality control units, we discussed this yesterday, but little bit more elaboration I want to put here. The quality unit, as we all know, it oversees all documentation procedures, reviews all the test results. If the quality unit is really reviewing the results carefully, then how come they miss seeing that the reporting of the results is not as per the SOP, reporting up to 1 decimal or 2 decimal? That means they are just reviewing for the sake of sign off. There is a loop, and then when the receiving department, when they receive, they say, okay, so the analytical head and quality head has signed now that the product is stable and there are no OOS or OOTs. That means it is stable. Now it will come on their head if some query comes. What that person is forgetting is actually the product is his baby. It is, if I am working on a product, it's my baby. I am the process owner. I should be concerned of OOS and OOT more than the stability guy or the reviewer or the inspector, isn't it? Now I joined one company where there was this sort of problem. There it was a problem that one of the batches was having borderline and probably even at one stage, one of the stability stations, values exceeding the specifications. So what did I thought that rather than, putting it on mail and telling them, I said, let's have a meeting. I was new to the company, so that was a way of interacting with, different people, not only the cross-functional heads, the persons who are actually the scientists over there. So I called them. Then the person who had worked on that particular API, I told him, see, look here, this data, first they were not asking the data from the analytical. They thought कि वो तो stability वाला कर रहा है, वो अपने पास रख रहा है, उसका responsibility है. Whereas I would be interested in knowing कि मेरा product में कुछ impurity तो extra नहीं बन रहा, या कुछ levels OOT की तरफ तो नहीं जा रहा. So then I asked him, see, you should have kept a follow-up. You know the 3-month data is due on this date. Just ask the analytical, the stability guy here, please share the data with me also, it's my product. They will not refuse you if you ask them. But then he said, वो मैं क्यों पूछूं? वो तो उसका प्रॉब्लम है, उसको बताना चाहिए फेल हो रहा है. मैंने कहा नो. मैंने कहा यू हैव किड्स? ही सेड यस. सर फाइन. सो यू सेंड देम टू स्कूल? सर यस. ओके. तो विंटर सीजन में आप उसको क्या बोलता है? स्वेटर जो डाला है ना, वो खेलते खेलते उतारने का नहीं है, उसको पहन के रखो. लेकिन वो स्कूल में जाके बच्चे तो कहाँ याद रखते हैं? स्वेटर उतार दिया, खेला वेला, वापस घर आया, बीमार हो गया, ये होगा वो हो गया. तभी आपका कंसर्न है ना कि उसने स्वेटर तो नहीं उतार दिया आपके बच्चे का. मैंने कहा ये प्रोडक्ट भी आपका भी है भाई. अगर बराबर पैकिंग नहीं किया स्टेबिलिटी वाले ने, और द रिजल्ट्स आर बिकॉज स्टेबिलिटी इज स्टडीड इन द पैक विच यू हैव रिकमेंडेड. तो प्रॉब्लम किसका है बताओ? सभी आपका बॉस आपको बोलेगा तुम्हारा प्रोडक्ट बराबर नहीं था. It was that way you had to get into and try to convince them with giving these kinds of examples that they started feeling and owning the thing, owning the process. And that is where the human errors start getting avoided to a large extent automatically. So these things also keep on happening. So, and this includes not only the data which is generated at your own site, but also drugs manufactured and tested at the facility, the production facility, and also whatever data has been generated by the outsourced vendors and collaborators. They may have given you a signed document that everything is in line, everything is okay, but still you should study it to see if there is something out of trend or something which is, looking abnormal or unusual. An analytical eye for seeing this. That's important, because sometimes it hints at some hidden problems which nobody would be aware of. And if we are able to capture this, then maybe we will be able to say, acha nahi, this is not much important, it's a stray case, or maybe it's an analytical error which is happening, or sometimes it might hint to larger problems. So it could have been arrested. If the alarm is raised pretty much earlier, we can avoid and avert so many disasters later on. So ultimately the corporate management though is responsible for ensuring the quality, safety and integrity. Now this is a ideal dialogue statement put in all guidelines. What actually it means is when we want to translate this statement into our shop floor, we say it is all about pharmaceutical quality system, PQS, which talks about quality risk management and QBD and SOPs. That is why I have been stressing on QBD, and you must be thinking, अरे ये तो human error का training है, इसमें QBD को इतना क्यों बोला जा रहा है? Without that, nothing can be executed. And again, I'm repeating, it is not to impress the auditor or the reviewer, ki, oh, we are great. You know, you say those fancy terms, QBD, DOE. They just recommended that to you because they want you to understand your processes and the risks involved therein. Everything they will not do, right? Their job is just to see, are you really doing it? If you say you are doing it, are you doing it through a procedure which is recommended? Yesterday we talked about quality by review. If one was quality by design, the reviewer is also reviewing the dossier with these things in mind. So if he sees these things are not there in the dossier, he may ask you questions, how are you ensuring this? So the queries received on that kind of dossier would be different than what is received on the dossier, which clearly talks about, hey, I have got a QBT and quality risk assessment procedure in place, and I also attach it in my document, and I am ensuring that the development report, the technology transfer dossier is taking care of all those risk elements, and if there are any problems, I am immediately reassessing and upgrading my risk management or evaluation system. So again, that creates a good impression in front of the reviewer. Management is responsible for determining causes of violations and deviations, okay, for preventing their recurrence and for preventing other violations and deviations because of that deviation. So this is most of the time, instead of blame game, it is management. Like yesterday we were talking, okay, something happened, so what was the supervisor doing? Or what was the mentor doing? Or what was the person who oversees the entire process doing if some slackness was there? For example, somebody did not enter, there was a power failure, because even today, at least in API industry I've seen, even after 30 years of my experience in pharma industry, you would be surprised to see that the operator or the guy who is charging batches is still not entering the batch manufacturing records contemporary. बाद में लिख लेंगे, बाद में enter कर लेंगे आराम से. And the API manufacturing process, those of you who are conversant, involves at least 20-25 pages of PMR because there are operations for each step, multiple operations, multiple steps, right? So when this happens, that violation happens, okay, so that guy did not enter simultaneously. He said, बाद में कर लेंगे, memory में रख लेंगे, या एक rough sheets, loose sheets, if they are discovered by the auditor, you have had it then at that point. Because they know कि पहले आप rough sheet पे लिखता है, जैसे हम लोग पहले rough करते हैं ना, उसके बाद fair करते हैं उसको, अच्छा अच्छा लिख के, अच्छा अच्छा चीज़ रखो, बाकी चीज़ हटा दो, right? So it's okay when you are sending your resume to a company for applying for a job कि भाई गलत गलत या जो थोड़ा सा वैसा है हटा दो, अच्छा अच्छा चीज़ लिख दो. But when you do this in the batch production record, and when they say अच्छा loose sheet में लिखा था, sometimes they said somebody asked in one of, because I have accompanied so many FDA inspectors in my own companies. I was at the corporate, so I used to accompany them when they used to go for the audits at the site. So they used to say अच्छा तो are you using loose sheets? No, हम तो बहुत बढ़िया है, हम जो SOP में लिखा है वही करता है, हम थोड़ी लूज शीट करते हैं, हम तो साथ ही साथ एंटर करता है. अच्छा ठीक है, ओके. उसने डस्टबिन का वो दबा के ना डस्टबिन खोला. The loose sheet was crumpled जिसमें कुछ weight लिखा. I'm telling you a live which happened in front of me, and I got red with embarrassment there. अभी क्या बोलें, क्या करें? Then there was a simple standard operating procedure. When we talk about human errors, so the QC guy जब वो sampling करता है या जब वो कुछ कर रहा है तो gloves का use था, okay? He's supposed to wear gloves and use the various reagents during the testing. And the SOP wrote that the gloves are for one-time use. Once you carry out the QC test for the particular API or particular product, whatever you're doing, then you're supposed to discard those gloves and take a fresh set of gloves if you want to do a second analysis or something. So I think it was 10:30 in the morning when this guy, the FDA inspector, 7 feet tall guy, and he was very upset at that time because of one reason. I'll tell you why. उन दिनों ये पंजाब और ये that was in Mohali, and Punjab had been declared a dry state by the government कि publicly you cannot sell this thing. Now this guy is asking me, why is it dry here? Why is it dry? I said, boss, you are in India. जो government का order है वो है dry. So then, okay, so he walked in. He was very jolly and very, this fellow. He came and he was quite experienced also, operation guy. So he said, they asked that person, acha, so how many analyses have you done since morning? He proudly said 3. It's 10:45. So he said 3. I said, good. So for every analysis, you made sure na you're following the SOP and you use the gloves one time. He said, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Okay. So then he asked him the next, see how they trap you. And then he asked him, so that guy was gaining confidence कि देखो हम कितना impress कर दिया auditor को है ना ये वो. अच्छा, तो third question he asked, so this is a third experiment you are doing ना, right? So that means there must be 2 pairs of discarded gloves in the dustbin. अब चुप वो. तो he said, where is the dustbin? तो इसके पहले पे कुछ बोलता वो गया उस dustbin को, उसमें एक भी discarded glove नहीं था. Is not this a human error? For this, does someone need to be told कि क्या करना चाहिए, क्यों करना चाहिए? These are as small and as huge as this. So these things are extremely important. Deviations हो रहा है तो क्यों हो रहा है? अरे भाई आपने उसको train कर दिया. स्कूल में या कॉलेज में या जब हम पढ़ते हैं institutions में, we are a class of say 40 people, example. The same teacher or the same professor is there. The same course is there. Why somebody is getting 80%, why somebody is getting 40%? The perception. A kid perceives everything in an honest way, we don't. Why can't I copy people who are honest today, even if they are 2%? And why do I believe in taking shortcuts? Like, नीचे से ये देख के वो करवा लो. Because मुझे भी तो काम करवाना है, क्या करें? बैठे रहें क्या? In one of the episodes, I mean, I had to go overseas and for some reason the necessary documents which had to come from there for getting the visa, they sent it at some wrong address. So naturally वो process नहीं हो पाया and I thought I'll have to cancel the trip. So then they asked me, अरे, because it was a conference organized there. But then I got a call कि we have still not received. Sir, what? I have not received anything from you, so I thought you were not intending to call me or something. Then they said, no, we had sent this, but it went to some, कुछ pin code गलत होगा, it went to some wrong address. I said, fine. So अभी express visa करवाना पड़ेगा, ये करवाना पड़ेगा. तो what do you do? तो सब कुछ हो गया. फिर वो consultant का मेरे पास फोन आया कि you'll have to bribe the guy who issues the visa. क्यों? मैं क्यों bribe करूँ उसको? कहते नहीं, we'll pay you that bribe. We'll reimburse you the bribe. So I did it. So actually, I am also contributing in that malpractice for my own vested interest. जितना आपका conscious allow करता है, जितना आप जैसे yesterday what Dr. Satya was telling. Okay, so he was stressed. The bus was about to leave, and there were some other external and internal influencers. So he did some error in entering the AR number or whatever it was, document number. Apply same thing when you are writing a check. Would you do that? So this is what it is all about mostly, and this is what drives supposed human errors, which can be harmless also at times, or sometimes they can be detrimental for everybody, not only for you. And again, penalizing the person or chucking them out from the company would only satisfy the ego of the management. यार मैंने देखो इसको हटा दिया. Yeah, now does that guarantee that those things will not be repeated? You never went to see what the corrective actions should have been taken and how the counseling should have done. And most of the time, as rightly it was pointed out yesterday, let's avoid taking names. किसने किया? क्या किया वो important है. How many of you are fans of Mahatma Gandhi? Honestly हाथ उठाना. Honestly हाथ उठाना. एक भी नहीं उठा. I am happy to see that. Anyway, he said some dialogue, पता नहीं उन्होंने बोला या किसी और ने बोला. Kill the sin, not the sinner. तो गांधी जी में से भी एक तो बात मैं अपना जगह पर प्लेस पे अप्लाई करती हूँ. Because I would like to be practiced it the same way on myself if tomorrow I do an error. Like I did, I told you. वो documents उधर ही रह गया था मेरा टेबल पे. Right? Those kinds of things. So this is the temperament which the management and the quality oversight is all about this only, overseeing the procedures and seeing violations हो रहा है तो क्यों हो रहा है? It's your company, you will only give the resolution now of that. Reprimanding somebody, punishing somebody or blacklisting somebody in front of others कि यार ये तो ठीक से काम नहीं करता, And then when you go to another company, the HR would ask you, why are you leaving the company? So there are standard answers, stagnancy हो गया था, या मतलब मुझे मेरा dues नहीं मिला. बोलेगा नहीं यार, हमने तो पता किया आपका पूरा, हमने background ये वो पूछताछ किया है, and what we have discovered is that there was a blunder which you did in that company. HR asks these questions to people. So many a times they have to give 2 or 3 references. So I have been receiving references from the people who used to work in my teams in various companies. कि मैम वो ये पूछेगा तो आप उसको जरा ठीक से बता देना कि actually हुआ क्या था to the HR guy who's doing a background check on you. So this is the extent of things happening. So seriously, that is why the regulators are insisting that quality oversight systems are not in place. अभी वो आप employees को और cross functional technical heads को बोलना बंद करके पहले अपने आप को ठीक करो. In the sense, please do what you need to do as a management, as the owner of the company. And of course, the effectiveness of the current corporate quality system to achieve overall compliance with GMP, I devise a method. I'll get up in the morning early so that I'm able to do yoga. I'm able to take a walk before I start my online office. I have worked out an SOP, but I have to periodically check what's happening. Now, I did a background check. I'm not used to sleeping early in the night. So it's difficult for me to get up early morning. If I don't get up, I miss all these things. If I get up, I keep on feeling drowsy whole day. So I have to reassess, यार ये ठीक नहीं लग रहा, कुछ थोड़ा सा इसको change करते हैं, कुछ करते हैं. That is what precisely the corporate management has to do with respect to their quality oversight norms. Don't you agree? Don't you think these are important? ये कभी-कभी हमको खुद को समझ में नहीं आता what's happening. And then I was told, अरे तो क्या हो गया, रात को 10 बजे लाइट बंद करके सो जाओ ना. So I'm not used to. I mean, my system is not used to. Tips. Would anybody like to add some tips here? Slide number 23. हाँ, at the end of the day, certificate नहीं मिलेगा जब तक tips नहीं आएगा. At least one tip from all participants. Please write down. What do you think as tips? Slide 23. Certificates, I will present to you only when I get at least one tip from you, all of you. Okay, so basically understanding of the process so that quality of output can be predicted at every stage during development, scale up and technology transfer. Then specifications and STPs of all raw materials, RSM. What is RSM? Good, excellent. In-process monitoring, all sorts of tests which you need to do. Then intermediates, packaging, etc., established during development stage, quality risk management, critical quality attributes, critical operating parameters, critical process parameters, all this are part of QBD, quality by design. Analytical department, people must be here from analytical department also. Yeah, so naturally I'm sure that you all must be incorporating QBD elements during analytical method development and validation also. Sure, you are? You are writing it in the validation report also? Okay, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Even for formulation, you have analytical method validation. The point is that are you incorporating at least some, if not all, of the quality by design elements, particularly for analytical method development and validation? That's the question. If not, please do try to go back and if you are practicing, then do also, if you mention it in the, like I am mentioning it in my, development report and my DMF that I'm following QBD, I have this SOP, I'm following it for these stages. I'm also following the quality by design approach while developing and validating analytical test methods for APIs. Same thing you please do for formulations also, because this is, okay, it is preferred. Right now it's not mandatory, but tomorrow they might ask for this. No? And there is no harm in doing this, because I do agree it creates additional pressure of additional experiments, additional data generation. The more the merrier. The more things you do, you have to generate all, because everything has to be documented. So it becomes a big. It has a big bearing on your daily routine, daily activities. But believe me, it is a one-time thing. If you set these things together, if a protocol or a performa is set, okay, QBT elements XYZ will be included. So then they will automatically be done for all of the method validation reports which are being generated, besides other documents also where QBD is expected and preferred. Okay, so I get the signal that the session is ended. Thank you very much for your attention. I think we'll join for the next session subsequently. Ashish.
Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At BlueTech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today.
Let's have some inputs at the end of the day today with ये मैं हाथ में ले लेती हूँ. Okay, so welcome back everybody. So at the end of the day today, we hope to have certain tips, and let's discuss also these along with whatever we have been discussing up till now. We spoke about the management and quality control units with respect to their responsibilities and accountabilities, and what it effectively hints at, that it is actually a combined effort. Nobody is individually responsible for it, yet at the other end, everybody needs to do their respective individual responsibilities and commitments in an honest way, in a way which is talking of integrity, again as a person, as an individual, as a team member, and as a company. So we saw the, the risk assessment things which need to be managed. Now, yesterday we had touched base upon advantages of appropriate and adequate CAPA, corrective action and preventive action. Believe me, after training issues, after data integrating issues, after computer system validation aspect issues, CAPA investigations and CAPA are the major reasons for maximum 483s and in fact maximum warning letters which are being issued by FDA and other global authorities like Europe, etc. And they are not restricted to a particular company or a particular country. It's global, worldwide. As I said, on the freedom of information section, if you have the time, whenever you have the time, and you are able to browse through at the FDA site, at the European site, you will be able to see that the maximum sort of concerns which have been raised by different authorities, they are hovering around these 5 or 6 aspects only. So, CAPA is essentially the link between quality risk assessment by definition and quality by design. Because of the understanding of the risks associated with your process, you have designed your process, you have built in the quality in such a way that you get a consistent product in terms of yield, in terms of quality, and the quality is not being just tested at the end, it is being built in, it is being designed. And what are the basic advantages of corrective and preventive action? The product or process variability is explored using this tool. What does it mean? What is variability? Something which is out of trend, something which is out of what happens normally with the batches in terms of yield, in terms of quality and other aspects. If there is a variation, how do we find out why this variation occurred? First of all, if we are able to assign a root cause, we will be able to design in the first go or the first attempt only the corrective and preventive action. But in case we are not able to identify the root cause, as happens in the most of the cases, then in that case this becomes a tool. We will have to do hit and trial by putting 2 or 3 options in the corrective action plan. I mean, this has to be worked out, and then ruling out what is not actual reason of variability, and then shortlisting what can be, and accordingly arrive at a adequate corrective action and subsequently by the preventive action, so that there is no repetition of the similar kind of problem there. Now, yesterday we had talked about this only. So, have some of you tried to enlist some of the things, or no, you couldn't find the time? If not, then maybe you can spend 10 minutes during the lunch time to do this also. As I said, certificate nahi milega jab tak iska answer nahi milega. Okay. Once again, I am putting up this slide, and I would like to have, in case you have some questions on this, or in case you want to give some suggestions or inputs on this particular slide. This is, as we all know, connected with the potential impurities which emanate out of the unique manufacturing process for active pharmaceutical ingredients, and ultimately these impurities are the ones which are being carried down to the formulation once the API is formulated. Sorry, yeah. So here there is a lot of scope for errors, again not necessarily human errors, but where all, why all. What happens is, okay, by virtue of the process you have the process impurities coming out, which will be unique for every route of synthesis. That is fine, that is your process, you own the process. So the first thing which we talk is, what are the theoretical potential impurities by virtue of using that particular route of synthesis, those many steps, those many permutation and combination of reagents, etc., etc. Then other subtopic which comes under the impurity profile section, which we write in the dossier. Okay, these are the potential impurities by theory, by science. But what are the actual impurities being observed in your product when you are making this at your site? So we normally make a table, okay, potential impurities these, actual impurities observed these, and then we give a scientific justification and logic why these potential impurities are not being generated by our process. Even if they are being generated theoretically, they are being taken care of by having appropriate workup procedures, etc., etc., right? And even if they are coming at below detection levels or something. So that all has to be captured in much detail like this under the impurity profile section of both the drug master file, which is for APIs, and also under the impurity sections of the dossier, the formulation dossier, because API is the heart of formulation. The pharmacological activity which is coming into your formulation is because of the API, right? So whatever impurities, process impurities, degradation impurities, etc., are being observed in the formulation, they are coming from API. So this information has to be put in both the dossiers under the drug substance also and drug product also. So this talks about the process, the potential impurities and the actual impurities, and then you do the segregation, the impurities categorized as process impurities or degradation impurities. The intrinsic stability of the API is mentioned there. First, you mention the whatever is available through the literature or the any reference on the net, or you also talk about you have also studied the intrinsic stability of your API by doing force degradation studies. Now, those are done also when we are doing the method development, analytical method development and validation, and then we say that the degradation pathway of the API is such and such. We have done the force degradation studies, we describe under what all conditions, and this is the value. Like for example, this is sensitive to water, it is hygroscopic, what degradation is occurring on thermal, when we are doing thermal degradation, oxidative degradation, etc., which you all know what is the norm. So then we talk about list the process impurity and the degradation impurity. Then what happens, if the product is official in the monograph, we compare it with the impurities provided in the monograph. If it is not official, then of course it will only be connected with the in-house impurities. Then other than the basic chemical impurities, the organic impurities, the process impurities, degradation impurities, etc., we move over to the inorganic impurities. Then we talk about now if the API in question happens to be a polymorph, happens to have different polymorphic forms, then it is mandatory that we clearly declare that what polymorph is being generated by our own unique manufacturing process. These small things are missed out, and when these things come as queries, either over the dossier or as 483 observations with respect to inspections, then we feel that, oh, it was such a small thing, why couldn't we mention it? So there somewhere something is lacking. So yesterday when we were talking about, is there a checklist? There is a checklist. When there is a checklist, how come while development time and while signing of the development report and transferring the technology to the production, why this was missed out? Either it was not there in the checklist, or if it was, that means the checklist is inadequate, not good enough, or if it was there, then why it was not followed, why it was skipped, or why it was missed. Like we were talking yesterday about lapse, slip, all those things. That is where those things become pertinent. Now, when I or any one of you, when you are traveling, don't you have a checklist? My air ticket, my mobile number, my Aadhaar card, etc., etc., etc. Nothing should be missed. Even if a single thing is mixed, you might end up in trouble. Why not the same attitude here? When I am writing a development report, have I ensured that whatever is in the, again, checklist is also made by humans. So while guiding as a regulatory head, while guiding the cross-functional team, it might happen that I miss something, writing something in the checklist. So that person can remind me na, कि अरे ये भी तो होना चाहिए या होता है, rather than saying कि रेगुलेटरी डिपार्टमेंट को तो चेकलिस्ट भी देना नहीं आता, आप हमको सही चेकलिस्ट नहीं देगा तो हाउ डू यू एक्सपेक्ट अस टू वर्क? अरे यू आर नॉट किड्स भाई, I'll guide you to cross the road, you give put your things also ना. हाँ, you can tell me कि मिस हो गया तो मैं अपने एंड से वो करेक्शन कर लूँगी. I'll take the corrective action from my end. At the end of the day, I and my team, they are also human beings only, right? So polymorph. So now one thing I want to highlight here, whenever we are dealing with polymorphic APIs and we are dealing with formulations who are using those APIs for 2 or 3 reasons, maybe for patent infringement issues or for some particular reason for choosing the polymorph of the API to formulate, for whatsoever commercial reasons or technical reasons, the specification of the API has to have a specific test for polymorph contamination in terms that what polymorph is being produced in a major way by the manufacturer. You can never produce 100% polymorphically pure compound. Please mind it, it's chemistry, right? So the formulator is going to give the specific requirement to the API from where they are taking the API, whether it is in-house or outsourced, that I want this particular polymorph up to this extent. Another discussion which needs to be put in here is that, okay, if there are 5 polymorphs, they are such that the undesirable polymorphs are probably not harmful to the formulation, they are neutral, or there is some category of the polymorph which is harmful for the formulation or for the end user. So I need to limit that particular polymorph below X acceptance criteria. Now, when we talk about the test of polymorph in the specification, we have to be absolutely clear that the test for the polymorph is again done by the analytical test method is validated, it's validated method, and it has to be submitted as a part of dossier. Many a times we claim we are making form 1, form 2, example, whatever way you give the nomenclature of the polymorph, and this is being supported by the analytical method validation report. These are the results which we are having, and it is falling well within the established criteria. Earlier, when we sent the dossiers, we said, okay, there is the STP is attached, the test method is attached. They say, okay, provide where is the method validation report, where is it? So one had to work on validating the test method for polymorphic purity also. Then you have chiral impurities. Now this would be applicable to those APIs which have chiral center, otherwise it's not applicable, simply write not applicable. Then there can be impurities emanating from filter aids, from solvents. Now this is not only individual residual solvents, but sometimes because in APIs you are using a multitude of solvents at various stages. So sometimes cross reaction occurs between two solvents during the processing and manufacturing. So some untoward solvent might be detected in your compound, though you are not using that particular solvent directly in the manufacturing process. So we have to give a write-up that these are the solvents used, and nowadays you have such highly sensitive methods, GC methods, by which you immediately get to know how many peaks are coming and what you can attribute those peaks to whatever solvents, right? So I'll give one example here, live example. Now this was about the year 2005 or something. So there was one compound, cefpodoxime proxetyl. So we were using two solvents in that process. One was, I think, isopropyl alcohol, the other was ethyl acetate or something. So what happened was, okay, so everything was done, and the dossier was submitted in first the US market, from where we got the approval also of the formulation using the API, our own API. And the next the management said, okay, now you put this product in the European market and China also. No problem. So we were confident that, okay, the technical review has been done, and we have been granted approval in US, so by and large, this should not be a problem. So we just put it in the necessary format as per that country and submitted. Europe also, eventually, after the review, they gave the approval. From China, we received a query. They said in the residual solvent GC report, the validation report which you have attached with the dossier, we are seeing a peak, and that too it was to a significant extent. I mean, you could see it in the gas chromatograph, the GC chromatogram itself. You have not attributed this to any solvent, so what is this? And now, when we received that query, we said, oh my God, why couldn't we see this, while reviewing the, so first it was, ye kya hai? So as usual, the trend goes, I was called by my boss, क्या भाई तुमको किस लिए बीच में बताया हुआ है, तुमको ये पीक दिखाई नहीं दिया, उधर से देखो क्वेरी है. मैंने कहा सर मुझे तो नहीं दिखाई दिया, लेकिन जिसने किया उसको भी नहीं दिखाई दिया. और एनालिटिकल वाला जिसने 3 लोगों ने साइन मारा है, checked by, reviewed by, approved by, and the most important part is this, that the process owner of that API, he is not bothered कि मेरे कंपाउंड में ये क्या पी कर रहा है. तो आप सबसे पहले मेरे को डांट रहे हो. Yes, I am also responsible. I should, if somebody missed it, I should have seen it. So at that time, as I told you, that hota hai na, why me, why me, why me? Okay, so fine, no problem. So anyway, I thought, chalo, abhi us din mood off ho gaya, ghar gaya, yaar, aaj itna daant pad gaya for a thing for which I am not directly responsible. Anyway, no problem. So then we started, we coordinated with our analytical team and the process scientists. And they were, the first impression was this, my God, something which the US and European, regulators could not see or point out. Imagine that, how sharp the Chinese brains are when they are reviewing something, because they are fiercely protective of their domestic market. They don't want Indian dossiers to be approved there. That is the motivation. So then when it was, the chemistry, etc. was studied, so it was found that actually isopropyl alcohol and ethyl acetate were cross-reacting with each other to form isopropyl acetate. It was identified and it was then conveyed. And we apologize that, this should have been seen by, our team, and thanks for this thing. And we gave them the necessary justification and documents, and finally it got approved there also. So this is the way. Now you tell me, kiska error hai ye? Speak loudly. Everyone's. It's a human error. Purely human error. Isn't it? So this is how it happened. And this, what is the learning? Next time onwards, I used to take a lens and see the GC chromatogram कि इसमें कोई peak तो नहीं दिख रहा जो कि unaccounted है. That's how I became alert because I got scolded for that. So this is the kind of sincerity and dedication. जैसे हम लोग जब छोटे होते हैं तो आजकल तो नहीं होता, but our parents used to give us a slap or here कि क्या, this was for our betterment only. So actually this all is for the betterment. You know, we need to realize, though at that time we tend to think differently. So this all matters when you're talking about the impurity profile, and see how crucial this can be. And they were right in asking that. Then they said, tweak your manufacturing process to reduce this. They did some experiments at the lab scale, and they said, boss, it's not possible to do that. But this is surely not present at levels which are acceptable. पहले तो वो identify ही नहीं था कि वो है क्या, what is it, you know. So this is the way we learn. So I have not forgotten that episode in my life ever, even today. Okay, so then of course you have byproducts, side products, then you have various impurities which are inherent and inevitable in the starting material, and the CRM is the critical raw materials which are involved in the manufacturing process. Then you would have naturally metal residues. You are using so many, you know, sometimes most of the time we are using catalysts in the API manufacturing. So you have to check for all those metal residues. Degradation products, genotoxic impurities. Since 2008 onwards, a very systematic approach was taken with respect to genotoxic impurities, also elemental impurities, and now nitrosamine impurities also. In case of nitrosamine impurities, they were always existing, but the alertness and the awareness and the criticalities involved came into picture just about 2-3 years back, you know. So now it is considered mandatory that you have to do due diligence with respect to all those products where there is likelihood of having the nitrosamine impurities. So this way, these are the ones which I could list out, generally speaking, which cover the more or less entire impurity profile of the API. So please pay heed to these small things. And particularly when you are outsourcing any API, as I mentioned yesterday, last month I have done a consultancy assignment with a company which is outsourcing API, and it is also getting the formulation using that API made elsewhere. I mean, they are not the direct manufacturers of the DP. So they told me to review the applicant parts of the drug master file with respect to API information, which would ultimately be a part of their ANDA submission, and that's their first ANDA which they are attempting. So I reviewed the entire thing, and I asked them the impurity profile which was described in the applicant's part was too scarce. It didn't have any information with respect to this. So then they have been told to supplement that API because the formulation team went ahead. They have already made the formulation. They have put the batches on stability of the formulation, and they are ready to file the ANDA. And they approached me just about a couple of months back to do that. So now it's too late to really, take a call on any of those things. But then this is how, it happens. They said, no, we had given it to some other consultant, and we even got a GMP audit done of that API site with respect to the DMF. So I said, fine, good. So what was the, report, the audit report? So first they were not able to, because they themselves had not seen it. I said, fine, you forward it to me, let me have a look at it. So I reviewed that report, and believe me, that report had some very, very major GMP non-conformances, which the auditor had said minor. And that included deletion of audit trails. And that is labeled as minor, no impact. And when I saw that report, then I rang up the owner of the company and said, look here, this is a serious issue out here now. The ANDA will never be approved till your site is, inspected, and you see this. Your audit report itself is inadequate and not up to mark. So this is how it happens. So one needs to, that's why I said, particularly for those people and particularly for people who are not people, I would say companies mostly are now into outsourcing. I tend to get literally everything outsourced now. There was a time when I was working with companies who made their own APIs, use the same APIs for our own formulation. So we were accountable and we had control of most of the things, and we could respond to these kinds of issues on a faster track because it's all within our reach. But if I am outsourcing few of the activities, and as stressed yesterday also, if I'm not having a clearly written down quality or technical agreement with the vendor, that who would be responsible for these kinds of things? Now suppose query will definitely come. So who is going to now reply to that? Because I'm not manufacturing the API on my own, I don't own the process. And the source or the vendor who has supplied the API, they say, yeah, we are not capable of so much of work and this thing. So this thing should have been judged when the vendor was being approved and explored for this particular ANDA. Then I said, fine, now go back again. Please let me know what are clauses you have had with respect to these kinds of issues in your vendor development SOP and approval SOP. So first they are not sharing, it is confidential. I said, you have a CDA in place. Either you tell me, I'm asking you what is there. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm just giving you an advice. You will be the sufferers if in this case. So then they said, okay, I will send you the vendor SOP, and also we are sending you our vendor audit report. We audited the vendor and then we put it in the approved vendor list. Fine. Now when I saw that report, it was literally not focusing on any of the critical issues. So there it is a lack of systems, it is a lack of checklists. The checklists were copied and pasted from somewhere, but as per those checklists, the due diligence has not been done by them. अब बोलो, अब क्या करें? So that is why, irrespective whether you are in formulation, irrespective whether you are in the parent company, or even if you are in the vendor company, as a vendor, you would like to have maximum clients, right? So why not go for compliance with respect to these issues? So unless you understand this, you will not be able to judge that. That's the important point here. So this is again the recap from yesterday with respect to risk management. The basics as per the guidelines need to be revisited because current requirements need to be a part. I'm not saying change your SOPs or QMS every day, but you should have an SOP which defines a periodicity. One is a general periodicity, maybe 2 years, 6 months, whatever, 1 year, and sometimes certain things have to be done much before that based on the kind of changes. For example, suddenly some monograph has changed, or some acceptance criteria have been tightened, or some additional risk assessment things need to be done due to COVID, supply chain, your vendors, because everything is disrupted. So those things need to be at least incorporated in your quality management system, because that is the starting point of the entire activities inculcating down across all departments, all sites. So building in right through development, it doesn't happen at the fag end. You have to do all these things during development, scale up and technology transfer. And as we discussed, the precursors for risk assessment, deviation management, reporting and investigating. This is all linked. Manufacturing process, analytical methods both, learning from customer complaint, non-conformances, audit inspection observations, and also learning from deficiencies from regulatory authorities, both with respect to the regulatory review of the dossier which you are submitting as a marketing application, or the inspection of your manufacturing facilities for GMP compliance. Good documentation practices, we have been talking yesterday also, and in fact I have taken a couple of sessions and also will be taking in future this good documentation practices not only with the industry professionals and friends, but with, as I just mentioned, the academic institutions, because they do not have any module specifically which even tells them what are the main documents which are involved when we are going for marketing the drug, and what are the QBT elements which need to be a part of those documents. So this would, the starting point would obviously be the good documentation practices need to include QBT approach demands that, and most commonly these are not followed. The documentation, proper documentation, complete documentation, or the updated documentation. So this is what leads to various human errors, because there would be some people at least who would always see, okay, what is the SOP, how am I supposed to do? And suppose it is missing there, then naturally I mean, you cannot really blame ki like, he didn't do it. So there's a master list of SOPs of the company quality management system, which incorporates relevant QBT elements, particularly so with respect to outsourced activities, as we discussed, quality and technical. And also I mentioned yesterday, 3 years before I had done a workshop in Hyderabad only that was purely on quality oversight aspect. So this took a lot of things. I had detailed, what are the expectations of European and US authorities with respect to what should be in the technical agreement or the, the quality agreement between the parent company and the outsourced vendor company from which we are outsourcing our services. So this has to incorporate relevant QBT elements, quality and technical agreement with the CMOs, CROs, analytical testing labs and the like. They need to be specifically ensuring that the QBT elements are incorporated. QBT is not the responsibility only of the parent company. From the places where you are taking your raw material or from the places where you are outsourcing materials or services, they also need to have quality by design. Otherwise what is going to happen, any non-conformance or non-consistency at their end is going to impact you at the end of the day, right? Because you are the ones who are using their raw material to make your product. And of course, most important, everything is in place, everything is okay, but the implementation thereof and distribution to both the relevant cross-functional teams of your own company who will be impacted by the documents or who need to follow those documents, and the outsourced sites also. They need to be conversant with what is the latest document, what is the latest agreement and expectation. Many a times, as we discussed yesterday, sometimes people forget to distribute it. They say, why do I have to distribute this thing to the purchase department? Because purchase department is the one who is actually coordinating with vendors and suppliers to acquire services or materials. That's why. So precursors to global marketing authorization applications as ANDAs, decentralized procedures, MRPs, national procedures, etc., are product development reports, as we discussed, of the drug substance, the drug product, analytical method validation reports, technology transfer dossiers, any add-ons, supplements or errata to those reports, and production mini report which says, okay, I have I have scaled up the process appropriately and I am getting the desired yield and the desired quality as mentioned by the research team. So this is just a pictorial presentation of what we discussed. And the key documents for quality by design under good documentation practices are as listed. We discussed this briefly yesterday also. Now what is important is, what has to be taken note of is that not documenting what is done and not doing what is expected as per documents enlisted, this is the biggest human error. Serious concern with respect to authenticity of data and used as a powerful weapon to ban, blacklist or penalize organizations and responsible personnel. This all happens when this is done, and this is certainly a very, very serious and I would say unethical error. Okay, so how many E's? अभी नहीं काउंट करना, कल भी काउंट करने को बोला था. Okay, so just revisiting a few of the limitations of humans. Attention. That means आप लोग attention नहीं पे कर रहा, आप लोग भी human error किया कल. कितना ease है slide में, nobody saw that. Anyway, just in a lighter mode, please don't take it seriously. Okay, so attention may be limited in duration or focus, especially if attention must be spread mind into too many things, because of which we are not able to pay heed to what we should have paid heed, resulting in certain things. Now, I'm sure certain online delegates are also, attached with us here. So a couple of days before, we traveled for this thing, I got a call from one of the company from where persons are probably participating as online delegates. So they wanted to understand what all solutions, what types of solutions are we going to get for the human errors. I said for that first we have to discuss what kind of human errors. There's not a prototype thing ki it's not RBI. If you don't do this 5 बार से ज़्यादा ATM से निकाला तो ये हो जाएगा. So you have to really come up. Then I asked them what sort of errors are you facing, or you want some inputs, you can let me know so that I'll try to incorporate it, by way of some examples in this thing. So they said we have an SOP for some activity of formulation, some dissolution or something, where you're supposed to shake the vial 5 times at least to get a transparent solution and then go ahead with whatever test is being done. So I said fine, good. So I said then what? It's like, there are some of the analysts who are not shaking it 5 times, they are shaking it 3 times or they are shaking it 7 times. And then I said, okay, so how do you know that they were shaking it only 3 times? That means somebody was standing and seeing, no, there's some problem occurred. So when it was, like the postmortem was done, the analyst was questioned and most likely, little bit strictly. So then he must have said, I didn't do it 5 times, I did it 2 times, or I didn't even do it at all, I didn't shake at all. So there was some settlement or sedimentation down which resulted in some this thing. So how do we handle that? Anybody can answer ये situation कैसे कर सकते हैं? Sorry? No, that's fine. Checklist says 5 times you have to do, fine. But the individual is not doing it 5 times. So you wouldn't have a person standing seeing कि वो 5 times कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है. No, fine. Protocol is there. Like the protocol spells out that okay, whatever you have to shake it manually or whatever, as long as it's not automated or something. Otherwise, so normally automatic वो machines में आप vials रखते हो तो करते हैं. But suppose the automation is not there for that particular thing. Sorry? Yeah, risk assessment is also done. Then why that person is not doing has to be asked. Yeah. And as we discussed, like behavior you cannot anticipate. You cannot say कि okay, like we say कि कितना करोगे, कितना झूठ बोलोगे या कितना non-compliance करोगे. Nobody can limit that. So what happens is, right, so the person who is what is it that you need to sensitize the persons, the impact of, first of all, why do you need to do that? अगर आप उसको समझाएंगे, तो probably he'll be in a position to appreciate and remember it also while executing. But if you just put a checklist and say, hey, this is what you have to follow, तो उसको समझ में नहीं आएगा उसका क्या relevance है, वो सोचेगा चलो ठीक है ऐसा ही लिख दिया होगा. You're right there. So we are supposed to discuss it as this thing. You know what? Most of the time, what I was used to do once a month probably. I used to, these kinds of things. I used to tell the guys who were, doing these things, you can maybe you can list some 5 issues, and on that we can sit as a cross function, this thing, and we can debate and brainstorm there. Kaise kare. So like as somebody said, like, is it necessary to shake it 5 times? First of all, if it is necessary, then why it has not been put as a critical processing parameter? There's the lacking. Because critical process parameter होगा तो अपने आप बंदे को होगा कि यार मेरे को करना है, and they would be a double check from the supervisor also कि this is being done, rather than जब कुछ मतलब results में problem आया, then you go back and find out कि it happened because of this. And it's this is just one example. There can be many more such examples also. Then memory, we talked about working memory. It's limited, especially when active processing of information is required. So you're not able to focus on what you should focus. So that's a problem. You weighed the, some particular standard for say 0.52 grams example or milligrams, whatever, and you don't make a note of it contemporaneously in your notebook or your, BPR or whatever. And then you say, okay, I'll put it in. शाम को क्या होता है वो 0.52 का आपको याद रहेगा 0.5 के बाद क्या था 3 था 4 था. So even those small quantities can have a detrimental effect. You are all aware of those things. Situation awareness. This is what we are talking. Situation awareness refers to a person's perception of what's happening around them. Is it just for the sake of blame game that I am being accused of something, or there is something which I need to understand, and everything cannot be done in a training. Please understand this. How much will you capture? There are limitations with respect to time and with respect to absorbing that. You also have to assimilate what is being taught in the training. So please try after this session is over and once the presentations are shared with you, if you read it again and again, now you will be able to appreciate and perceive and understand lot many more things than right now what you are assimilating, right? Then of course automaticity, consistent overlearned responses may become automatic and completed without conscious thought. I know everything, I am very good, nobody can challenge me. So this is the attitude which causes problems. And stress and fatigue, as we discussed yesterday. So can you relate to any of these? Please go back, retrospect and think, can you relate to any of these limitations within yourself or within your teams? Do your SOPs and training program on soft skills along with technical due diligence with respect to these factors. And one should also learn to accept and acknowledge. If you don't want to acknowledge publicly, acknowledge to yourself, ki yaar, I should not have done this. Next time I'll make sure that at least this doesn't happen from my end. So these things go a long way. And again, I'm repeating, it's not possible to do everything via the training. It's not also possible to write down everything as a protocol and SOP. Kitna likhenge? Like, do I write that whenever you are talking to your, in some of the companies, they refer to regulatory department and CQA department as police and detective dushman departments. They are here to take out the faults. So do you talk to the dushman departments by smiling? So do I write that in an SOP? That smile karna chahiye jab aap ek dusra se baat kar rahe. And sometimes the conflict management is another soft skill training which I take. The conflict management sometimes is so great, within heads of departments of cross functions, that the HR has to take both of them out for a dinner, and HR has to join them. नहीं तो उधर ही कुछ वो हो जाए वहाँ पे. So even these kinds of things. So I don't know. You can go back to your HR and tell them if you are facing these kinds of problems, and they'll surely give you a negative rating for that in your appraisal, and probably आपका शायद demotion भी हो सकता है. So be a little careful. No, but these things are seriously, this has happened again in one of the companies. The R&D head and the QA head and the analytical head, those three had to be taken by the senior most HR persons to calm down, resolve and be reasonable with each other. Again, behavioral choices. How might we hinder compliance because of these kinds of behavior? We are attributing this to behavior problem of others. We should sometimes retrospect, are we also behaving like this? Sometimes, unknowingly most of the time. So on January 25th, 2000, Dr. Lee, who was a Harvard professor of health, he told the US Congress, this is just an example, an episode which I'm quoting here, that the single greatest impediment to error prevention in the medical industry is that we punish people for making mistakes. We punish people. We don't counsel. We don't, attempt other modes. We may be seen as punishing people for reporting their own mistakes. I did a mistake. I reported to my supervisor. So rather than handling it and of course telling me that please take care in future and all those things, if that person punishes me, then what will I do? I will also say कि ठीक है भाई मैं नहीं करता, देखते हैं क्या होता है and all those kinds of things. Or those of others driving practices underground. There are too many undercurrents also, right? There are people sitting to just see that who does the mistake and where am I supposed to put the blame game, and that is most of the time preparation. Those people have been preparing for these things, so because they have to join a monthly board meeting. So I am ready with the blame. पूछा जाएगा ये क्यों नहीं हुआ, so I know मुझे किसको blame करना है, right? Those kinds of things. Maybe removed from the action. So if somebody feels that some person is probably, for whatsoever reasons committing frequent errors in a particular department, you can easily shift him to some other department. You can counsel him, you can retrain him rather than removing from the action at least. So this is important. So is your organization also hindering compliance this way? That way you are not building up compliance capabilities, but you are demotivating people and probably instigating some sinister thoughts in the process. So please sensitize them with respect to various sorts of needs and the impact analysis. Please brainstorm typical episodes like this and come out with a solution. You don't need every time a counselor or an external trainer to do that. You can do it within yourselves. You can reach a consensus. And errors versus choices with respect to behavior. Our physical and mental limitations as humans can explain the unintentional errors we make. These may result in non-compliance or deviation, but they are not deliberate. And what about the, okay, so these are the unintended or inadvertent things. But what about the deliberate choices we make? We'll discuss this with examples. I don't know how much time do we have left. Anybody time? It's 12. Okay, so your session is at 12:30? Oh, yours is at after lunch. Okay, no problem. So it's 12 right now? Okay, no problem. I'll continue. So these were about the inadvertent choices. Now let's discuss some examples about deliberate choices we make. Now before I go to the next slide, how many of you make deliberate choices with respect to this? सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलेगा जब तक आंसर नहीं आएगा. Okay, you can probably share it with me on one-to-one on email or WhatsApp if you don't want to discuss it publicly, no problem. So punishing non-compliance. Should people be punished for deliberate non-compliance? Should they be held personally accountable for the error or for the debacle which has happened? One must consider and differentiate between unintentional errors, risky behavior, but reckless behavior. So what impact will this have in the long run? At least we will be able to measure these tendencies of individuals by the same yardstick. There is a difference between risky behavior. I would, again, without mentioning the company name, I would like to share another episode. My team member faced this problem. We were reviewing something, we were reviewing a dossier, and there was some error, or no, there was some clarity which was sought for from the analytical department. Okay, please explain this, this seems to be a mismatch with respect to, and of course, since we are not analytical experts, you can explain it to us, so that we are able to understand and appreciate it and include it in the dossier. So they must have asked or whatever, so that person should my team member, अरे जाओ ये तुमको समझ में नहीं आएगा, go back. तो he said, अरे भाई दे दो, बता दो, explain कर दो. Otherwise we'll have to spell it out when we are asked by the management, कि is the dossier ready? He will say no, certain clarifications we are awaiting from certain departments to link the dossier contents. Okay, so this happened. So one of the team members thought that I'll go and tackle that person. So he said कि ऐसा है सर कि अगर आप नहीं दोगे तो मुझे आपका नाम लिख के बोलना पड़ेगा कि भाई आपसे क्लैरिटी अवेटेड है. उसने इतना ही बोला. तो उसने बोला मेरा नाम मत लिखना, मैं पिटाई कर दूंगा. And that person was around 6 feet 4 inches tall and he had a very heavy husky voice. वो बच्चा मेरे पास आया, मेरे टीम का बोलता है ऐसा हो गया. मैंने कहा don't worry about it. So don't ask me, don't blame me. So this is a risky behavior. उसको लगा कि मैडम ये तो मेरे घर के पास में ही रहता है, हम लोग सेम बस से घर वापस जाता है, तो ये तो मेरे को बस में पिटाई कर देगा क्योंकि मैंने उसको पूछा इसका कुछ clarity. So you have to really differentiate. Then I told the HR to intervene and counsel and दोनों को बैठा के बोला कि भाई ये personally कोई तुमको थोड़ी ना comment कर रहा है. He's simply asking something. He's doing his job, right? So risky behavior and reckless behavior, these have to be handled. And again, as I said, these are not technical issues, but they are issues connected with the integrity of people, and they are also connected with how human resources department counsels takes care of these kinds of episodes, which are not good for anybody in the long run. Now, what are the at-risk behavior and routine violations? So at-risk behavior is one when the person believes the benefit of not complying exceeds the benefit of complying. What does this mean actually? I want to impress my boss. Appraisal time is near. I want to prove that as a department, I am doing my work in a timely manner and in the right manner. So this is the benefit of not complying at the moment. Now, what all is done? Following an expired procedure because it still works. Some worn out column, some worn out process which is known to give problems. Now this is a blunder, as that procedure or that SOP or that version of that procedure is expired. It has been replaced by some updated version, but what is followed is the expired or the redundant version. Filling in signatures after the work is done because one was too busy, अरे बाद में कर देंगे, इकट्ठा कर देंगे शाम को. This is a data integrity issue because entering each and every detail and data in a contemporaneous manner is the ALCOA requirement of data integrity. Not reading a document before signing it, I am at the third place, I am the approver of the document. So the person who prepared the document and the person who reviewed the document will be held responsible. I am just approving. So without reading, and most of the time I have discovered this when one signs the stability data sheets of various data stations without reading. Then becomes entrenched because there is no harm caused, therefore no blame, I can do it, no problem. Or worse, it may be rewarded as it may help meet other goals. The product is stable. I don't care whether there are borderline problems or reporting problems with respect to 1 decimal or 2 decimal, which will eventually be coming. I will release the product, I will submit the dossier, but the authority and the inspector is going to catch me here, right? But abhi to I am impressing, I have done everything in a timely manner. Now there is a risk that certain kinds of GMP non-compliant behavior become the norm. This is how it happens. The more you encourage, the supervisors encourage these kinds of things, and believe me, it is in the knowledge of everybody. It doesn't happen that, people don't know this. So there is a risk that certain kinds of GMP non-compliant behavior become a habit, become the norm, and therefore this would ultimately be representing the organizational compliant behavior to the external auditor who is assessing you and who comes to know of all these things. So this pinpoint lack of supervision, monitoring and quality assurance is a big issue. And this raises question marks on the company as a whole with respect to integrity and with respect to seriousness of compliance. And when this integrity issue is there, or when this non-seriousness kind of attitude is there, then do you think, then the auditor, and for that matter anybody, would say that is the reason for so many human errors here and no control over it, because as a company you are not serious about compliance and these kinds of ethics. Reckless behavior, extraordinary violations. Reckless behavior is when the risk associated with the behavior outweighs the benefits of the behavior. For example, ad hoc change to manufacturing parameters to speed up the process. The processing time or the reaction time for a particular step is, say, 10 hours. Oh, this is an inconvenient time. By the time the 10 hours are complete, it will be night or the second shift or something. So let me do it 8 hours, 6 hours. How does it matter? To accommodate timely completion of the process. But this can be extremely detrimental because this is a violation of quality by design. If somebody has specified that 10 hours stirring is required, there is a reason for it. There is a valid scientific reason for it. Otherwise, there will be non-conformance with respect to maybe quality of the intermediate, which will be ultimately processed further to the API, and the API will be processed further for the formulation. Then using a raw material from a different supplier. I quoted a couple of examples yesterday here where the major supplier of the key starting material itself was changed without a change, without raising a change control. Okay? So this is a violation of QBT, and this will have an adverse impact on the quality of product with respect to impurity profile particularly, which I discussed in the previous slide. And it does not mean that there is an intent to do harm, but the damage is done, and most of the time this is irreversible. After you have put the batches in the market, after you have submitted the marketing authorization applications, can you come back and say, oh, because you discovered it right now that this has happened. So this can be extremely dangerous, and it is highly unethical, and this is totally 100% human error. So console, coach or punish. Console the human error, coach the at-risk behavior, and punish the reckless behavior regardless of the outcome. Okay? This is known as a just culture, a fair culture. Do not take these things with respect to who is the person in front of you who is doing this. You means whoever is the responsible supervisor or the HR department. So with respect to this, what's the departmental and HR policy at your organization? Have you witnessed these kinds of issues, and what are the ways your department or your HR is handling it? Anybody can give some feedback or inputs on this? Or you have not come across any such situation? Anyone? Okay, so the systems are in place everywhere, right? There is no scope of these kinds of activities. Good to know that. Anyway. So what are the errors as per regulatory and GMP aspects within the human behavior? Regulatory GMP aspects as per, again, inspectional 483 observations, the warning letters, and audits of customers and vendor audits. So we have to learn from whatever observations we have received. We have to acknowledge those those comments. We have to appreciate the importance of that, and if we are not able to understand why this is being raised as a concern, you have 100% right to request the auditor, the regulatory auditor, to spell out why is this important, could you please guide us. They will tell you why they are asking for it, or why according to them this is a concern. Same thing you can ask the customer who is taking material from you, why are you asking this question? I mean, how is it important? Maybe I don't understand why is it important, but it may be important for you. And once you are able to realize and understand, and then you also need to understand what will be the impact if you are defying those requirements. Once that is there in place, then naturally you are going to, that is called the learning from these inspections. So what happens is, as I told you, most of the times what happens is, we learn from the auditors or inspectors from the regulatory authorities who come to inspect your facility with respect to GMP compliance. But even a higher sort of learning is there from vendor audits. For example, when customers are coming to, audit or visit your site with respect to outsourcing some material, because the vendor the customer is the first person, the user of your raw material or API, whatever, is the first person who has to ensure the quality of whatever material he is putting into his product. So he will ask all sorts of questions, he will make sure that nothing is left unasked with respect to any aspect which has an impact on quality and on further processing. And of course, once this is realized, so we used to, every 3 months we used to have a sort of a, recap or sort of a revisiting, okay, in the past 3 months or maybe in the past 6 months, how many vendor audits were done, customer audits were done, how many regulatory audits were done, what were the concerns raised. Sometimes they give you very good suggestions also, and if you think that those suggestions will really be of help to you in the long run for the next other products. And secondly, most of the time they don't, not all suggestions or upgradations involve huge infrastructure or capex or approvals. No, they are just, it just needs to be understood that these things can be done easily. So you have to sort of be flexible there, considering this is the what we suggest accordingly is that you immediately upgrade your SOP with respect to at least those aspects which you can do. You don't have to wait for the entire review period of reviewing or making the next version of that SOP. So this is basically the way forward, and ultimately what happens is when you do this, you are actually implementing it by upgrading and making your pharmaceutical quality system more robust, because it will be, you will have lesser queries and questions and concerns from other customers and other regulatory authorities. Now, genuine human errors in FDA regulated manufacturing facilities. In FDA regulated manufacturing, genuine human errors do occur, but this is the thinking of FDA, that they are cited far more frequently than they probably should be, because human beings are the ones who are going to listen. Machines or systems or processes, they wouldn't listen. Now, if you say it's a system problem, the system is not listening to that, right? And the fact is that most problems that appear to be caused by human error, especially those that occur multiple times, they are actually rooted in the processes or systems. If you see carefully, if you reread and revisit again, that when left unchanged, those processes or systems will keep producing the problem despite the convenient band-aids often placed over them for short-term resolutions or for just pushing out the product despite some issue. So when human error is identified more frequently at the same time, when human error is identified more frequently than it should be expected to happen, it is actually signaling and hinting to investigators that problems aren't being internally investigated thoroughly enough. There is a problem with the adequacy of the investigation. You don't have to have a complete failure or OOS to investigate. Why we are not investigating OOT? Why out of trend, right? Before reaching OOS, let us curb that, let us identify the factors responsible for that. Maybe we are able to take control of that and we don't end up with OOS. It's as plain as that. This can quickly shift the investigator into problem hunting mode. I lose trust. First impression is the last impression. Suppose the very first thing, like suppose, all of you are conversant that whenever an inspector is coming, the first visit, physical visit which he does is to the warehouse. That is the starting point. Now in the warehouse, if it is discovered that there are segregated sections for storing different types of materials and etc., and then there are certain color coding etc. done and something catches his eye which is not the right thing, what impression will he carry? So he will start seeing all these things in all other arenas and departments also. Whereas if it is natural, even you are judging the book by its cover, right? We see what is the color, what is the price. We see inside much later. So that is the thing. So this quickly shifts the investigator's focus into problem hunting mode, and then your quality system, management system will be opened up for even more greater and deep scrutiny than normally what is done by inspectors. And we are all humans. Everything is never 100% perfect in any company, anywhere in the world. So naturally, maybe sometimes things are caught which otherwise wouldn't have been caught if these small things, which actually are not small, would have been taken care of. And how does this happen? By involving people, by engaging people, by having, at least you can have internal meeting sessions maybe once a month. You list out 4 or 5 of examples which you are facing or which you are hearing and brainstorm on that. Everybody can spare 1 hour or 2 hours in a month at least for this within the organization, I'm sure. And this will also increase the internal camaraderie. You understand, like for example, when I used to sit with the analytical person, I used to understand, my God, how tough their job is. They used to understand what are the various steps in my API manufacturing so that they can develop the method by that understanding, by knowing what solvents at what stage and everything. While one aspect is that, there is another aspect. What about the rare instances where one-time errors are made by otherwise well-trained personnel following well-defined processes? So you have to segregate the categories of errors. You cannot, just measure them by the same yardstick every time. A moment of inattention due to a passing distraction can lead to serious problems. In these cases, the human error classification may be justified after a thorough investigation reveals nothing in every possible place there is to look. Last only one should take a call, okay, we are not able to, we did our efforts, we tried to investigate, we found out nothing. So then we can now put it as human error, but then categorize it. Is it a one-time error or is it something intentional or serious? Again, this conclusion should never be jumped to as a convenient way to avoid the important work of problem solving. It should only be considered a viable justification when every other possible cause has been exhaustively explored and eliminated. And mind it, you have to prove by the report which you generate the investigation, you did those efforts and these were the conclusions, and it is only then when the auditor or the reviewer is convinced by this logic and he will ask questions, then it is accepted and it is, the conclusion is derived that the company has intentions of reducing human errors. The company is just not allocating errors to human errors because they are not able to investigate why it happened. So all these things go a very long way. There is a guide to kappa and root cause analysis in FDA regulated industries. It's a free white paper. You can download it down from the net. If you don't find it, you can put a mail to me. I'll send you the link for that. So this is describing a complete various examples and logics with respect to kappa and root cause analysis in FDA regulated industries. So a model for analyzing human error based on what all we have understood, what all we know, and what all we have experienced, which is just trying to, and of course whatever, as I said, information or articles are available under freedom of information on the public domain. A model for analyzing human error, one model can be this, there can be many models, one can work out, as I said, because these will be customized depending on the company activities, and the culture and processes therein. So it's helpful to arm yourself with a model for analyzing. Model may not be foolproof, 100% okay, but at least devise a model, devise a way of working along. So it is helpful to arm yourself with a model for analyzing what might appear to be human errors in order to determine whether actions or inactions, for that matter, were deliberate or inadvertent. This is the first step is identifying it. The outcome can help you determine whether or not human behavior really is to blame, as well as where you might expect to find a problem elsewhere. Now what is that elsewhere? As we have been discussing, inadequate training, poor SOPs, etc., and various other factors which we discussed yesterday. If the root cause appears to be less human, I mean you can at least make out, now this doesn't seem to be a human error, I don't think it's human. Then you initially thought, so when you start the investigation, initially you might be under the impression that this is because of human error, but then down the line when you study the facts, you deliberate onto all these aspects, you think, oh no, it doesn't seem to be attributable to human error. So identify the skills, the rules, knowledge, generic error identification system and model. It's quite simple, but it offers a reliable way to tease out genuine human errors from other problems, and at the same time pulling actual or real human errors apart even further to reveal their motivating factors. What motivated, what instigated them to do this? Is it their inherent attitude or approach, or they were influenced by external or internal factors to do so? Following this model, errors that are shown to be inadvertent can be considered genuinely human, okay, which then fall into one of the three categories as we discussed yesterday: skill-based, rule-based, or knowledge-based mistakes, which we discussed earlier in the session. A module for analyzing human error again continued. Once again, those errors that are skill-based can be broken down one more time into either a slip or a lapse. Now, both of these point to the same root cause, which is basically nothing but a lack of attention, which manifests itself in two ways: momentary memory loss or a routine action that wasn't performed. Once more, it's important to note that these types of errors should not be happening frequently. It is not that, okay, somebody was disturbed or something, then that should not be happening every time, otherwise it's going to derail the entire process. The vast majority of problems that appear to be human error at first should lead you elsewhere upon further analysis. Ideally speaking, you will be in a position, you means the team, whoever is investigating, should be in a position to really identify that here where the problem is. Errors shown to fall into one of the two other categories should be viewed through a different lens. Now, in those situations, processes particularly related to training and oversight should be scrutinized as probable contributors to human errors, as we discussed yesterday also. Again, talking once more about the knowledge-based errors, these occur when someone was multitasking beyond their limit or were otherwise unable to devote the focus required to accomplish multiple tasks at once. So identify why that person was multitasking in the first place. Is there inadequate manpower, or somebody was on leave, or somebody couldn't, there was only 50%, 30% staff in the corona because of the corona debacle. Why was somebody multitasking in the first place? You are paid the salary for a particular department or job profile, not for doing jobs of other people or other departments. So the likely root cause maybe lies here once it is understood. Now, were they tasked with doing too many things at once? Is that department under-resourced? Was this individual supervisor aware that the person is multitasking beyond their limit? Is he, if not, if he is not aware, then is he really supervising and doing this? So what is he doing then in that case? He just cannot put orders, कि अरे तुम देख लो वो नहीं है तो ये भी कर लो वो भी कर लो ये urgent है. It's not that. And 90% of the time errors happen because of this. Because the core responsibility or the core accountability of the person would be with respect to his actual job profile, right? There's no harm in helping somebody out, or there's no harm in doing something, but if because of this some error is happening which is resulting in some non-conformance, then can you imagine how much time are we going to waste in investigating the entire process? Aren't we utilizing our limited resources now to that activity which probably could have been avoided if these things had been kept in mind? So you have to extrapolate and apply these thought processes at your workplaces with respect to whatever types of issues. I'm not saying you might have been experiencing all of you of these issues, but and some issues can be over and above these also. But please, based on these logics, try to apply it and work it out. You will see the comfort level and you will see the trust level generated among different cross-functional teams which are responsible for the products and the quality management system of the company. Rule-based error, talking about rule-based errors, again they are more technical in nature, such as someone applying an incorrect rounding rule, which we discussed yesterday, rounding off rule, which ultimately generates an out of specification result. Now here, rather than faulting an individual's judgment, which may not be at fault every time, question why the person was not adequately prepared to perform the task correctly. Is he solely responsible for the error outcome? Was not the SOP distributed to the department? If it was distributed, did the department take care to train the people who are executing the jobs as per that SOP in a timely manner? And if that was done, that means the training was inadequate of the persons, because this error happened when he knew that the reporting has to be done in this way, rounding off SOP is this. Then why was the reporting done against that SOP? So would you be only blaming one individual because he was the executor or he operated that particular task? Did they receive insufficient practice in training? Did practice actually reflect the operations they were performing on the floor? And does the procedure specify the details to the degree with respect to detail that they need to be having? So, okay. So I think I'll stop here. Ashish, you can. Okay. So maybe a minute or two I can take? Okay. So continuing with this, I'll give you an example here, what we were talking just now, that if I am writing an instruction or an operating instruction for some other department during technology transfer, first of all, the instruction should be clear and loud so that the person who is executing that particular task knows with respect to every minute detail what needs to be done, in what sequence and how. If I have not written the instructions properly, then how can I blame him for whatever non-conformance is observed? So there are two places to look for systemic human errors. When errors are revealed to be less human upon closer examination, start asking questions. First, ask the questions to yourself rather than questioning others that cast light on how the type of work in question is actually being done. Am I clear about it? Put yourself at the recipient end. If I am receiving instructions, you have instructions when you are flying, there is a protocol which you know. If the instructions are not adequate, you wouldn't know how to get out of the exit door, for example. So if you were at the receiving end from somebody else with respect to operating procedures, were the standard operating procedures written appropriately? This may lead you to discover the problem may be more serious and widespread, particularly in one of the two areas summarized in the upcoming slides, and these are basically documentation and culture issues. So with this, I end this session of mine, and we stick to the further sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajni. So for our next session, I would like to invite Dr. Srinivas Topalli. He is a Senior General Manager, NATCO Pharma Limited, and he'll be speaking on human errors in quality control laboratory, an analytical professional experience in development and quality control with 23 plus years of experience, 14 years in leadership roles in most reputed innovator generic formulations and API companies. Expert in setting up and managing technically advanced, cost-effective, state-of-art laboratory teams and processes. Work experience includes transnational, multicultural collaborations from east to west with Japan, Canada, Europe, and US counterparts. Versatile knowledge in both drug substance, API, and formulation analytical function, especially formulation review, method validation, setting of specifications, genotoxic impurities assessment. Extensive knowledge of analytical instruments like HPLC, LC mass, XRD, resolution apparatus, GC, and interpretation of NMR data and wet analysis. Head overall strategy, resources allocation, budgeting, and troubleshooting of issues related to analytical operations QC, trains and coach teams to keep abreast of modern technologies, regulatory and compliance requirements. So I welcome, please come on board.
There, can I use this? Yeah, pointer is also there. This is pointer, right? And this I can, yeah, that one. Okay, very good afternoon, everybody, especially ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls. My name is Srinivas Topalli. I came from NATCO Pharma. I would like to discuss in a couple of minutes regarding the human errors, what's happening in quality control laboratory, and how best we can address them, how best we can control them, also how we can have to keep the CAPAs, and I'm going to explain you. The agenda requires understanding the human errors, regulatory, what are the regulatory expectations, why we have to do that, and current way forward and way of handling. Again, human error has happened. You see, handling human errors, types of human errors, and investigation of human errors, and how to keep CAPAs, and case study, one or two case studies, and question and answers maybe you can ask, and we can have discussion. I would like to make it more, we can ask questions during our discussions. Please stop me whenever you feel that you want to stop me, okay? The introduction, especially why human being do the mistakes, and is it really that much important human errors are playing a role? Why it's happening? If you go back to introduction, from our childhood, whenever we start our education system, we used to write all, practice the alphabets writing on the slate. Whenever we find anything wrong, we will erase it and again write it, and keep it on writing on it. So it is the first place where we start correcting our errors. I cannot say that it's controlling the errors. The errors are common, okay? And later, the children grown by years, what they will do is they will use the pencil. Of course, they have the confidence that they have the eraser with them and they can correct it. But when it comes to when we grown, why this is errors have become more important and how they are more complicated in this current scenario. Let us see, let us say one small thing I would like to present. If a barber makes a mistake, it is a new style, right? And if a politician makes a mistake, it is a new law. Am I right? Yeah. Let us make it interactive, okay? And if a scientist makes a mistake, it is a new invention. That's what we are doing it, right? And if a tailor makes a mistake, it's a new fashion. Somebody cut the clothes, cutting here and all. Now it is something like a fashion, right? And if a teacher makes a mistake, it is a new theory, right? But unfortunately, a chemist makes a mistake, it is his mistake. How? Why? Why we should have to? And how it is playing such an important role only for injustice for the chemist, right? It's not like that. Why it is important is, I would like to tell you, whenever nowadays, I think you might be knowing that whenever FDA comes, the major observation on any platform for any organization, irrespective of the field, the one observation is common. That observation is nothing but you are not invalidated your OOS with a scientific rationale. Will you agree? Have you seen this? This observation is a common observation across all the pharmaceutical companies nowadays. Agree? Yeah. So that's the thing where it is origin is. If you take any OOS, it is valid or invalid. Means an analyst or chemist who is doing analysis, he don't have any intention to fail any product, right? And he comes every day with the intention that he want to do the great work, and he should be recognized by his seniors, and he should be given top priority for his work, and he should be something like acknowledged for his work. But when it goes to any OOS happen, most of the cases the blame has come to the analyst, because the intention is whether it is a valid or invalid. If it is a valid invalidation, please try to understand. If it is a valid invalidation, there is no problem. Like something RT shift, and there is peaks were measured, or something like we have faced, really the problem is there in the product, it is failing, and it has proven by second analyst or third analyst, and also you identified some problem during the manufacturing regarding the product, and this product is having the history of failing. In that case, this is valid, and this does not carry any sort of negativity for the chemist. The chemist need not worry about the other people also, he is also hero. When it goes to invalid invalidation, it is invalid, and you are invalidating that valid invalidation. Then in the case of that means you have done, and again first time it is failed, and the second time when you performed it, passed. Without doing any sort of change, the same sample which you brought from the earlier, the same pooled sample, whatever you have with you, the same sample is now previously failed, now it is passing. Then that is a problem, right? How? Again 2 times, one is reason is not identified, and another one is reason is identified. Reason is not identified means that time, any time it can be repeated in future also. It is like one of the US FDA auditor was discussing with us during audit. Imagine if you have more number of OOS invalidations with reason not identified means you are leaving a person who murdered, and you are allowing him to wander in the streets. He may commit another murder. You are allowing him to do the murder. Of course, not that much weightage of here, but what I would like to say is we should have to concentrate here. We should have to find the reason. Do we find anything that something happened and from your bank account 10,000 rupees or 20,000 rupees has disappeared and reason is not identified? Will you allow? We don't allow, right? We will make it a big issue, and then we'll talk to the left and right, and we will give, and we will escalate to such a level that Prime Minister of India also should know that, right? Because that is our problem. This is also our problem. Reason is not identified means you are allowing them to do some more mistakes, and unfortunately they will be recorded as reason not identified only, right? Coming back to reason identified. If the reason is identified technically, it's okay, fine. It's like means you are invalidated. Earlier sample is not pooled properly, now the sample is pooled, and the reagent, so you found that the reagent has to be used, that particular grade you have not used, the standard has expired, and the area counts of standard is low, because of that our assay is coming high, or standard area counts is less, you are getting more, and more it is less, it's right now, it is relative. So that thing happens, and there is a contamination of glassware, you identify it, that's also no problem. You can demonstrate this during the hypothesis, and then you prove it that it is because of so and such reason, except the analytical, the analyst error, the chemist error. The moment you identify this is a human error, FDA just raised their thinking pattern in such a way that management has asked you to pull it onto the analyst and pass it and process the material to export to the other countries. Though we think in such a way, the analyst what he will do, what the role he is going to play is completely secondary, but when an auditor comes to your area and he is seeing several the human errors, basically chemist error. So why that chemist has done, what you have done, how you are going to control this, how you are going to give the assurance for the agency in such a way that these type of human errors will not continue or contribute again in the future, right? Working? Yeah, okay. So this human errors is also nothing like, it is also counted in the reason not identified category. That is the reason why we should be more concentrate on human errors, right? I think the first question, Barber and all are makes a mistakes, that mistake to this mistake, because anywhere you see the mistake plays a vital role. How? I will tell you one example. The best example is the aeroplane industry. For every 11 million flights who are flying, one flight goes wrong. 11 million, one flight goes wrong. This is the strategy. This is statistics we have with us. Unfortunately, if we are flying in that flight, will we agree? The same thing it will happen to everybody also. That is the reason why a small barber makes a mistake, to the chemist makes a mistake, because this chemist made tablet, goes directly to the patient, and that patient is expecting and having a severe problem, and he is expecting after taking this medicine he will get some relief, and that relief has not come, let us say, then it will be definitely it is loss of faith, and it is like whatever the hopes he has kept on the medicine, in turn kept on us as a pharmaceutical company, there is a possibility that they will misunderstand, and then you may lose their life also, right? And that such type of substandard tablets or substandard, we will not allow to give it to our family members, right? We don't give. The same way, just imagine one person comes after 2 years, he wants to review all the data, and then he finds more number of human errors are there, then how can we control? So this is the actually background. With this background, I would like to further explain you on how, why, what, and how can we control. Let us say what is a human error in different platforms. And by the way, I want to tell you, I took some of the information from the available in the public domain, and also with our experiences I have made it. So what is the human error? The definitions are action performed by a human that results in something different than expected. Common mistakes by human being or employee. Error by an individual while performing this work according to his job responsibility. He is supposed to do some work and then he has not done properly. A human action and lack of action exceed the system's tolerance. Basically, this is a big deviation. And state or condition of being wrong in conduct or judgment. Something happened, then you have taken a wrong judgment, and then you have proceeded, and then had resulted in an erroneous results. That will be counted as your analyst error. And an inappropriate or undesirable human decision or a behavior that impact the quality and safety of the product. As I told you that this is going to impact the quality and safety of the product. What are the regulatory requirements? Why we have to control these human errors? Why it's so much important? One is the PICS guidelines, you might be knowing that. And another one is US FDA has already in 2016 they have given these guidelines and they have a discussion. And the third one is current expectations of pharmaceutical quality systems, PDA and FDA, which are the organizations which they want to make a workshop they made in Baltimore, and then they have concluded that we have to control this because these are the things which are going to play a vital role. And Eudradex, Lex, the rules governing the medicinal products of European Union, volume 4 EU. So now these are the regulatory expectations on us. They have made guidelines and they kept in the public to aware that where we have to control this and what is going to happen. Coming to this, why human error is a challenge? If instruments are not there, we can purchase and keep it. That's not a problem because that is only the finance issue rather than a administrative issue. But when it comes to human error, is basically, as per human psychology, genuine human errors do occur. As I told you, it will happen and we cannot avoid them. Human errors are an inherent part of human nature. Right? We always, this human errors is an inherent part of human life, nature. Human errors will happen if humans are part of the process. Whenever you are keeping, and you have to keep people, right? Because we are making it for people, and then you have to, something somewhere we should have to keep. And we cannot completely rely on artificial intelligence, what happened in the robo part 1, right? Something went wrong, then all like artificial intelligence, I was discussing with people, then artificial intelligence have you ever used? So there is a chance that it will take on its own decision, but of course. And human errors can be reduced but not completely avoided. It's not possible. If anybody says that our people won't do mistakes, it is a big mistake. Or something like we should have to control them and we should have to give a chance for them to correct. And human errors are the symptoms but not the root cause. Most of the cases our QA, our investigations conclude as the root cause is human error. Actually, the root cause is not a human error. That will give some sort of a symptom. There is why that has happened for that particular analyst. As I told you, each and every person is a good, and when he get up early morning and then he want to come to office, definitely he will want to do the good work and gain the good confidence of the organization, good faith of his boss, and never want to do any sort of mistakes. But it is happening, it means that we cannot avoid them because that is a symptom. If you did any mistake, what went wrong? Maybe that morning he has not had a breakfast, and then that he will not tell you, right? And he has a big fight night with his wife, and then that has carried forward, and morning she has not prepared breakfast. So that he kept in his mind, and then there are several things which he cannot explain, and also we cannot control. It is because completely beyond our expectations, beyond our imagination also. Human errors are sometimes forced by the circumstances. As I told you, there is no resources, 50 ml flasks are not there, but the sample preparation is 50 ml. What will you do? Your boss asks at 7 o'clock, he will call you, you are in A shift. Sample prepared, injected, what is the outcome? You cannot tell, and because of the hierarchy in India, you cannot escalate this to him that flasks are not there, sir. So you will do whatever the available manipulation you can do, you will do. So we should be in a position to understand why analysts are done a mistake, what the circumstances has made him to do this type of mistake, and is there any other associated errors considered and evaluated. Sometimes what will happen in the batch which is manufacturing in the manufacturing area, is there any deviations are there? That deviation, any contribution to this, maybe something they have dried the tablets for some time, for a fixed time. Before that, that analyst their chemist also gone for breakfast and later he has switched off. So maybe he has not record. He doesn't record that delay, whatever he has done from his side, that has a contribution. So as a quality assurance guy, when this type of any errors or deviations comes from quality control, you also try to correlate, is there any other things which has contributing, which will give a scientific rationale to address the change or the unexpected results. Is the human error identified is correct and can be controlled with kappa? Sometimes the most mistake what we will do is, in the laboratory I always see 200 ml flask and 250 ml flask are looking the same. Will you agree? Agree? And 5 ml pipette and 4 ml pipette looks the same. The same way 20 ml and 25 ml flask are looking the same. Will you agree? Agree? So such things you identify. In my laboratory what I have done is the closely looking, because our when we are working, we will be thinking something that we want to go, what is going on in your HPLC, what is the result, system suitability passed or not. There are several things is running back of your mind. When it comes to this, we have marked closely looking volumetric flasks and also the pipettes. We have marked 2 different colors in the laboratory, which are under the circulation. So this is what we have implemented, and the rate of dilution errors has been decreased a lot. Try to maybe you can also implement that. Another thing which we have implemented for glassware contamination. This is the most of the times we will find the unknown peak, and when we analyze it again, and you don't find that peak again. So that definitely it is from the glassware, right? What we have implemented for this is, we take 50 ml or 100 ml diluent, and whatever the glassware we are going to use in the laboratory, before start of our analysis, we are rinsing the same solvent in different flasks, and all together we are collecting and keeping in one bottle. And at the end of the sequence, we are going to inject one injection of that mix of like the flask rinsed. If that peak, any unknown peak came, and that diluent also has the same peak, that is an indication and a proof that the glassware has been contaminated somewhere, because you are not washing that glassware. Sometimes you are atomized and then you are washing your glassware with automatic glassware washers, right? But still you are getting it, then why should you have to crucify yourself instead of somebody's error? And that error is, if you can able to prove that this unknown peak is also observed in the solution which you have rinsed all and then collected in that, at the end of the sequence you are injecting it, and then that solution has this peak, it simply says that is a contamination was happened. That will be the best proof, and that was actually has been accepted by agencies also. Going back, frequent human errors indication. What does it indicate? That why the frequent errors are happening means, you don't believe, in 2021 in our laboratory 3 glassware errors has happened. Means glassware contamination errors came within 1 month we got 3 glassware contamination errors. Then I went back to the shop floor and I asked the lab boy, how you are washing? And then he told, sir, methanol is there, rinsed, washed 3-4 times with water and putting. Somebody told that he has been doing since last 20 years, no problem. 20 years back story to this story has been changed. The scenario has changed. Previously, whatever you have written and given the calculation is much better. Nowadays, audit trials and whatever the communications you are doing it, that also been capturing in the message centers, right? So that actually won't work. So what is the symptom? Then I started the labeling solution, I made it, and I showed him how to wash. No problem. It is not the question of dignity. It is the question of whatever we are contributing for our people. and I call all the people in two shifts. We have shown them that if this guy is not properly doing it, you do it. At the same time, we also ordered for one glassware washer, automated glassware washer, and that has given. And touch wood, I can say, last 9 months, we don't have any OOS has been invalidated. So what is the indication it is giving? Potential deficiencies in the process, yes, not you, process in the sense, the formulation, manufacturing area, potential deficiency in the ruggedness of the process. Once you do, it will come, another time if you do, it don't come. And potential deficiency in the procedures, very complex procedures. Take 5 ml, mix with, and then again mix with, and again cool, heat, cool, heat, cool. In that something somewhere you will miss the one step, because we are all human beings, right? Lack of transparency in the shop floor. Some X person does, it will come. Sir, you only do, sir. What I can do? That person will not tell you. It is nothing like hiding anything. This is science. We are working with science. You do or somebody X do or robo do or Rajnikant do, will not be like any much importance. It will come on its own. You should be allow the process that has to come. So there are some gaps in the shop floor. You can try in them, and then practice-wise any gaps are there, try to explain. And also whenever it is any mistake happen, you should call that person and then give openly. He should accept, and then he should be in a position to how best we can implement, how best we can curb this, and how best we can keep a cap, and then how best we can implement this. And the most frequent human errors indication is nothing but the insufficient resources. This all we should accept, right? Only one person will be there in the night shift, B shift, and then that person, while everybody going, mine is only one injection, you just see. Like that 4 people when they are leaving, you will put pressure on them, that poor fellow, and that person is a human being, right? He will also, he has his own work. His group leader will not reduce his work, but he cannot deny. So insufficient resources also plays a vital role. These are the frequent human errors, why they come. Maybe we will try to address them one by one. Only thing this is, we cannot change human condition, because whatever there is running in his back of mind, we cannot change. But we can change the conditions where human work. This is what the quotation which people always says. Coming to the human errors categorization, one is unintentional, another one is intentional. Unintentional, without knowing something, mistakes will happen. Intentionally something will happen. How it will happen, we will see. As I told you that we should not do, but there is intentionally also mistakes will happen. How? Let us see unintentional first. One is error, another one is mistake. Inadvertently, if you do anything without knowing anything happened, the errors, how it will happen? When you take a calibration of a balance, there is a 10%, there is a flexibility, right? And pH meter also, you are calibrating it at 0.0502 units, plus or minus. In that anything happened, it will have impact. Glassware also has its tolerance. All together has anything happened, that may result in that. That is errors which is not in your control. And another one is mistakes. These mistakes we can keep some more, spend some more time, then we can address these mistakes also. In errors also, missing action and bad memory. Sometimes we should have to do some action, as I told you, and because of bad memory, we rely on our memory. We know some X product, we know how we are preparing it, and that product wise I have since last 20 years I am working. Who you know, I know, I will take care. We will always give, we are always judges for our decisions and lawyers for others' mistakes usually. So we don't accept our mistake, but relying on in a regulatory environment, relying on your memory is acceptable and very well appreciated, and you are a hero, no problem. But also, please read that once again. That's what when I am traveling in Indigo flight, that air hostess was asking to read the line what is written on the captain is going, that pilot is going to going to his room, that air hostess asked, please read this, sir. I am carrying almost like 200 people and their families' expectations also. Maybe they will change time to time, they will change that, whatever the message is there. That air hostess was alerting the pilot, saying that, sir, I was asked to remind you to read it once again. Because you are carrying 200 people, and not only 200 people, 200 families. Anything happen, if I do any mistake, that mistake will be impacted by 200 families. I don't know, more than the 200, right? So bad memory never, and coming back, missing action comes in omission. Something has to be followed, a procedure. We will not follow that procedure. A, B, C, D. A, C, D. B is missing. We think that it is not make much contribution, but that omission has lot of importance. If it is not, then make it a part of your procedure in such a way B is not required, and take a change control and modify your method. Not a problem. If you have a sufficient data, make a change. And complacency. I know, Anna, how many years I am working? How many years? Here 33 years. Somebody was telling, no, some cinema joke is there. 33 years in the industry. We always say, this is called complacency. Who will do what? And I will do, don't worry, you go. And laziness, we'll do later. After dinner I will go. Last time also this product comes, after dinner only first injection injected. Why are you running? Dinner we will complete by 9:30. We will go 9:45, we will give injection, first injection. By 11 o'clock we will leave home. Tomorrow anything happen, another person will take care. Bad memory, memory gap. Memory gap, it does not mean that Gajini. It is like memory gap A, B, C, and he is loaded, work has been loaded with lot of work, several people, 4-5 people told, and 8:30 you will keep my while, no? We will say. That person 8:30 is going the dinner, and he is expecting 9:30 he want to give the first injection. He is skipped because his priorities are different. Memory gap, may not be intentionally, and confusion. In meanwhile, some X person before going, he told, see my RSD, before injecting the second sample injection, you ensure me. He is forgot. He is confused. RSD failed. What to do? And the B scientist told him that to keep one vial, filter and keep. He is confused totally and what to do, and that person is calling, that person is not lifting. And absent-minded. Some people still, I find, whatever you tell, however you try to motivate him, absent-minded. Coming back to mistakes, lack of knowledge and lack of understanding. Mostly what we will do is, we will train our people in the particular area of where they work, but the knowledge we will not share properly. Especially the technology comes from R&D, and when the time of execution, then that people may tell something, and then there in their mind, this project, whatever the way we have to push it, and whatever the mistakes they have done, they don't want to reveal it, and they will ask you to do like this. In that case, lack of knowledge was not transferred completely, and the lack of knowledge, people do mistakes. And understanding gap, that is because of knowledge. If knowledge is not there, but this person in understanding gap is like, yeah, I know. But at the end of the day, he doesn't know. What he was trying to tell, you will not allow him to tell. This type of understanding gaps also will be there, and he don't accept that his mistake also. And lack of knowledge is like a learning gap, poor analytical ability, incorrect concept, and ineffective training. As I told you that during the technology transfer, he was not revealed. And unfortunately, that process went very well during the trial batches, and when it goes to the commercial batches, then you will have a problem. Understanding gap is like a complex procedures. Like a person who is working on OSD, simple OSD, has given a peptides and proteins analysis, and then everything you left on his own, then he doesn't understand properly, and there is a possibility of doing the mistakes also. Complex procedures, inadequate procedure was not mentioned. If it is after adding this and then whatever is there, as I told you, that's there. If any complex thing is there, try to incorporate into the procedure in such a way. You do today, you are doing, tomorrow some X person will do, day after tomorrow after some time maybe another person will do. That time there should not be any confusion. And incorrect decisions. Okay. This incorrect decision is because of lack of understanding only, and inappropriate judgments. We take a wrong judgment. I will run little bit quickly. I think you are going to be famished. Okay, intentional mistakes is like routine violations. People will do shortcuts, violations, and situational violations. Something has forced, and exceptional violations. This is very dangerous, the third one. Routine violations because of attitude and shortcuts, they will follow. And psychological conditions, situational, maybe that day he has a fight with his wife, and then his son got not gone to the school because of lack of uniform, some shoes were not properly. These all running back of mind, and then he will do mistakes. Overloading of the work, and exceptional is frustrated state of mind. Mostly last year also I did not get increment properly. Sir, 4 years back I should get promotion, sir. What, sir? They also same thing. You see, he is also doing the same thing. He just joined before me. This type of, and another thing is, very dangerous thing is wrong intention. Means they want to do wrong. There are times some people will be there, I cannot suspect everybody. That is actually sabotage. It will not be allowed. How to handle, investigate, receive and understand abnormality, go to the shop floor, talk to the person, and what went wrong. Instead of don't shout on him, don't show that your frustration, like you every time you will do the mistake. Whenever this person comes, no, you will do the mistake. And prepare the checklist, whether he followed properly, whether he used his reagents correctly, whether he working standards are valid. Make a checklist and verify the evidences. History of the product, anything playing a role, history of the instrument, history of the analyst, you check and verify the impact. If you can have any plan to show the hypothesis, please suggest them. And whenever you find any OS or anything, your analyst always remember that he will be under tension. You should be a reliever for the tension, not to exemplify the exaggerate the tension, so that he will be in a, something like a state where he cannot understand, and he is already confused, and you make him more confused. You ask this, he need a solution. That time you don't become another problem for him. And such a step up this one. What is the thing which we have to see is generation or comparison gap. Earlier, my bosses, when they start working, like madam and all, they started, people are having knowledge on process and analysis, what goes well, how, if it is not there, what went wrong, the reagent was not properly added, what could be done. They have an understanding. Nowadays, if you ask me, there is a lot of change. A lot of youngsters has come into, and then our salaries, you don't believe, we have just started in thousands, like 2,000, 3,000 rupees people, they have started their careers. Now the starting salaries of the people is minimum of 25,000. So their expectations, their way of they're taking the things into their mind, and the way how they want to enjoy, compared to last time when our seniors, whatever boss says is boss. I'm not saying that is right or wrong. Later, it has slowly gone to the state, we have both, like we also used to curse our bosses, not completely before them. Hey, we are overloaded, please help me. Nowadays, if you ask to do after 5 o'clock, no analyst is ready to do. And we are thinking that they are not good people. No, all people are good people. Only thing is that the circumstances you see. Previously, 2,000, 3,000 rupees salary for 1 month they used to work. Nowadays, people are using without getting a job, people the chemist is coming by bike. How many of you before started career in before 2000 has bikes coming to the company? Nowadays, people are having 1 lakh rupees mobile on their pocket compared to the seniors, whoever is there. So there is a time change is there, and we should have to accept this. And we should not try to poke them, and we should not try to irritate them. When we have anything happen, it is like we have to join two hands, then only clap will come. The same way, we should have to understand them, and then accordingly we should have to coach them. Never try to tell them that you have to do, you are a useless fellow, you are a bloody fool, you are a rascal. These things is making the person irritate. And I believe you, the same language if you use to your child, he will bombard you back, bounce back. Just imagine your son is bouncing back on you, and how best you can think that your analyst who is completely, there is no relation and you are not feeding. If it is not this company, that next day you will go to another company. But your OAS will not be closed, right? You have the responsibility to close your OAS. He will really resign and go. He will not come next day onwards. Because that is not the solution, friends. That's not the solution. You coach them, and I am telling you, they will be with you when you are with them. When anything happened wrong, then you should correct them. I think these are the things which are changes from the different generations, old generation, mid generation to the current generation. Try to understand their problems. Whenever the mitigation of this, as I told you, omission of, as I already explained, few of the examples where we have to control, we should understand first. Omission of certain steps are happening, then it is because of overloading or multitasking, and we should have to care during work allotment. He is confused and he is not taking the attention properly, then we should have to understand and talk to them, tell them twice or thrice, and follow up with them, be with them instead of doing. And if when you start doing this with them, they will definitely grow, and they will gain the knowledge, and they will reduce the mistakes. The same way, these are the things, because of lack of time, she has already warned me. So I am going quickly. Understanding gaps, anything is there, maybe madam you can circulate this, maybe that will be helpful for them. Some few of the people are writing, so I will suggest you need not write. Maybe you can hear properly, then you can get this course material later. And proficiency gaps, most of the things, these are the proficiency gaps are more. Nowadays we have a lot of technology, but we don't have the skill. What is the use? You have an aeroplane standing in your backyard, but you don't know how to ride it. What will you do? So we have technology. Earlier technology was not there, and people always used to do the manually, all titrations and all. Nowadays that auto titrators has come, HPLC has come. HPLC previously they used to do the manual injections. Now the technology has come. Unfortunately, we are missing the skill. Previously, what we are HPLC, which is running for 80 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours. But now UPLC has come, 25 minutes maximum, you can resolve it. But are we really doing 25 minutes, that gap, whatever the remaining time, are we usually, we can able to utilize the time properly or not? That we should have to think. One of the person has asked in the meeting, you are making 2 hours run time to 10 minutes. But 10 minutes, my procedure is having 45 minutes for sample preparation. Really? Right now? So we have to concentrate more, and we should have to bring some changes. So proficiency, as I told you, knowledge, not only knowledge, technology is there, but we don't have skill. Skill is decreasing. Behavioral gap, as I told you, that we should try to understand and try to map. And we have to check the effectiveness. Whatever the kappa you have proposed, that kappa we should be in a position to verify it and check effectiveness, whether the kappa is working or not. Like these are the steps: compile the data and make the transparent communication with human errors, training by the employee. For example, I started one convention. Any mistake, human error happened. That sort of job, wherever the other labs are happening, I take half an hour time of him each day, and I asked him to demonstrate to other labs, because that is a knowledge, right? you gain the knowledge of what not to do. That has to be circulated to the down level to other people. Maybe that same situation comes to them, they should be in a position to address it properly. Okay? And make a case study and present as a successful story. So some mistake happened, how we have identified that, make a success story and then you encourage them, then they will not, that will be like inspiration for them. Display encouraging like no human error month. It's like something like we should have to give some sort of support, some motivation, like that one person has done an excellent job, try to appreciate them, because that will motivate him. Capture in quality metrics. Quality metrics management, as per Q10, we should have to give the management, we have to propose what are the quality things has happened, where any sort of downfalls happened, anything calibration has to be performed that was not done. These things we should have to capture in our quality metrics. Annual assessment and management review, we should have to present them. Control of human errors for an analyst side, what are the things we have to do? Because this is not the responsibility of a particular analyst. It is his managers and also the management, because ultimately you, me, everybody are an part and parcel of the company, but management should think that that is part, and then if X, Y, Z, everybody leaves, but the document and the product belongs to them. So from these are the analyst side we have to do. I cannot read all these things because of lack of time. And manager side, like us, what we have to do, capability wise, we should have to talk to them, and effective resources allocations we should have to think, and supervision, any person is not able to perform, then you should have to support them, and supervision, all the things, but never ever try to blame. If you start blaming, then one day, or because of our egos and other things, it will have some sort of conflicts, will resulted into big loss for the organization. Control of errors from the management side, because that is also more important. Again, the resources comes into picture. We always think that 10 people are doing, in between 2 products reduced, later 5 products increased, but what is the problem? In between 2 people left. Ultimately, that will be putting on to the existing employees. If we don't understand, that will create some sort of problem. Employee engagement they have to conduct, and then open house discussions they allow them to, and implementation of operational excellence programs, reward and recognition programs is a must from the management side. And we always, I have seen something the same message in the LinkedIn. So I am presenting this. In this lab, mistakes are expected, respected, inspected, and corrected. So from this, I am going to conclude this. I'm sorry, I just tossed the limited time was given to me. But however, if you have any 1 or 2 questions, I will try to answer.
Any questions that we have? We'll take just one question, Danny. Because at the end of the day, what we do is we collectively take a Q&A for half an hour.
Right.
So then people can shoot their questions.
Okay.
So we'll definitely have the Q&A session again just like yesterday. Yeah. So thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. It was very interesting. I believe we enjoyed a lot.
Thank you.
And I would please request Ms. Rajni to come on stage and present a token of appreciation to Dr. Srinivas.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we take a lunch break now, and we should be back at 2 p.m. sharp, please, everyone. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
we end this at 4:30. 4:30 to 5 we conduct a
Actually, from Darshan, I was asking madam.
yesterday we tried, it was good.
Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At BlueTech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At BlueTech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At BlueTech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At BlueTech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With BlueTech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge.
For our next session, I would like to invite Mr. Gopi Reddy. He is the head corporate quality at Syngene International Limited, Bangalore, and he will be speaking on effects on human behavior leading to errors due to quality culture and pandemic. Dr. Gopi Reddy is a professional with over 26 plus years of rich industrial experience in managing quality operations in leading pharmaceutical companies like GSK, Glenmark Pharma, Cipla, Microlabs, Aurobindo Pharma, and Syngene International. He is an expert in establishing world-class quality systems suitable for the discovery, development, commercial manufacturing of small molecules and large molecules, and possesses hands-on experience in the manufacturing solid dosage forms, sterile formulations, and API. He is instrumental in creating a leadership team to meet individual and organizational goals under his guidance. As a quality head, he has played an instrumental role in handling various greenfield projects from startup to commercialization. He has proven track record of successfully facing various regulatory audits like US, FDA, UK, MHRA, MCC, and ANI VISA. So over to you, Dr. Reddy.
So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Ashish, for wonderful introduction. By the way, I'm not doctor. So, but anyway, it's a very tough time for us to keep alive, after the heavy lunch. So I just want to focus on this. I mean, from yesterday, you guys are listening various sessions about human errors. A lot of things we know every day in industry, we are seeing human errors are happening. Can we look at the topic mitigating human errors in the Pharma GMP? Can we prevent? Is it possible to prevent? So the title of the training is apt, right? We cannot prevent human errors. So the session that Srinivas has taken has covered a lot of things on what happens in QC, what you have to do and all. I would like to focus more on recent pandemic. We all have gone through a terrible pandemic, how it is really impacted on the human behaviors, which led to the human errors, and also about the culture, how the culture of the company, of the individual can impact your human errors. So after this session, what do we want to learn and go back to our industry? That is very important, right? We come here 2 days, we have nice sessions, we meet people, we get new, understanding about other companies and all. But as a learning point of view, what are you learning? And what have you learned here? How are you going to implement in your industry, in your work area? I think that's important, right? So, I'm sure that people are at analyst level, manager level, senior most people, everybody is there. So how many people, if I can know from QC, if they can raise, and manufacturing, engineering, only one man, okay. So manufacturing, engineering, anybody from HR? You think HR is required? Of course they are required, right? Because they are the people always come back and come to you if something happens that why this person is working and all. So it's all about culture. So what do you feel about looking at this picture? A person is about to step onto the banana. Have you heard about Swachh Bharat? So it's all about culture change, right? That our Prime Minister Modi, did we think about that in the past? Any time? No, right? So it's all in India compared to Western countries, it is there in our culture to do, take certain things very naturally. I mean, the way we have grown up, Srinivas has touched upon some slides, you write ABC, you kind of remove it and put something else. So when we are growing also, everything that is taught to us by our parents or grandparents and all, they're all lies, sweet lies. So we know lying is not a problem. Taking casually is our culture. That's why we have grown. That is a requirement maybe at the stage of your school or college time. So why it is important now? As a behavior, because we are in industry where we are responsible for manufacturing of a product which is taken by human beings, right? So if your behavior is not correct here, if you do mistakes here, what will happen? It can risk the patients. So patient life is in our hands. If you think that way, then that is important. So I just want to touch upon culture part here, how it is affecting your behavior. Then that behavior can lead to mistakes. So like I was talking about Swachh Bharat, right? Opposition people all laughed about it, Swachh Bharat and all. But slowly, you see that there is a lot of improvement. Many cities, you have seen segregation of the waste, dry waste. All those things were not there in the past. So the cultural change we are bringing here. Same thing in industry, we talk about before 2000, maybe after 2000, maybe before 90, after 2000. So I can take myself as example, when I started my career maybe before somewhere in 95, I never heard about data integrity. I don't know what is data integrity. Now any employee who is joining today in the company, the first thing the management is talking is about data integrity. Look at the change. Change is the only need of the hour. So when Swachh Bharat came, of course it's a continuous improvement, lot of change in the people behavior. So my kids, I have a challenge with them. If I eat something, the first thing my son notices is that where I'm going to throw this bottle in the car. Well, our habit is that if there is an opportunity on the ring road, just open the window, throw it out. Correct? That is our culture. In the traffic jam when we are there, how many of us are having patience to wait without honking? But if you go to Western countries, Europe countries, they don't honk. They don't cross the lane. Who taught them? So we are in that situation here. Our culture is the biggest strength in some areas, biggest weakness in these areas. So we have biggest challenge to handle, and we are in the path of handling those things. So this is the agenda, I talked about it, how human behavior culture affects the human behavior. And also what are the pandemic its impact. So if I ask this question, how many answers I will get? Why are you late to the training session now? It was at 2 o'clock, right? You were late. So I just want to make it more interactive, because you guys are already fed up with OAs, OOTs, instant read. I think you guys are doing day and out. Engineering people must be doing a lot of calibration failures, preventive maintenance failures. What is something new, But you are here to understand why people do mistakes. How can I, kind of arrest it? What as an individual I am accountable to do? As a person, if every employee think that, okay, I can't do it, I should not do a mistake, that is the biggest achievement for any company. So to happen that, what I should do, what company should do, we'll just try to focus on that, okay? So why are you late to office? Your good name? So can you tell me? Okay, his car broke down. He's a big man coming in car, so think that way. Maybe you are coming by back puncture, maybe a bus, there is a traffic jam, anything. So this is the, then next, is it the cause? So every time I am talking about these general things, you link it to your own technical things. I want you guys to correlate, so it will make your life easy. Because I want to feel I want to get your experience of thinking logically. That will be more interesting for you guys. Okay. So I have not done servicing since long time. So is there an end? Why he has not done servicing? He doesn't know. Memory gap. So is there an end? So in your even human error analysis also, there is no end. It's all up to the company, it's all up to your boss, it's all up to your system. You can never satisfy anybody. जब तक हम लोग फार्मा में हैं, ये ह्यूमन एरर रहेगा. करेक्ट है कि नहीं? When there is a human being, mistakes will be there. Okay, so I just want to focus on culture. So culture is very important, right? It's important in industry, it's important in family. That's very important. So what is the culture, How we arrive at? Your beliefs. You believe in what? You believe in what? And where you get, what is your faith? You have faith in certain things, right? Then you have education, you are highly educated from different universities, maybe different colleges, different background. It can be rural area, it can be posh city area. Then you are from experience, you are a highly experienced person. Then you are mentors, you have got some good teachers, some people who are guiding you, like Sadhguru or some other people, people who are, so they watch a lot of things. So lot of Swamijis are there, parents are there, some grandparents, or maybe your senior people. So then, based on this, through this, you'll get some belief in some system. You believe in certain things. What happens when you believe certain things? Then you develop values. You value certain things. Based on your belief, what happens? You develop some values. You value certain things. So somebody can value respect. So happiness. You see, in rural villages, whenever I go hometown, one person is kabhi bhi jata wo peete rehte ho. He is very happy. So his life motto is that he just want to drink and he wants to be happy. That's the value we developed. So don't think it's good or bad. I'm just telling that based on you believe at the time of childhood or during your professional experience, you get some values. And also about wealth. Some people are very busy earning money. I want to be rich. That is his value. Then how about family? Whether I have money, I love my family. So he has belief system in the family. See, he values his family a lot. Okay? Then career. Somebody wants to be successful in his career. वो family नहीं जाएगा, day and night काम करेगा. He can, even though family is in Hyderabad, he wants to work in Delhi. Some people, I have seen my colleagues, they started their career in Bangalore and they are retiring in Bangalore also. They said, no, I want to be with my family. So they kind of, some people are still successful, Some people kind of compromise their level also. So it depends what is your value, and also about your career success. So based on what you believe in, you develop your values. Then what? What happens when you have value? Then attitude. You're getting? Guys, good afternoon. Okay. So attitude. The attitude is something you exhibit, right? So इसको देखो यार कितना attitude है. So from where this attitude is coming? He was believing certain things, he values certain things, based on that he is exhibiting his attitude. So if you are having say in your QC, so if 10 people are having same attitude different, that becomes culture for us. So it starts from belief system. So what is your attitude? You want to be professional. That is your attitude. We call अरे बहुत professional है, ये बोलते हैं बहुत arrogant है. So that is attitude, no? Looking at the person, you make some statements, correct? Then you talk about respect. ये सबको respect देते हैं. You see some people when they are sending bosses mail, they don't say dear Gopi, dear Singh. They say come to my office, correct? Some people when you are walking in a QR QC production area, you look at them, they don't look at you. But some people always say hi, good morning, always smiling. So their attitude is their respect, correct? And also peer pressure. You as a manager, I want to do many things, but वो आके बोलेगा यार मैं तो तुमको इंक्रीमेंट देने वाला हूँ, but boss बोला ऐसा नहीं कर सकते. Peer pressure. So whether they are depending on the peer pressure and all those things and all. Then so based on your attitude, your behavior is exhibited. So how you know उसका behavior अच्छा है, उसका behavior बुरा है, his behavior is good, his behavior is bad. People talk about like this, correct? Yes or no? Okay. So this is the background of it. What you believe in, what you value, and how do you exhibit. If X number of people together, more than say 10, 15, 20 people are exhibiting this, that becomes a culture. So it can be a culture of the family, it can be culture of the society, it can be culture of the village, it can be culture of the company, correct? So why it is very important culture? You have good culture and bad culture. So if you have good culture, you maintain GMP. If you have bad culture, you can create wonders which are horrible, correct? Whenever you want to go for an interview, what you will say, वो company का culture अच्छा है नहीं यार, correct ना? Yes or no? यही culture है. Culture आदमी का हो सकता है, that manager का हो सकता है, it can be a manager. So all those couple of good bad manners make the company, correct? So why you want to choose to go a good culture company? Because you want to be treated well, you want to have a good comfort of working, so that you don't do mistakes, or if when you do mistakes, there is a process to follow for next steps. You might have heard many companies, अरे वो company का है तो Friday evening they will tell you to go. Every Friday, if it is there, or if HR person is coming to company, तुम्हारा last day पक्का है बोले. We hear all those things, right? But maybe that is slowly coming down, but this is the culture of those companies. So it's all culture is prepared, all culture is because of the people only. So you guys should know when we are talking about culture, it is having impact on the human behavior. If the culture is company is bad, believe in complaints. Quality culture builds highest standard of complaints. So when we are talking about human errors, ultimately it is for the complaints only, right? You want to comply everything as per written procedures. That's the complaints. How it will come? If you are having a good culture. What is a good culture? We just discussed about. So there are many examples. Now you guys can correlate in your own QC area what is happening in manufacturing area. Biggest problem in engineering department is what? You don't have manpower. Correct, na? I know some example. And you have to always depends on the service providers. Because calibration karo, qualification karo. So depends on the situation, what culture you develop there if the vendors are not good. So, so what is this active blaming and passive blaming? Again, is it linked to culture? I see a lot of smiles on the faces. Either you are blaming somebody or somebody is blaming you. Because if you are doing some manufacturing area, something fell down, immediately production officer will come on, you will scold the operator, blame. And other manager is watching. And he will give his report to another passive. So person he will tell something, what reaches to manager is something different. So this is really a big problem in the industry. How to address these things are very important to correct your human errors. Correct? Blame, lot of blame game happens, no? So how you can come out of this? Junior people, many people they think they get fed up and they want to leave the company. Because some people have capability to bear the pain, they will kind of confront, yes, I have not done mistake. But percentage of them is very, very less. Many people, अरे यार कुछ भी हो गया तो इंडस्ट्री में हमको 30 साल काम करने का है, I don't want a bad name. Because future में मुझे नौकरी चाहिए. Correct ना? So this is the biggest problem. So it's very difficult nowadays, find people's leader. All are autocratic leaders. Nobody has, there is no empathy, right? There is no empathy. There is no sympathy. If there is no empathy, there is no sympathy, how you will have a good culture? If there is no culture, how you will ensure the complaints? It's again all because of the human beings only. And we are talking about human errors. Correct? We are only responsible for all this nonsense. We means it's again, so on the same topic, so who is accountable for this? Am I accountable? You. Am I means you. We are not accountable, we are accountable, no? So we come to office early, we come in time, we follow the procedure, we do whatever is told by boss. If most of the people are like that, the lab will be good, the manufacturing area will be good, that the particular department will be good. That's why if you evaluate a performance, some section people are doing good always. In your QC, you have got RM, PM, FP section, method validation section, manufacturing, dispensing, warehouse. You people talk ना, अरे वो RM में कभी mistake नहीं होता है, पता नहीं क्यों, मे बी उसका लीडर अच्छा है, उसको क्या करेगा QC मैनेजर, अरे यार लीडर अच्छा है उसको स्टेबिलिटी में करो. अभी प्रॉब्लम उसका being a good is a punishment for him sometimes. But that person I advise to take it as a challenge to take higher responsibilities if you want to grow. So it's again, so all these things makes very, very important factors in our career in a company where you are working. So 20 to 40%, some survey says that human error is because of this blame game only. You understand, many times actual person who did mistake always get escapes. He escapes because of the blame game only. So that's why it is, because we are the chore, no? We are the thieves. So very difficult to find out because we are only investigating. Another human being only investigating, no? So it's very difficult to find the correct person. So any queries on the culture? Somebody sitting at last? How anybody wants to share experiences? Am I making sense of bringing this topic? Do you find it relevant or irrelevant? Relevant? Lot of memories? Flourishing in your brains? Good. So who is accountable for building a good culture? It should be always a top driven. Okay? Top driven means from the chairman, MD, then you have got head of departments, the main years. If it has to be always top driven. So again, people who are like senior people are there 20 years back. We don't know how to do right things. When I get a report, what was my first question? What was my first question? Can any guesses? No, you are there. You are not there. Super, very good. कौन सा डेट साइन करने का? Correct ना? Maximum. I can be brutally honest. I used to do that. Of course, I used to read. वो अलग बात है. अरे डेट कौन सा मारने का? That was the culture. Correct? Because that was okay for my boss. Because he used to do same thing. Date ఏమండి? So when regulators start bombing us, okay, then the data integrity principles, everybody become sadhu. Everybody becomes sadhu. Array, no data integrity now. But that is good for all of us. I'm telling you, it's a big relief. And this change, I don't know to name some FDA inspector like Peter Baker and all who started this process. They have really helped us. That is where the managements have realized to invest in right people, right system, resources, automation. Where was it? 2010, there was nothing. But now, next question. Was it the same culture in every company? No. Answer was no. There are some good companies there also, then also. There are good companies now also. And now bad companies also still there. So, I don't want to name the companies, but I know you guys can understand. So, as a person, I can tell my experience. So, from 2015 to till date, I have not done any backdating. I can promise you on this. Whether it is my personal check or my diary writing, that is the oath I have taken. And I am fortunate enough to survive because the companies where I am working, they are supporting me. If the companies are not supporting, maybe I would be doing it. I don't want to declare that I am a kind of thing. So that is an example of how the culture is changing. So if you want to have a good culture, to have a better compliance, it has to be a top-driven approach. The managements have to take a decision, can I entertain a data integrity? Yes or no? So is it a process that I can do in a day, in a year? No. You have to do, it is a slow process and still you have to have a lot of training sessions, you have to have detection systems, whether data integrity is happening and all. So based on that, you can bring the culture of compliance. That's why even a lot of regulatory guidelines will talk about the culture of the management. Are you really open? You heard about Gemba walks. Are the senior management people available on the shop floor? Do they talk to you guys? How many times an executive is talking to president, a CEO? Correct, no? So all this came up. We have not heard about town halls in the past. Open sessions. Now, kabhi bhi jao to town halls hai. Open session hai. Itna hai ki public pagal hai abhi. Every day, every time one person comes, you will give open session. You will give lecture. No data integrity. You have to follow SOPs and all. Because this has become a requirement now. Because when you have got so many thousands of employees, the communication that you have to pass on is not that easy. Because we come from different backgrounds, our understanding leveling is different. So the continuous push on complaints from the management is important. And you have to always walk the talk. If I say something, I should follow. Quality is always right, but nobody is doing, no? Nobody is watching. You know that, right? I have to do things right when nobody is watching. That is a good test, dipstick study for your culture. Okay? So, is it clear on complaints, how it is important to reduce the human errors? Because as you know that nobody comes to any office to do mistakes. But if the culture itself is so bad, your frustration level, whatever you call, is so bad, you tend to do certain nonsense, intentionally or also unintentionally. So if you are working in a good cultural company, that's good for you. If the culture is not good, try your bit to improve it. Okay? So we talk about pandemic, COVID-19. Anybody wants to share an experience of how pandemic has troubled us in doing our duties properly? So changes in regular requirements. So when in 2019, I came to Bangalore, from Bangalore I came here on said March 20th, and 21st Modi declared complete shutdown, right? So from then 3-4 months I was working from home here only. Now we used to get a phone call, अरे एरिया क्लीनिंग पेंडिंग है, क्या करने का, कैलिब्रेशन पेंडिंग है, क्या करने का, किसी कुछ हवा ही नहीं है ना, बिकॉज हमने लाइफ में कभी देखा नहीं है. We have never faced these kind of situation that you can take a deviation to postpone your calibration, you can take a deviation to prevent, some avoid some cleaning solutions. So it was a big challenge for us. So in the confusion, in the transition of the adapting the change, we had to do a lot of mistakes. So pandemic really created a problem for us in handling the our routine activities. So like transition to remote working. We were never used to work at home, no? Pharma industry working from home was a dream. Huh? Now, but still IT people are enjoying. Or we are again going back to our old days of people. I think we started going to office, right? So 2 years was real good fun. So but many people don't know. So people sitting at home, we used to send the laptops. जब वो ऑफिस में रहता तो यूज टू क्राई, मेरे को लैपटॉप दे दो. जब when the COVID came, our IT department, sent many laptops to their respective houses. We'll allow with the net connection, everything. Work from home. We will give you some extra, salary and all. So that transition took a lot of time. At the same time, you are used to do certain kind of activity at the office physically, but you are not expert in doing remote way, right? So you used to do some mistakes. So that time systems are not available how to address. So it took some time for us. Then, for example, I have never done any remote signing of any document. Now we have to create some Adobe, certain systems where documents can come to you. Then that time, we used to get different dates. इंडिया टाइम के यूएस टाइम आता है, अरे फिर सिस्टम क्वालिफाई नहीं किया, अरे अटैचमेंट ओपन नहीं हो रहा है, अरे anybody can see the attachment, anybody can download the attachment. Every time you do certain things you knew, you are into different problems. But that was again, you have to take a deviation, it is a human error, you have to investigate, but what you will investigate? You are inventing certain thing new, but that is a life. So pandemic has really given a good and bad of it. There is a good thing and bad thing. And also, as I said, prohibited travel. Because of that, you have less manpower. Just before 21 March, whoever was there in the respective company, that was their bad luck. Management said, you don't go out of Bangalore or don't go out of Baddi. Correct? They were lying like mad there only. People were on holidays for some reason. They were very lucky. 2-3 months they had good holidays. So because of travel restriction also, there was a problem. Correct? And also, increase in virtual training. Virtual training is a gift or a punishment? Earlier we used to dream of virtual training, no? एक Skype meeting होता था कभी-कभी, correct? Now MS Teams has come. Lots of virtual training because you can't go physically. Are they effective? Virtual trainings. See how I can see your guys and give a training. We can talk. I can see you guys smiling, reacting to me. Virtual trainings are a terrible things. So it was not effective training. But can you stop SOP making effective? SOP बनाओ, virtual training invitation भेजो, invitation training करो, फटाफट effective करो. उसको समझ में आया नहीं आया भगवान जाने. Correct? Yes or no? So this is the reality of the life. Then digitization, difficulty in new hiring. So again, resources were not there. Hiring was a problem. Onboarding was a problem. Now whoever is getting selected, all onboarding is happening when they are at home only. So it's a saving for company now. After becoming, expert in all these things, it's becoming good for company now. I mean, good for employees also. Initially we had struggle, good for employees also, correct? And also uncertain economic environment. Some people have lost jobs, correct? Some people did not get increment, bonus. So that also has impact on your mind, right? Can you work properly in this scenario? तुमको मालूम नहीं है कब नौकरी जाएगा. And when from February to June, you will be only waiting for what? Increment आएगा, promotion आएगा, आपको mindset क्या रहेगा? So that 2019-20 period had some, impact. So because of the digitization also, we wanted to do many digitization projects. So it has really, one thing what happened, delayed the projects. You could not digitize properly. It also created a problem of having more digitization, because now management realized, अरे ये तो COVID कभी भी रहेगा, phase 2, 3, 4, we don't know how many phases will come. Let us go for full automation. But again, do you have skill set to handle? We have an experience of somebody sitting in Chennai giving a printout for X, it was coming from Y printer. So example I am saying. So that is a big problem. We never realized what was happening. So digitization also I given some advantages where of course it has helped data integrity, but initial teething problem created lot of human errors, because everybody was in understanding phase. Is it making sense? So reduction of hiring employees. So these things are helping, creating problem for less resource. If there is less resource, obviously it's a more pain on the existing people. You have to do overtimes, you have to also do certain tasks which you don't know. Your GC is urgent for you. GC person is sitting in Pondicherry. That HPLC fellow is given 1 minute, 1 week में training करेगा, उसको test करो. Dispensary person is doing manufacturing. What you will do? So that has also created a big problem. Can we avoid? We can't avoid. Because we can't avoid, no? We have to run the business, right? We have to get salaries. Business has to happen. But look at people, how people can do mistakes. There are various reasons. Again, I am not telling that it's a human person who is doing intentionally mistakes. Situations, the culture, the pandemic is why we are talking big about pandemic. It has brought a lot of change. Do you agree? As I said, virtual, like working from home is a dream for everybody. It never happened. It could not have happened because without COVID, right? So it has brought a lot of changes. Many companies have gone for automation. Now that's why in every company, the huge scarcity of getting people for IT QA. A lot of companies like PwC, McKinsey, they're all going for a big automation support for all the pharma companies. So we talked about culture, okay, how it is having impact on the human errors. We talked about pandemic. Any thoughts on pandemic, any experience you would like to share? As part of your investigation of human error analysis, have you written that due to COVID? Due to COVID लिखा है ना? So that was a proud moment for everybody, because साला एक तो root cause मिला है. Correct, no? So you have to thank COVID now. Now.
That root cause was created by humans only.
So in China, but we are not finding actual source क्या है. So, I mean, then you have clients who are always behind you. Is your product free from COVID? Correct, no? Then you create a deviation. I will dispatch first, then I will start testing. Then R&D person will say, I don't have method. So, in this process, people have got a lot of experience. They did mistake, but they have learned a lot of new things also. So, then we talk about, systems. I just want to focus on, you guys to correlate yourself in areas that you are working, why people are doing mistake, how we can kind of, bring awareness to reduce them. I don't want to take one OS and take phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 steps to investigation team, it's a routine thing, right? You guys are doing it, correct? Is it not boring to take one OS template, company में वही काम, इधर भी वही काम, correct ना? Or deviation also. How many people are working from QA here? So who is handling QMS? How is your experience of handling deviation? Huh? Daily new experience. So every time pressure is on QA only, right? You have to close within 30 days. Boss will ask you only. But manufacturing person, engineering person will not do anything. So you have to again write for them all those things. But I mean, again, it's all about culture. Again, everything coming back to culture. So people have taken some complaints, people in the manufacturing area now, they are taking. So they are verifying it. People are having total turnaround time, TATs. People are now monitoring document iteration rates. How many times document is getting iterated between two departments. If you start measuring some metrics, okay, linking to culture, you go with all the data to your boss. He will say that production person has not written document. It is very bad. 4 times I have given comments, but still they are not doing it. So not doing proper job. So that's why it is delayed. So please give approval for the extension. Scenario A, boss says correct. Write a mail to production head. Why is not doing? I will not approve. I will take extension, but I need his approval also. Case 2, अरे यार खत्म करो उसको. So what is the culture? So that culture is very important. No? You have a boss to say that, okay, you extend it, I don't mind, but don't compromise on the quality and make people accountable. Why you have to do other job? See, dependency on doing other job always kills you. You will never get motivated. Do you get motivated? What I tell my team, you know, are you accountable? So accountability is very important, right? There is a RACI matrix: responsible, accountable, informed, and you are kind of, you know, doer, executor kind of thing. So you tell somebody to organize a meeting. वो क्या बोलेगा? Sir, I sent a mail. वो मेल में कोई response नहीं करेगा, कुछ नहीं करेगा. So if you build a culture of in your team accountability, he is accountable to ensure that a meeting is organized by so and so date. Come what may. For me it is nonsense. This is my instruction to you. If you have any challenge, you have to come to me. But it has to happen. If the culture, if you bring that, okay, you can do lot of magic. So another important factor is about, you know, poor systems and procedures. Human error. People do something incorrectly, don't perform something is required. An example is the physical cause. No one checked the fluid level, which led to the overflow. You have a batch record, you have flow meter, okay, but you have not checked. So the reason can be anything. I'm just giving a simple basic example of a human error. So this is about system error. A system process procedure is faulty. No one was responsible for maintenance. Calibration has to be performed every 2 months. Who has to do? When to do? What is the plus or minus days? Nothing is there. कोई बंदा 1 महीने में करेगा, कोई बंदा 1 हफ्ते में करेगा. So he has not done calibration. He has done a mistake. But why he did a mistake? There is a procedure problem. So I think you guys are seeing these kind of problems, right? Correct? In your area? Anybody want to share an example? So we talked about human error is not typically a root cause. Human errors are symptoms of deeper causes, which we have seen few hours back. So they are symptoms. If person is doing mistake, it is a symptom. Why? Bad culture, pandemic, complex systems, lack of accountability. You can name anything. You just, what I want is that, you know, after this session, when you go back to your work areas, how you can apply this learning to your, as a leader, to your team, how you can convey the message to improve this culture, you know. That is more important. You guys are technically perfect. I can assume that way, right? I need not teach you what is the OS, which guideline and all. That is not required. I'm sure you guys know about it, right? That's why you guys are coming and attending the training. I am trying to cover something bigger than that, other than that, correct? So what is the important step? This is brain is the biggest culprit, na? Every time it thinks 1,000. So in entire process of human error, no, the biggest part is the interviewing the person. You can interview in the canteen, correct? You can interview in the production area. How conducive environment you are creating while at the time of interviewing. Do you have any process of interviewing, correct? Are you interviewing to इंटरव्यू करने टाइम में बोलेगा बस तुमने तो प्रॉब्लम है, तुमने किया गलती, अब बोलो क्या किया. That's the way to. So what is the process you follow? You already decided he is a fool, he has done a mistake. तो क्या इंटरव्यू करेगा तुम? You are already biased. So you will do a good job there? No, you can't do a good job. So that's the biggest thing. That's why we write in, a brainstorming session is conducted by people. हमारा रिपोर्ट कितना बढ़िया रहता है वो. साला क्या करता है क्या brainstorming session? Put your hand on heart. Really you guys do? Do it. I'm telling you, do it. You will get good results. To do that, you should have a good culture. You should have a time. Your boss should agree. Encourage them. Okay, now always we can blame our boss. But why can't you try? If you try and you are successful in doing that and you are able to get good results and you are complaining, never know your boss may change. He will appreciate you. So let's do our bit, no? We do our bit and show the results. I mean, all are not bad people, right? Always will take excuse also. That is also not correct. It's a very interesting slide. Cognitive load. So everybody has in our brain 10%, always is very, very important, where it takes your routine information, then process and stores as a like daily routine, whatever you are hearing every time, it processes your information, convert into knowledge, then after over the period of time it will go back and store in a storage bank of your brain. So the purpose of this slide is that your cognitive load, that the 10% of memory area which always reacts to your immediate information, has to be always free. You can't be stressed. So why it will happen, I'll tell you. If you are having an SOP, so you would look at this. Intrinsic cognitive load, there are 3 factors. You can Google for more information. Extraneous cognitive load and germane cognitive load. So what do you mean by intrinsic cognitive load? The complexity of new information. If you give too much of complex information, your brain will not understand. You have to very simplify. That's why your SOP is, if you are having, I have seen an SOP of OS, 100 pages also, 20 pages also. Really speaking, will anybody read 100 pages SOP? No. Same thing when you are giving a training. Is it not easy to make a simple SOP? I am learning, I am telling you, at this level, I am learning how to simplify. If you look at the presentations, some sentences, I put a thumb rule that it can't be more than 1 line. My slides, whenever I make, it can't be more than 1 line. If I am able to communicate to you the information in 1 line, not in 2-3 lines, that's the biggest achievement for me. So it is very simple, easy to understand, so it won't take too much of load. Same thing, extraneous cognitive load. So reduce the distractions. Whenever any information you are taking, like whether it is a training, whether you are doing any job, there should not be any distractions. Like in your lab or in a manufacturing area, 10 products you are doing together, 10 dispensing booth hai, 10 different products are happening. Look at the complexity there. It's huge, So you think that operator who is doing there, if he has to serve for 3-4 dispensing areas, his mind cannot take. That's scientifically proven, right? Then germane cognitive load, that means any information that you are giving, if you will able to take better. So if you like a reading or viewing, you'll be understanding more when you see or when you read. See, correct, na? So you need to have that clear-cut information coming to you, easy form, then you will resist, it will register better in your brain. So in your areas, when you like analyst or engineering or manufacturing areas, are we really giving, are we really simplifying, are we avoiding distractions, are our process clear? This has got impact on, why I am telling is, if your load is high on your brain, you can't work. This is proven, it is genuine. This can lead to different kind of problems. Time check? Oh, really? So cognitive overload leads to human errors. Too much of brain load. So brain load can be, of course, can be because of family, whatever else. So that is a different story. I'm talking in the industry. How many people, so like, you know, we used to remember all the passwords when we were at young. Now slowly, are we remembering? We are writing in the WhatsApp, you know, mobile में लिखता है, एक file create करता है, अभी वो भी भूल जाता है. Then you write in a paper. So with the time, you know, you will try to forget things. Your memory getting overloaded. You should avoid that. So this Srinivas has talked about it. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Okay. So physical, mental, behavior. Just couple of minutes you guys can go through. Behavior. So if your behavior is bad, you can do shortcuts. So you can feel bad if somebody is getting rewarded for not, even though he is not doing good, he is being rewarded. So your behavior will become bad. Then relaxed attitude, we talked about it. Skills, wrong skill set is an issue which can lead to human error. Physical condition, some person, you know, people can do still mistake because of physical condition as well. Does it make sense, guys? Physical, mental state, reaction time. So every individual has got their own capabilities, right? You have to judge them accordingly, you have to do it. Again, this, I don't want to spend time here. So how many, I think everybody is fed up of seeing this Ishikawa, right? I use right word, fed up. कुछ भी बोले तो आप रूट का एनालिसिस करो. वो क्या करेगा बोलने वाले को मालूम नहीं है, आपको मालूम नहीं है. Fact, it's a fact. But आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट रिपोर्ट में इशिकावा डायग्राम है, बस बढ़िया है. मेजर है तो रूट कास्ट यूज करो, माइनर को यूज मत करो. That is a life. I mean, can you avoid it? Okay, then it is a good tool, provided you spend good time on actual 5i analysis. You know, if it is a human error, you identify. That 5i is very important thing actually. But the question that you are framing in 5i is very, very important. When person does a mistake, why you have done a mistake, that 5i step, no, that if you can frame the question properly, that is where you can achieve the good results. Symptom of the problem, the weed, you know. So there are many causes. Only symptom is, there are a lot of roots, right? But symptom of roots is the tree. If you can correlate this when we are doing our own investigations during human error analysis, that is really useful, right? So I have given some example, so you can just go through. So what is the difference between cause and root cause? I think you guys can read it, right? Unless picked up 15 ml volume prepared instead of 10 ml during dilution. Most routine problems, correct ना? Dispensing में 50 ग्राम की जगह में 55 किया, वो भी होता है ना dispensing में, manufacturing में. You will also do mistake. Instead of adding 10 minutes mixing, you will do 15 minutes mixing, correct? So that is the cause. What is the root cause? No system procedure available for segregation of the identification of the pellets. So I just want you to understand the difference between cause and the root cause. Many people stop at the cause level only. We don't go to root cause. For us to have a system of correction, so root cause is important. This is another example. So I just want to spend on this last one, you know. If there is a repeated problem, what you will do? Anybody want to share an example? So Analyst has picked the wrong volumetric flask, correct? So what you will do, where there is no segregation, you created segregation board. There is no label, you put a label. There is no coloring, you do a coloring. फिर क्या करेगा? वो बंदा, you are getting mistakes. What to do? Good point. So what my experience is that we have to see from the complaints point of view also, because when regulator is coming, they will see you are having volumetric wrong pickup so many times in your life. Are you doing something about it? Okay, we used to prepare a trend of it person wise type of mistake. So internally, based on the critical mistake and minor mistake, if a person is doing 3 times critical mistakes, we used to change his role to a different area, non-critical area. That has really helped us well. It has really improved. Then after 1 year, if he is really improving, we used to bring back. So when you are handling any investigations, try to implement these things which will help you to handle the regulators. I am trying to help you guys, because human error is something which everybody talks about it, correct? And human error is something which you can never ever in your life avoid it. It's going to happen. You have to only work towards minimizing it. You cannot prevent. It's a dream. Correct? So how you want to do is important. So anybody wants to share some example, like as I said, you should have a person-wise mistake trend. Are you guys doing it? If you are having 150 people in your lab, do you have a list of every person against what mistake he has done? Yes or no? Yes or no? Very less yes. There should be more yes. Test per analyst also. That is important, na? Because if he is not doing, see, again we are focusing on outcome of the analyst. वो कितना test करते हैं? TPA also we follow, na? Test per analyst. I am having 100 analysts. How much test is doing per day? So you will put more pressure on testing. What you will do? You will do one mistake. Of course, it is important. I am not saying it. So from the complaints point of view, you guys have to have especially that Pareto analysis. I don't want to force. 80% of the problem is because of the 20% causes only. If you do a proper trend analysis of these human errors, you can definitely identify. So again, one more thing is very important is we talked about intentional, unintentional, everything and all. So there are 2 things, positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement. If there is a problem, you can always coach him, train him, guide him, and see that he is coming back to terms. But you can always, if he is not improving it, punishment is not a problem. But only thing you need to know as a company, as a department head, are we putting best efforts to see that he is understanding, he is given enough resources, enough training, so that he will not do mistakes. So these are some of the CAPAs. So IT controls, administrative controls. As I said, visual boards are very important in your labs, lot of Lean Sigma, OE boards and all. Everybody, if you go to any QC lab, QC manager के cabin में क्या होता है? 20-30 वो mirror के ऊपर वही boards होते हैं ना, TPA, LIR rate, OS, OOT, all these things. So depends on the, as I said, kappa. Kappa is all about, in case of human behavior, sacking is not only important, but it is also an action that you can do. Very rarely in your deviations, OAS, you see that person has been, removed or actioned. But in case of data integrity, we do that, right? Think about if in the OAS, you are also doing some punishment for the person. That is a change that we are looking for. Why not? We had similarly one case. Oh, deviation investigation बोला कि negligence है. So I said if it is a deviation negligence, you are not saying anything. But if it's a data integrity negligence, you are sacking him. What's the difference in both? It is same, no? The impact may be little less in case of deviation. Okay. So with this, I would like to thank all of you for your attention. Thank you very much. Any question?
Yeah, guys. If you you would like to take any couple of questions, we can quickly take.
My intention was to, go and apply these learnings in your routine activities so that you can bring change in your culture of the company, where you are talking to people and all, it will help you. Technically, you guys are good. So, root cause analysis, all these things and all, we can talk volumes. Okay.
Yes, anyone? Yeah, at the back. Just hold on, we are getting the mic for you.
How this human error trending need to be performed? Like in case of chemistry, we are talking.
Okay.
Just
So
now.
we used
So
to create one Excel with the analyst name, his designation, his vertical like is in raw material, packing material, whatever section is working, and there are standard 10 types of errors: dilution error, pipetting error, weighing error. You guys know, no? Like others. So every time if somebody is doing a mistake, you can there 1, 2, 3. So after 3 mistakes, first you can do consoling, second you can do retraining, third time what you can do, if it is small error, in spite of all things, still he is not doing a mistake, there is some problem for him. If you know the root cause, you need not change the person. The root cause only because of the attitude or overload or any other things, you have to change it to other non-important areas. So we used to put him GLP area, we used to put in other areas and all. That has really helped us.
My observation from my experience is the same person repeats different kinds of mistakes, not a like what we are quoting, a single type of mistake. He will be one time dilution error, second time calculation error, third time preparation error, fourth time weighing error, kind of things. Can we consider?
Yeah, you can. So it's again, there is no hard and fast rule here. So it's your department decision. As a person, you can always do. So 3 is the number I said.
Yes.
You can think of 5 also.
Yes, they are saying 3, like in procedures we are writing 3. But
My advice is don't write in procedure till you become expert in that, have a data, because when you write in procedure, see, you can always tell any regulator when they are coming and asking, we do like this. Unless somebody is really forcing you to proceduralize, my suggestion is no, because in excitement we try to proceduralize, but afterwards it becomes some challenge for us to implement also. But with your experience, you can always do it.
so you mean to say that whether it is 3 or 4, when by person name we need to make trend, and then irrespective of the error.
Yes.
Irrespective of
Yes.
Thank you.
And you also know critical error, minor error also.
Thank you.
Sir, in this pandemic, some people are sick due to pandemic. So those are handled batches, previous testing. So how we can handle those issues and advise on that?
No, I didn't get you. So I didn't get your question.
That pandemic before 15 days, what batches he had handled, and those batches have been considered for any microbial additional testing.
Yes, they are considered. Like there are situations where you are not there, but your counterparts are there, right?
Yes.
So somebody is there.
Yes.
If somebody is capable of doing it, they can continue it.
Yes.
If they cannot do, you have to take a deviation, retest it, invalidate the old results.
Means routine microbial testing or additional microbial testing?
Routine only.
Routine.
There is nothing additional.
Yeah, we have also same.
Routine only.
Yeah.
Only for biologics products where, because of vaccine, so that virus, that testing we have done. No. Again depends, as Indians, we don't do anything voluntarily. If the client is forcing, we will do.
Okay.
So we have a lot of clients who is forcing us, that's why we have done testing. Yeah.
And with this, we end this session. And I would request Rajni to please come on stage and present the token of appreciation. Oh, picture का बंद कर दीजिए. Yeah, your mobile. Okay, so before we proceed further, I'm sure you must be watching few videos that's been going in the loop, talking about the e-learn video, what is all about. So Bluetech Media has come up with the e-learn platform, because what happens normally is you are busy with your audits, you are busy with other trainings, or you have some important meetings, and you're not able to attend important such workshops. To avoid this, what we have come up with, we are compiling the entire session, the workshops, in a form of a videos. Those are called as e-learn videos, wherein you will be having access for 6 months. You can go through the videos anytime, from your comfort of your home, from your office. You can watch it on your laptop as well as on your mobile phones anytime. And you have a 6 months period. Post your training, you will have to go through a small test. Once you clear that, you also get a certificate. So moreover, the test is a proof of learning for you to understand if whatever I have gone through, I'm really aware about the right information or not. Right? We are also trying our best to associate with IACET to get a IACET certifications for all the participants. So that's in the process. In near future will come up. I'll be putting across a video wherein we have created 3 trainings right now under eLearn. One is the CAPA, second is the QBD, and third is the computer system validation. So right now I'm going to play a video about QBD, which has been taken by Rajnija herself. Yeah, please play.
To Mr. Bashekar and yourself for facilitating this e-learning platform for key aspects of pharmaceutical development and commercialization. So talking about the quality by design approach, all of us are conversant with this, that it is essentially a very structured and science-based approach for development, scale-up, technology transfer, and commercialization of drugs. And basically, it is nothing but a comprehensive understanding of our manufacturing processes and to Mr. Bashekar and yourself for facilitating this e-learning platform for key aspects of pharmaceutical development and commercialization. So talking about the quality by design approach, all of us are conversant with this, that it is essentially a very structured and science-based approach for development, scale up, technology transfer, and commercialization of drugs. And basically, it is nothing but a comprehensive understanding of our manufacturing processes and product to arrive at quality products consistently. And this is accomplished by a thorough due diligence with respect to our manufacturing processes and controls thereof using various risk assessment techniques. And needless to say, this is a key regulatory and GMP compliance requirement also. Quality by design approach is applicable across various cross functions of the pharmaceutical industry, and by this quality by design e-learning program, there will be an immense value addition and benefit to various cross-functional teams as process scientists, analytical scientists with respect to both the API and the formulation, quality control, quality assurance, and the regulatory affairs teams. Not only this, the manufacturing personnel also will have a thorough feel of the importance of quality by design. This is also beneficial for auditors, both external and internal, as well as various contract research organizations and contract manufacturing organizations. So this e-learning module for QBT, this will be spread over 10 modules of several hours, covering key aspects of the quality by design approach. We will be doing lots of real-time case studies here with respect to quality by design implementation and evolution across different cross functions, so that there is a better understanding and appreciation of the entire concept. Now, the main things which will be covered during these will be regarding the quality culture tools with respect to quality by design and quality management systems.
Work around the various aspects depending on what exactly you have faced, you are facing, and the kind of activities your company is into. So talking about the point of culture with respect to the model, I'll just continue from here. So as we discussed, one of the best ways to really imitate the quality throughout, enhancement of quality aspects, the quality concepts, and the performance quality claims throughout your organization, one needs to realize that most of the problems being described as human errors probably are something else in entirety. So rather than using it as a convenient stand-in for thorough investigation, as I said, the more deviations, the more non-conformances you have, and the more investigations you try to create, you are actually, I would say using your available resources with respect to manpower, with respect to equipment engagement or data analysis for analyzing something which probably you could have thought better in another way. I mean, and then you document it, there are volumes and volumes, and there are number of investigation reports, and when the auditor comes, he'll say, oh, you had to do so many investigations, why? Then you say, oh, there were some deviations or this thing, and then they would go into it. So are you really investigating what needs to be investigated, or are you just doing it for the sake of documenting or proving something right? So rather than using this as a convenient stand-in for investigation, use this error, human error thought or concept as an opportunity to improve the company's problem, which is effectively basically solving or resolving the processes rather than enlisting why it happened, is it human error, are the human error real cause. That's the idea. Fast closure rates of inaccurate deviations do not demonstrate efficiency. Just misguided values in the problem solving process itself. So you actually get diverted from the actual issue. Replace this metric with a trending reduction in total deviations over time, and the size of the backlog and closure timings They are functions of each other and should be handled accordingly. So let's use our time, our talent, our resources in an optimal manner on things which actually need to be done, rather than just beating the bush around and saying that, okay, because we are humans and this thing was done by humans, so it is uncontrollable, we cannot eliminate it, but we can reduce it. Let's probably get out of this. That's important to understand. So rather, let's get out of those thought processes and start investing time in improving culture, improving the attitude and approach, and taking up the onus as an individual to arrive at lesser of deviations. So keep in mind that the lack of a backlog will likely lead investigators to look at your closure trends. And if your deviation backlog is reduced significantly in the weeks leading up to their arrival, see they normally, if we talk about announced audits, right? So they give you a prior notice, say of 45 days or something, that okay, we are coming for inspection. So what's going to happen? They are going to, for example, see the deviation and the non-conformance records of say past 1 year, maybe on a monthly basis or whatever it is. So if they see a trend that the deviation backlog is reducing significantly in the weeks when they are nearing the arrival, when they are about to visit your facility, they'll know your methods were rushed rather than being a natural component of your QMS. So for example, if they come for inspection in April 2022 and they check the backlog and they check the deviation log since April 2021, example, forget the corona for some time, then they would see, okay, in the month of April, May, June, in the first quarter, maybe you had 70 deviations, example, just an example, overall deviations or non-conformances. Then in the next quarter, you had say 65 or 60. Then in the next quarter, you had 85. And the last quarter in which they are about to visit your facility, you drastically reduce the number so that they get a feel that, okay, they are decreasing, the deviations are decreasing. Mind it, if the deviations are decreasing, they will ask you, what is the reason of decreasing? Suddenly your people have become experts. Suddenly nothing is going out of specification. Suddenly there are market complaints which have stopped or something. So these tactics are normally employed by various companies. I was a witness to one of the inspections in one of the companies where there were 3 types of market complaint files existing in their computer. One was the actual log. The other was one which was shown to customers. And the third one, so the first log was of 15 pages, the second log was of 5 pages, and when it reached the FDA inspector, it was of half a page. So only few complaints were shown, whereas actually the complaints were much more. So they know very well that this tactic is, and they have proven also, they have checked also in and it's not in one company, as I said, it is overall global. So what would be the next steps? As this is just sort of a conclusion thing, conduct an objective assessment of your internal problem solving processes, and ideally this is better if you do it through an experienced external third party. Why? Because they would be seeing it in an unbiased way, okay, rather than this. And normally if you see in the 483 which are issued and the responses which are given, and based on that the FDA also recommends how they help you out, how to come out of this. They always say that it is preferred if you hire a third party experienced person to get you out of this situation, because that person is specifically trained, number one, probably for doing so, and secondly, he or she would be seeing the entire process of the company in a neutral, non-biased manner. So they will be able to give a better solution, unbiased solution. Of course, replace metrics, as we have been talking in the past 2 sessions also, which happened just now, that establish problematic incentives with goals focused on long-term trending, not immediate solution or just short-term solution or just getting out of the situation one time. Explore ways to improve problem solving within your quality management system to reduce backlogs while thoroughly investigating issues. So, have customized on-site trainings, particularly in view of sudden hikes by the FDA inspectors, to clear the backlog of pending regulatory inspections due to time lost. Now what has happened? You must be aware, all of you. In fact, we were having a lot many other participants for this particular workshop, but after some time they just got back to us that suddenly FDA inspections have been announced for 2 or 3 of their sites in this particular month and in the next month. So suddenly there was a surge in the inspections, announced or unannounced. And the reason for that was simple, because till 2 years there was a backlog with respect to these physical inspections also, as you all know. So virtual or remote assessment was being done through inspections. But then that was just a temporary option, as we have been talking, due to the COVID-19 things. Okay, you cannot stand still the entire thing. So they said, for the time being, let's continue with remote audits or virtual audits, but those will not be 100% okay for actually auditing your site. They will need to be supplemented sooner or later by a personal physical audit. So when the the cases went down and when the travel opened up from their end, so I think since March or April they are into India at various places, and various companies have undergone FDA inspections and they are still undergoing them. So they also had a backlog which had to be covered from their end. And secondly, there was a lot of time lost because of corona. So the pending approvals, the pending files without which you cannot market the medicines was also held up. So that is the reason this sudden surge has happened, and I think when the backlog is cleared, things will become more smoother. And talking about the criticalities of SOPs and quality oversight for active pharmaceutical ingredients, which we discussed to some extent yesterday, inadequate written procedures, the failure to follow those procedures, and no risk evaluation management strategy. So let's go through some more of these various case studies and relate these with, you can relate simultaneously these with situations in your respective work zones and make notes of it. So, seeing all this, what is inevitable as of 2022? So based on the increasing number of 483s and warning letters in the recent years, root causes, and this is possible only by the QBG approach in documentation of all data. And when we talk about documentation, we are talking both about paper documentation and the electronic documentation. So root causes of deficient documentation and data management practices need to be identified. Why is it happening? We all know we have to document everything. Spruce up the quality management system accordingly if some instruction or protocol is lacking with respect to documenting, logging all incidents and important aspects. Then, a risk assessment of the potential effects of observed failures on the quality of drug products, including effects of deficient practices on the quality of products released for distribution. This should be done, and this has to be irrespective whether submissions to FDA and other global markets are impacted. That also needs to be assessed. Suppose you have sent a product without adequate risk assessment to the US market, then you need to do the risk assessment sooner or later, and if there are some significant things which you need to inform the FDA, you need to inform with the batch numbers or the lot numbers which have been distributed. Several violations are recurrent or they represent long-standing failures to resolve significant manufacturing. If you are getting the same non-conformances again and again, that means actual reason for the failure, either it has not been identified, we are going by hook and crook, or pick and choose, okay, next time it will be okay, next time it will be okay. It clearly shows that the problem is there in the manufacturing quality process, which one has not been able to identify and resolve. So this means that something is somewhere lacking in the error management system. One important thing is, this is the most confusing concept. What is validation and what is compliance? So talking about GMP inspections, talking about writing up the documents in the proper way with appropriate terminologies, what are the key validation issues and what are the key compliance issues? So when we talk about validation, we are talking about the requirements, for example, design control, testing, the change control, traceability and the monitoring, and that has to be by validated mechanisms. Now, when we talk about compliance, compliance means audit trails, record linking, all the records in the system have to be linked. They have to be in sync. It should not happen. I'll give you an example. One of the companies is using its own API for its formulation. So there is a system in our manufacturing that we before taking the actual exhibit batches, we have few trial batches. So we label just to see that the process is working fine and everything is in order. So we label them as trial batches, and then if they are successful and if they go okay, then we say okay, the same process will now be used for making the exhibit or representative batches, which will be a part of the drug master file, which will be given to the ANDA holder, the prospective ANDA holder, to make formulations from those API batches, not the trial batches, which we call the exhibit batches, and subsequent material, because it is being made by a validated manufacturing process which has been proven to be robust by trial batches, that will be taken up. Now what happens is, in one of the cases what happened that API batch number was there in the DMF, which was a part of the submission of the drug master file, and then those batches had been given to the ANDA holder, and they did the necessary development and all studies, and they also referred to those batches in their ANDA while submitting. Now when the audit came up, we were called to assist in just pre-assessing that everything is okay with respect to audit and all those. So to our horror, what we found was, when we went into their QA department and we told them to take out all the back records of these particular batches which are a part of the submission. So these 3 batches, which were actually a part of drug master file submission, they had been labeled as trial batches at the quality assurance department. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine the situation? So then we asked them कि अरे ये how did this happen? ये कैसे हो गया? अगर trial batch था तो आपने उसको release कैसे किया to the ANDA holder? I mean, this is ridiculous. Otherwise, why do you have systems? So there was no answer. So now what do? No, actually they were not trial batches. गलती से हो गया. अरे गलती एक बार होगा, coincidence एक बार होगा. तीनों batch में trial लिख दिया आपने, और आपने उसको sign off करके lock करके रखा हुआ है अपने quality assurance room में, document room में. So these kinds of situations arise. And imagine what is the answer? I mean, how such a big question mark, the entire exercise has been completed. And then you say कि वो तो trial batches थे. Then the question, अच्छा इसके बाद के exhibit batches के थे तो DMF में trial batches क्यों दिया? The DMF was already submitted, and there was a number assigned and everything. So record linking. Before filing any document to the authority, record linking has to be done beforehand, not afterwards. Because how do you retrieve that now? Then training, of course, compliance. When we talk about compliance, training is linked to compliance, absolutely. Procedures, data migration. When we say data migration, it is manual data has to be migrated and converted into electronic data. Data migration across different sites, across different locations. Archiving of the data, documentation, and most important, record retention. There are specific SOPs for that which need to be made properly in the company, and according to that, all the records connected with all activities at the manufacturing site need to be maintained. So this is extremely important to understand and remember. QBD elements need to be a part of all these things. Now, taking up a couple of examples, as of 2020, what are the observation trends when we talk about FDA warning letter and inspection activities? So what this data is compiled by FDA itself, on their Freedom of Information site. So what they did, they chose key sections of the 21 CFR pertaining to our manufacturing, and of course connected with both drug substance and drug formulation. So they have segregated the several sections and subsections and chapters of the 21 CFR, and they have also quoted how many citations, means how many times these types of discrepancies have been reported under the relevant section of the CFR 21. So I have chosen 4 or 5 of these examples. So for example, you can see there were 738 citations with respect to investigations of discrepancies, which fall under 21 CFR 211192 subsection. Then Citations connected with the quality control unit procedures, and when we talk about procedures, we are talking about procedures that are actually written down as your documents, key documents, and the ones which are actually followed. Then there were 442 citations with respect to laboratory controls, and that mainly focused on level and adequacy of the specifications for various materials being used for manufacturing. Then there were 386 citations with respect to the written procedures for production and process controls, the MPCRs, etc. Now, with respect to current good manufacturing practices for finished pharmaceuticals, automation, the production record review, there are elaborate number of cases, many cases which pertain to some or the other issue in writing the batch production records. So here, yesterday I think Sanjeev, we were talking about this also, that this automation is extremely important with respect, because batch manufacturing record is the only proof that how you manufactured. Did you comply to what all you had claimed and all those things. So all drug production, drug product production and control records, which include those for not only manufacturing, but packaging and labeling, these will be reviewed and will be approved by the, obviously, quality control unit for what? To determine compliance with all established, approved, written procedures before, not after, not when you get some complaint or some issue comes up, before a batch is released or distributed. And this is nothing but quality by design. Any unexplained discrepancy. Now, what kind of discrepancies you can find? Definitely there is a yield range in every batch production record. So the discrepancy has to be explained if there is a percentage of theoretical yield which either exceeds the maximum or is lesser than the minimum percentages established in master production and control records, or it is connected to failure of a batch or any of its components to meet any of its specifications. Now, all these things need to be really thoroughly and completely investigated. And the investigation shall extend not only to that particular batch which has a problem, but to other batches of the same drug product and other drug products also other than that particular formulation that may have been associated with the specific failure or discrepancy. Now here, it's important to understand and correlate that QBD helps clear understanding of the process leading to better controls, and root cause analysis of deviations or failures is easily and accurately arrived at. So it's not always human error only. That's why QBD has been stressed upon in our sessions for human error mitigation. Now, talking about another subchapter, this is connected with the organization and personnel, and we have been talking about it. This clearly specifies that the manpower has to be adequate as well as competent. That's extremely important. Now, because this is what defines the responsibilities and actual right execution of those responsibilities and accountabilities. You cannot hold one man or one person or one department responsible for anything. So a quality control unit should have responsibility and authority both to approve or reject all the components, and when we talk components, it is also connected with the drug product containers, the closures, all in-process materials, packaging material, and labeling of drug products and the like. If any errors have occurred, then they have to be fully investigated, absolutely clear about this, and the quality control unit would be responsible for approving or rejecting the drug products which are manufactured, processed, packed, or held under contract. Sometimes we get the contract manufacturing done and then we hold the material at our place by another company. So quality control unit would be responsible for all this activity also. Then we have been discussing about infrastructure. There has to be adequate lab facilities for testing and approval or rejection of components, drug product containers, etc. And they should be available to the quality control unit, else how will they ensure quality by design if they don't have the means and the infrastructure to do so? Then They will be responsible for approving or rejecting all procedures or specifications which per se have impact on the identity, strength, quality and purity of the drug product. See, everything is equally important. It's just not the essay or something. Now, the responsibilities and procedures applicable to the quality control unit shall be in writing, as we have been talking, and such written procedures should be followed also practically. So, this is all about good documentation practices, quality management system, particularly so with respect to, as we discussed, outsourced activities connected with quality and technical agreements with CMOs, CROs, analytical testing laboratories and the like, and as understood and as appreciated, with more outsourcing activities, chances of human errors increase with leaps and bounds, simply because the more the merrier, the concept which we have been talking. Then to general requirements talk about establishing any specifications, standards, sampling plans, test procedures or other laboratory control mechanisms which include changes in specifications, reference standards, working standards or other lab control mechanisms which might be changed due to some reason. So, that has to be justified and followed, and they have to be drafted by the appropriate organizational unit only and approved after proper review by the quality control unit. And definitely this has to be documented at the time of performance, and any deviation has to be logged and investigated. Now, these include the establishing scientifically sound and appropriate with respect to impurity profile or other specific tests or some specific physicochemical properties which are required by the formulator to be tested in the API. So, this would be with respect to key starting material or the regulatory starting material and critical raw material in particular, if not all materials. Standards, sampling plans and test procedures have to be designed to assure that components, drug product container, closure and all labeling and packaging in process materials conform to the appropriate standards which are defined by our established specifications. And this is important because if the specifications itself are deficient, then how are we claiming the quality and how are we ensuring that the best product is being given to the market. Laboratory controls, as we all know, include determination of conformity to the specification for acceptance of each lot within a shipment. There is a very common practice in pharma industry. Suppose I have to give an X marketable batch size. Naturally, it will not be an individual batch. It will be a blend of multiple batches, whatever batches are there. So what happens out of the, suppose I'm blending 4 batches. So 3 of the batches are absolutely clear with respect to the specification. But the 4th batch is on borderline. What I do? Oh, how does it matter? I cannot waste so much of my batch. So what I'll do the blending, and this I will generate a certificate of analysis, of course after testing the blended batch. So the average what comes is, it is a clear batch, it is a passing batch. But first of all, one has to declare what all batches have gone in blending in the dossier, and when the appropriate inspection is done, they will first ask you what is your standard operating procedure. Irrespective of the fact that the blended material is coming of the right quality, you actually used a non-conforming batch, right? So that could have been detrimental, it's not the right practice. And of course, specifications should mandatorily include sampling and testing procedures which are used. Now, most common human error, reason for most common errors is because many a times the specifications, particularly of our vendors or outsourced facilities, they are having everything, the test procedures, the STP, the method of testing, the number of tests to be included in the spec and the acceptance criteria, the monograph version, but they are not describing sampling procedures. How are you going to sample the material which you will be testing according to the specification? So this is the reason for that, and of course these procedures also require appropriate retesting of any component which is subject to deterioration. Suppose it has been held or kept, for example, during the corona time, the material which was stay put at one location probably couldn't be transferred to the right location for further processing. So it was just lying there. So before its further use, just to make sure that there is no deterioration which has occurred, because suddenly when the lockdown was there wasn't time for people even to place the materials at the right places, at the right storage conditions. That was the problem. So before, and naturally you could not throw off those things. So whenever the next use of the material was planned or is planned, it has to be retested to make sure that the quality is retained even after that particular lag. And determination of conformance to written specifications and a description of sampling and testing procedures for in-process material, that is extremely important, because sometimes what happens, it has been observed during inspections, and I myself have witnessed this, everything seems to be okay. You go through detailed review of the BMR, batch production record. So probably in the process there are, say, 3 in-process tests, and when you say in-process tests, there is an acceptance criteria with respect to that test, that you will proceed further only if it complies to that acceptance criteria, maybe with respect to conversion of the material or whatever it is. Now what happens is, out of the 3 in-process tests, 2 of them are passing as per the set specification. Now the third batch was not conforming with respect to the in-process requirement, in-process test requirement. Still the batch was taken ahead. And the logic given when it was asked, how did you do this? Your process SOP doesn't allow this. You didn't inform anybody, you didn't log it anywhere, you were waiting that somebody catches it, that it's there. Or agar nahi pakda, nahi kiya, to theek hai. So it's like that dialogue from Shakti, ki mujrim wo hai jo pakda jaye. As long as aap pakde nahi gaye ho, you are not the mujrim, right? So unfortunately they were caught. So the idea is this, that this is where it is lagging. And then the logic was, अरे final product तो ठीक आ रहा है ना, quality, क्या हुआ अगर in process test fail? तो ना सर बनाया क्यों फिर वो test? हटा दो, remove it please. So this is the way they try to defend, they go on defense. So this is not the right attitude also. Then this is with respect to sampling plans we have discussed for drug products also. Then most important, as many of our guest speakers also stressed on this, calibration of instruments, apparatus, gauges and recording devices, whatever you have, that has to be as per established written program, sorry for the typo here, containing specific, this is a human error, the typo error is a human error, okay. Written program containing specific directions, schedules, limits of accuracy and precision and provisions for remedial action. Now this is with respect to, I think what has happened is that red thing has come between intervals, intervals, okay. So this is with respect to calibration of all instruments and equipments which you are actually using to test the quality of your product. So this has to be with the precision, within the precision limits defined, and of course those instruments and apparatus which do not meet this criteria should not be used for analysis of your batches, that's it. And this is the most common error, concern which has been observed by the inspectors. So I have various couple of examples further here, which you will be getting. You will be anyway getting this presentation to you after I correct the typo errors, after I remove the human errors from this one, which I have done from my end. And of course, you will be able to correlate. So with this, I would like to end my session right here. So I hope at least something must have, because before you came and before Dr. Srinivasa was there was just no response from the audience. So either it was too good or too bad, I don't know. No, thank you so much. Don't say it, I mean, I'm just saying in a lighter vein. The idea is this, that one should be able to assimilate whatever has been discussed, and you can appreciate. In fact, I have a lot many other examples, but then there is a time constraint, of course. Sorry? Yes. Yes, because it's not segregated. True. Yeah, sure.
Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals. With our flexible learning platform, you can interact and engage with peers and experts to broaden your professional horizons. Get in touch to know how we can help create tomorrow's pharma leaders today. Knowledge has no boundaries, so why should educational possibilities be limited? At Blue Tech Media, we help unlock your full potential through transformative learning solutions. Our online pharma training course lets you learn anytime, anywhere, remotely or in person, through courses delivered by industry experts. With Blue Tech Media eLearn, you can tap into a world of knowledge seamlessly, helping you fit learning into your schedule. We can also help your team develop critical skills that support company goals as well as personal growth and transformation through customized self-study courses delivered by leading industry professionals.
Talking about little bit more couple of examples with respect to written procedures and deviations thereof. As we all know, and as has been stated, and as is the expectation, and as also is the ethical responsibility, that the written down production and process control procedures have to be followed while executing various production and process control functions, and these have to be documented at the time of performance. Now, which kind of data integrity requirement is this? We have been talking about it since yesterday. Yes, thank you. Okay. So, I mean, it's an extremely relevant and same reasons that memory loss or some manipulation or this thing, to avoid all those things. And any deviation from the written procedures shall be recorded and justified. Okay, there can be deviations. Likhne mein ho gaya. I'll tell you one example. For example, when we are writing when we are entering the raw data in the notebook, when we are doing some analysis, for example. So sometimes it happens that by mistake, we may be writing the potency or any other, factor, a typographical error. Suppose it was 94.5 and I write 94.7. I want to correct it. So one should not be using white ink or hiding. One has to strike across that wrong value, put the right value there, put your signature there. Yes, okay, there was a typo error and I have corrected it. Okay, so that is the way. So any deviation from written procedures has to be recorded and again there has to be a SOP for this. How it will be done, where all it will be applicable and to what extent. It should not happen कि किसी दिन अच्छा मूड नहीं है तो एक पेज पे 50 गलतियाँ किए तो 50 स्ट्राइक ऑफ करके आप किए हो. I mean that is not allowed, So any deviation from the written procedures shall be recorded and justified, and we as an escape tactic from getting reprimanded. We are scared ना कि अरे अगर वो strike off दिखेगा या कुछ correction दिखेगा या overwriting is not allowed. It's a strike off actually. So what's going to happen? My boss will see the notebook and he will say, "Arey, you are not concentrating. You are thinking something else. Your mind is somewhere else, and you are making so many mistakes in writing on this notebook. What impression is it creating?" So an escape tactic from getting reprimanded is don't log at all. करो ही नहीं log. गलत चल रहे दो जो चल रहा है, So these are the practices which really need to be, owned up and accepted and improved. Then any deviation from written procedures shall be recorded and justified for various aspects as out of trend, out of specification, all sorts of complaints and non-conformances, deviation reporting, investigating, management thereof, relevant guidelines. Now there we have seen few case studies, in fact several of them, how to derive risk mitigation in terms of specifications of key starting materials. I am using a particular regulatory or key starting material to make my API. And definitely the properties and the impurity profiling of my API is dependent on the impurity profile intrinsic of the key starting material, right? The building block of the API. Now I am having approved vendor, I have developed the vendor for that, I have approved the vendor, I have done our usual trials, I am sure of the quality which is being given to me and which I am going to use. Now what happens is that for some reason suddenly it can be technical reasons, it can be financial reasons, it can also be something because of corona or COVID-19, that the approved supplier is not able to give or you are not taking material any longer from that supplier. So you need to have an alternate source because you cannot halt the production, you cannot halt each and every activity. So you have to do the risk assessment with respect to using the KSM from another vendor who will definitely be having a different route of synthesis, so a different impurity profile and different type of risks associated with the use of that material to process and make the API, which will ultimately going to be translated into the formulation. So this is extremely important, and one of the most common observations during inspections and during dossier reviews also. And as we discussed yesterday here, we have to, normally the ideal or the preferred way is when we are doing vendor development and qualification in itself is a huge topic. It's a huge topic encompassing various aspects. So normally the preferable way is that you work out and develop at least 2 alternate vendors, if not 3. Ideal is 3, but okay, any 2 vendors we develop, and we may approve one of the vendors, of course, based on all your company thought processes, the pricing, and the timelines of delivering those material, etc. But you should always have a standby alternate vendor, which either is already approved and in the approved vendor list, but it's not mandatory you acquire material from that vendor. So that suddenly if one vendor goes off, you have something to fall upon. So this thing is not done by most of the companies, because first of all you are not able to find multiple suppliers, particularly in case of key starting materials for APIs. And when Corona happened, then the maximum KSM suppliers we all know are from China. So there was a complete setup, and that's where and that was a problem or the practical issue from where that Atmanirbhar Bharat concept came out, ki chalo apne aap banao sara jo bhi KSM etc. That again is a project which needs a lot of brainstorming, infrastructure, and lot many things to be taken care of. But then it came from there. Analysis of human errors and outcomes with respect to root cause analysis, kappa, control strategies, evaluation mechanisms for curbing repetition of those errors, manual as well as automated modes, predictive softwares. I think you must be having predictive softwares for various aspects, I'm sure, and many companies are in fact using it also. So we discussed this yesterday and today in between various sessions as examples. So last, and you'll be very happy that okay, kam se kam she will stop talking now. So this is my last slide. So design it right, do it right, present it right. That's equally important. All the best, and thank you so much for your patience. I'm really impressed by the audience, the kind of questions which were raised, and the interest and the active participation shown along with you. So any comments or any add-on or suggestions you want to make? For example, somebody told me and that probably the color which I have chosen for making the presentation, it's not visible. Yeah, thanks for that feedback. I mean, we'll surely take care of this aspect next time. So it was not visible clearly there. So so these kinds of feedback go a long way in improving the overall impact. And I mean, because otherwise if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have realized it, for example. And similarly, there were various questions and exchanges which we did during the tea sessions, etc. So thank you once again all, and look forward to this kind of active participation in future meetings also. Probably Ashish, we should have more of these. Thank you so much. Okay, so you want that the different types of shop floor issues, which are that case study sort of, with respect to shop floor. Okay, so but yes, but that requires a little bit more time or slot. So we'll definitely try to add it maybe in the next session sometimes. Yes. Packaging, warehouse, I mean all departments at the manufacturing facility. Sure, thank you for this feedback. Yes.
So thank you very much. So very quickly, we'll spend some more time in case you have any questions. I request Mr. Gopi Reddy to come on stage as well. So it's been a 2 days of session, lot of knowledge, lot of interaction. I'm sure you have gained a lot of learning from this 2 days session. And in case you have any questions pertaining to the yesterday's session, today's session, feel free to ask these eminent speaker here. Back band kar dijiyega. Yeah, can I speak mic dijiye please?
Silence, no questions.
Yeah.
They're all invested in all.
anywhere that are draft copy, I mean, if you share the written documentation, we will implement, try to implement within the organization, but however, we'll find you that SOP in our organization.
That's good to hear, but I just remembered I had asked you to do something homework which you didn't do, and that was helping draft that with that very SOP with your inputs. Anyway.
Your good name? So, I have not seen any company having SOP and human errors.
Suggested, madam, suggested.
Okay, okay, no problem. So,
If you have a draft copy, so then better we will also review, is it possible to
You can review, you can add on maybe, and we can make a collective this thing for.
so in your root cause analysis SOP, in your investigation SOP, in your good documentation SOP to some extent, if there is a human error, how to correct, that is covered in your good documentation process, right? Like you can correct the date, you can write the reason, you can take a errata form, or you can go for a deviation. That part is covered in the GDP SOP. In investigation SOP, you got ABC kind of reasons. If it is a human error, what all you have to do, it is written. So there only you can have some trending part based on your events of last 1 year of deviation, all the QMS elements. Then irrespective only OS or OTL, you can take all the QMS elements and then find out the Pareto analysis you guys can do. Yeah.
So one year level test is a minor correction level. We'll do the monthly one the testing, and also we'll make the action plan. And also next month we'll plan is the reduced or an increased and what kind of reasons you are getting. Those kind of things already we are doing. It is a place in the particular SOP
So
also is place.
during this process, so you will able to understand why people are doing mistake. Is it same person, same instrument, same product, same test, same environment? So that data itself is a beauty, right? So if you have data, you can take decisions. So data collection is very important. So with automation in place like LIMS, ELN, so TrackWise or any other QMS tool, it is easy to get the data. Once you have a data, you trend it, then you can analyze, and that will help you take a better decisions.
Yeah, currently I was making that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have to provide for a transition phase, when you design any SOP new and you want to implement it. So, I mean, there will be a transition phase also when people get used to it, people understand it and contribute. So that, the purpose of making that SOP is met. Yeah.
Those kind of changes we will make it. Currently also very already is
Yes.
being done that.
So one way of focusing on this also is to conduct workshops on the root cause analysis, particularly on the human error, like that what we have done here. Okay, you guys can conduct this into manufacturing area, QC area. With some
Yeah,
examples.
within your
Case studies.
What we are currently doing that, there is a LDM, lead daily management, okay? So in that every day, yesterday what kind of incidents are occurred? So what are the root causes? And those things we will explain to the team in the morning in the QC department. So this is a learning to all other people, so it will avoid. So last, 9 months, back, a number of incidents were there. These things were once implemented, drastically is reduced. The problem here is that sharing the knowledge is more important.
Yes.
And also, see, we have to, discuss with the people what kind of incidents in the, department, what are the probable reasons. The people also will come out with some solutions if you
Yes,
share.
yes.
So that kind of exercise also we did. They also given the good suggestions. So we have implemented something infrastructure, something is glassware related, those kind of things. So it is, where there is a problem, there is a solution. They know better than us. The people, shop floor people. Yeah, thank you.
So like SQ Day, Gemba Walks, you can do that. Yeah.
So we spoke about this trending and counseling them, and we are providing some warning letters or shuffling the departments, their work nature. How we can impact, how we can assess if the negative impact, if we provide any warning letter due to data integrity issue to one person in a department, the negative impact will carry over all the departments, that they, due to job loss or any it's negative impact throughout the company, there is no job security here, like that percolating. So how can we deal this in such situations?
So before you get into the situation, you need to really understand what you're doing is right or wrong. Because as I said, you have two ways of handling the situation. You can have a positive reinforcement, negative reinforcements. Some companies have followed, if there's a mistake, you just throw them. Warning letter or sacking. So after a few years, the companies have experienced a huge attrition, negative impact in the market, then they tone down a little bit. They tone down and they've changed their policies of from sacking to warning letter and also. For your point, how I can change my decision, it all depends on the data. You do something thinking that's the right thing to do at the time, but it may not be right. After 1 year, you realize that if I go on sacking everybody doing mistake, you'll end up sacking everybody in the team. Is that a solution? That may not be a solution. Then what else we can do? So then we can focus on more of, as I said, top-down approach, develop the culture, have open sessions, bring automations. Then the sacking, that part, people job loss part will be taken care. Then the image that you might have lost, you can gain it later.
Okay, if we counsel that person also, in over a period of time, he is in the feeling that someday I will lose the job due to that mistake, the past what he done. So in that case, how we can deal it?
So my experience is, a couple of people voluntarily they come and say that they have done a mistake. I have seen a person who did a mistake, we all know, but he is not committing. We have evidences also. He is not agreeing. So people say that, some ethical company think that if he is not agreeing, he can go to court. So that is where, HR people, legal people also play a role. So you need to have, some separate mechanism to handle those specific cases. But overall, at organization level, for those cases as a data integrity issues or repeated offenders, you should have a proper policy. My suggestion is that the termination or sacking should be the last approach. But if you have got complete evidences against that individual, obviously choice is yours. Either you can give an opportunity for him with a warning letter, or if the impact is so high, you can always take a decision because you have evidences with you. It can be biased. Tomorrow if you go and, some people outside also, like everybody expect promotion. He did a mistake, he'll keep still go and outside and cry that mere ko cheat kiya, I did not do anything. But you all know, we know that he did a mistake, so he should be punished. So it's again case to case we have to add, Srikanth.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and as we discussed, during these sessions, all these sessions, it was that the human resources are humans are only appointing and selecting humans for different departments, with respect to the expectations. So there have to be they also have to evolve certain policies to handle these things, actually, in discussion with the management and the experts. I think that's more important, and follow that. At the same time, as he said, the ownership has to be there. See, whenever we all are joining any company, I'm sure we are signing some sort of a contract or agreement, with the company, if you remember, where it says we'll not be sharing the technical know-how, and we are going to be sincere, and we're going to be doing with the work we have assigned. So isn't it our duty also to remember that agreement? It's just not a signed agreement. Why do we even need to reach those stages where we have to go legal or to court? It cannot be that bad. So it has to be a two-way process. Yes, if some decisions are being taken which are, too harsh or not desirable, there has to be a mechanism where one can sit with the HR and a counseling can be done, and probably the SOPs have to be toned down, as he said. That's
in all those cases, HR has to play important role. Again, you know that many companies you have dummy HR, so HR has to be real HR.
Yeah.
They cannot just go by what boss says, like operation it says and all. So that is where again all boiled down to the culture. So all this decision depends on the culture of the company. So you need to have big cultural shift.
Okay. This is regarding deviation and investigation as part of investigation. If at all during investigation the cause was obvious, so do I need to put a CAPA always, though I know that this person has done, because he didn't follow the procedure. It is written in the procedure saying that you have to check the batch details before entering the system, then you start the analysis. So he just entered he he just not verified the batch details prior to that and wrongly entered, by which I'll be able to log the deviation. So during making kappa, so what I should make a kappa?
So it's
So is
obvious.
it training is sufficient to make aware of this is what details you have not followed?
So, I mean, we talked about it, right? You need to have a data against that individual and also in the department. How many times he is doing that? So one time he might have missed to enter the batch record. Another time he might have entered, missed to enter the expiry date. Why is he doing that? Your document is so difficult to understand, or he is the only person doing always? So if this is for the first time he has done, the training should be more than enough. But if you got some other contributing factors like your SOP is your batch record is too complex, and he is fatigued, he is maybe working 2-3 shifts continuously, it's again, you need to do 5-way analysis with that person. But everybody says, all we talk big things. Training is not the only kappa. Correct?
Correct.
Everybody says, right?
Yes, yes.
Nobody even on the earth can avoid that.
Moreover, our QA is very adamant that they're not accepting if at all we propose training is a kappa. So upfront people also knew that this is sufficient, but still as part of procedures or legacy what they having in their genre. So it is our.
If you look at my case 3, where we focused on what to do with the repeated offenders, that is the biggest problem everybody is facing. One time people do mistake because we are there, we are born to do mistake, no? That is our habitual habits. So if there are no contributing factors for him to do mistake, you can't have any kappa other than training. But if he is doing repeatedly, there will be a reason for that. Is a memory problem, attention problem, border family problem, workload problem, some problem will be there. And human performance evaluation analysis, there is a good guidance on that. You can do that. Like all those things, the attention gap, learning gap, all those things with that slides you have seen, no? It's all coming from that human performance evaluation only. Why people do mistakes? But your point, every time people ask for kappa, we should try to do that. But there are some situations, let's be honest, that you cannot have kappa. That you have to live with that. So in that scenario, what we do is that all A, B, C, D systems are in place, they are adequate. However, in this case, this particular person has inadvertently, by oversight, lack of whatever may be reason, as per your HP, you should write that properly, and all the regulators will like it.
Thank you.
I'm Priyanka from Biologically. If we log a deviation due to human error and we have some kappas awareness training, and we have provided training and we have closed the deviation, and again if the same kind of deviation arises, do we consider it as a human error or as a system error?
No,
the same human error again.
The same person?
No, it may be a different person, not the same.
But same issue?
Same issue.
Okay. So, I mean, what your data should say that if X person has, missed to, say, weigh some sample or something, again, Y person is doing same thing.
Yes.
So, if different people are doing same problem, it is not a human problem. There will be something beyond that. Maybe if you look at the situation, you will understand better. But like, everybody says that you need to go back and check the last 6 months data, 1 year data, are there any recurring events are there or not. So a lot of knowledge we all gain, no? Everybody, as and when FDA is coming, we tightened ourselves. Every last 1 year, how many repeat events have come? Are the kappas taken are effective or not? Is this incident happened before kappa, after kappa? All these things we are doing. But instead of doing, you will not get anything. That is a fate, right? So that is a typical situation that we have to handle. So again, it's all about data. In your mind.
So how much data I need to look after? Either it's for 1 year.
So people take 6 months, people take 1 year. It's your SOP. There is no guidance.
Do we have any standard? No.
No, there is no standard.
You cannot set standards.
No, for this particular there is no standard. But when regulator comes, they will ask you, what 6 months, why 1 year? So you can say that the number of batches we are getting more in these 6 months, so you got enough data to provide. If your batch itself is manufactured 2-3 months, you can take 1 year data. So if you got more events, less the period. You got less events, more the period. So in your mind, when you are doing investigation, you have to say it is beyond training, but sometimes you can end up in having only training as kappa, provided you prove that all required systems are in place and they are effective. That means person can do mistake, but if he is doing repeated mistake, then you have to give him a different job. Maybe you have to give, like, some kind of qualification you have to take him through, take him out, unless requalification you do. Batch card person, he has to do different qualification level. So we will again go through a process of requalifying. So I said no, like one person in QC, I said you have to collect the data. So one thing what you guys can do is, if 4 or 5 times in QC that person is doing mistake, we should take him through a different again qualification process. So you will go a 1 month process of retraining in a different way to become expert. Then probably you can give same job. Does it answer query?
Yes.
Your confusion will be there as long as you are in pharma. Don't worry. I am confused. So.
Thank you.
Instruments calibration fail, whether it's required risk assessment or recalibration.
Recalibration. It depends which instrument.
Any analytical instruments. HPLC.
HPLC. So why you have to do? So when it failed, is it idle? Is it running condition?
Running. Whether it's required.
Running condition means product is going.
Calibration of instrument.
During calibration, it failed.
Yes.
Okay, so you have a frequency of 6 months, for example. Every 6 months you do. So you have to go back and check your previous 6 months or 1 year data, batches what you have checked, everything is okay. That's assessment you have to do.
No, yesterday onwards, yes, up to yesterday is okay.
But
Today
still,
doing the calibration.
But as part of a documentation, you have to verify the previous 6 months or 1 year data as per your SOP and say that my earlier calibration was so and so. In between, we have made X number of batches, tested, they are okay. Now it is failed because of some reason. Why you are doing data is for 2 reasons. To give a reassurance that what has happened is okay. What is right now under testing has no impact because I know the reason. Does it answer you? So, for example, you are doing a calibration of HPLC. Yesterday, you are done in, say, September. Now you are doing in March. So between September to March, in 6 months, you have done, say, 20 batches testing. Correct? Now you have to go back and check those 20 batches data, and you have to see the calibration values and say that I calibrated, that was okay. In between all this period of 6 months, I have tested all these batches. That time also all batches are passing, my calibration is okay. Now only it failed, and you have to find out the reason for that. So you can call it as a risk assessment, you can call it as impact assessment, but you have to document it.
In this risk assessment study, which tools is better, sir? Risk assessment. In internet, so many, sir, faulty tree, FEME, and RPN.
No, see, FMEA with RPN is better, but for all these things, you don't need to have RPN. Failure mode effect analysis is a good tool for risk assessment, but you should only have RPN based on the criticality of the risk. Generally, the myth is that, we do risk assessment after we did something. Ideally, we should do before. The risk assessment is to ensure that, like for example, you are coming out of the new facility. You should do a risk assessment as part of your change control. If I am going to construct a facility for, say, testing 100 batches in a day, what should be my lab, what should be my manpower, what is the facility, all that is actually the expectation. Because we don't do anything, now we do actually retrospectively. So for to your point, FM is a good tool. RPN depends on.
The RPN how calculating, sir?
So based on
different calculation format giving. So up to 150 is a critical, 0 to 1 is moderate effective, like that is giving some.
So you are right. So again, you have to decide your own standards. There is no hard and fast rule.
One audit we faced, we are given for 0 to 10. In this RPN calculation, we got for 8 or 11. Whether it's moderate effect or effective or highly critical.
So you have a detection, you got occurrence, what else?
Overall calculation, severity we are calculating.
Severity. So which is playing bigger role for that particular activity, you have to see. Even though if you are saying that say 1 to 5 low risk, that means you are having highest detection, okay, lowest severity, and that you can detect well, severity is minimum, occurrence also less. Then only you can give 5, right? If you are giving say 8, or maybe the question will come, though you are saying low risk, your detection is not that good, severity is high. That means by classifying as a low risk, you may not be taking a right action, is the FDA thinking. So you have to see that, highest detection, lowest severity, and less occurrence is always preferability. You should have the best detection, right? That means something happens, I can find out, which means mistake will not happen. With automation, what will improve the detection only? Correct? Did I answer you well? But you will have confusion unless you really do yourself. So again I am saying, you have got lots of guidelines available. How you interpret the guideline, convert into procedures, then convert into reports is the talent. Correct? You have a guideline, you prepare an SOP, then you convert into templates, then you execute it. That is the experience you have to gain. And if somebody is experienced executing it, you are giving, reviewing, you may not become expert. So try to do that.
Hi. Hi sir. This is Sheshu from Biologically Limited.
Oh.
So as said, human errors cannot be avoided. So by explaining the consequences of this human error to the candidate working at the shop floor, it can be mitigated. So what would be the best method to explain the consequences, the damage caused by this simple error? So what could be the best method?
Always it's a one-to-one interaction.
Rather than the counseling and training, is there any best method?
No, see, counseling is the last stage. So counseling is something that is doing too much of problem. But if something happens, you have to say, again it's a case to case. No, if you missed, simple mistakes are there. You should be able to differentiate between, when you are talking to a person who did a mistake, simple versus the critical mistake, intentional versus unintentional. Okay? So when you are talking, that person should feel that you are trying to help him rather than you are being biased.
While committing the mistake, he doesn't know that it will cause a huge damage. You may think it is very minor.
If you believe that he doesn't know, you can handle it differently. But if he is lying, if he doesn't know, as a manager you should know why he is not aware. Because if he is manufacturing a batch and if he is not mixing it for 15 minutes, like 5 minutes is whatever mixing he missed, he doesn't know the impact. So you should be able to come out with a system of how I can give more knowledge to him.
Yes.
But that's why you have critical process parameters, right? In your manufacturing, critical quality attributes for the materials. So in every process you have some critical parameters. If you don't follow it, it will have this impact. That you should be able to explain. If it doesn't know, you should be able to explain process.
It is through conducting trainings.
Yeah.
Before we really
Conduct?
No. Trainings is the other thing. While hiring and while giving, when the heads of the department give their job profile requirements to the HR, it should be starting at that stage. If the person does not know the impact of not following an SOP for this kind of activity which are discussed, then I don't think he has the right to work in that department at all. That's a very basic requirement, right? We study, we have degrees for that. So I think the hiring process in itself has also a big role here to play. You can train, you can add on, you can enrich, but if the basics are not there, how long will you train and at what cost? Right? So I think this is also an equally important factor, I would say. Yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful session, and thank you, all of you, for being such a wonderful audience. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank our esteemed speakers for taking out time from the busy schedule and to be a part of this particular session. Also, I would like to thank our partner, Tantrasoft Solutions Private Limited, without which this event would have not been possible. So I request the entire Tantrasoft Solutions team to please come on stage, and I'll request both the speakers to hand over a token of appreciation to the team. Rajni, we need water. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thank you. I believe this entire both days, the entire session was wonderfully handled and taken care by our course director Rajni Jha. So, small token of appreciation for Ms. Rajni Jha. Guys, you have been a wonderful audience, and I would request everyone, please come on stage, we'll take a group photo. Everyone, please. One more thing, we'll have all your certificates at the registration desk, so before you leave, just sign and you can take your certificates. In case any name is missing, because if there is a replacement or a new person has added, don't worry, we'll make sure that we'll mail you the certificates. We will also be sending a link for you for a feedback for the entire 2 days event. Once you fill the feedback form, a code will be generated from which you will be able to download all the presentations. So you'll be getting the presentation of all the speakers, so do not worry on that part. Yeah, please come on the stage. The more the merrier. Spread across, spread across. Few people can stand below so that. Few people can kneel down.
Lot of human error. It's not in a proper shape. Can you pick up? I don't think some. Maybe you have to make some random thing.
Yeah. क्या आ जाएगा फोटो बराबर? हाँ.
Won't take outside.
ये बाहर लेके यहाँ के चल जाएगा. We'll take one snap here and maybe we can just do one more complete outside. Yeah. एक काम करते हैं. There's a room outside there. It's huge. We'll go there. Just opposite side.
Reception lobby.
Yeah, the reception lobby. That's fine. Yeah, come. Let's go.